time is it? It's 3:01. I also come to order. Ladies and gentlemen, we are amendment number 68. Or see, wait a minute. Here, I've got my little thing turned here. 67 is the next amendment for our consideration. Representative Campbell or Larson on the amendment. Representative Campbell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will respectfully withdraw Amendment 67 and save it for the third.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative. Without objection from the body, amendment number 67 has been withdrawn. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 68, House Bill 1, Representative Lawley and Larson. Lloyd. Amendment number 68, sir. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move House second reading amendment number, what are we on?
68.
68 to House Bill 1. And Mr. Chairman, this is to put in $6 million to the athletic support that was pulled out. And with this, I'd ask for your support.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time? Representative Pendergraft for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge you no on this one. Basically, the university had an agreement with the NCAA and regarding name, image, and likeness issues. And when the NCAA got sued and lost, they had to retract some of their support for the university. And the university, rather than going to their clubs, rather than going to their supporters, just immediately turned around and to the legislature and said, please replace this money.
Any other representatives first time? Representative Riggins? Yes, sir. First time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to admit it. I'm just a fan. So I support this. Amendment, and just going to let you know that up front, and I'll be voting aye for it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Brown, first time. Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Buddy, I struggle with the idea that the university that is guaranteed in our little constitution that had a contract with a governing body for our sports has a contractual obligation. All of that went away. And our response is to say, well, go find donors to take care of that. We don't do that with anybody else. We don't do that with other state agencies when there's a contractual obligation that goes down. We don't go if there's an oil and gas lawsuit or something along those lines. We don't ask DEQ to go fundraise for their lawyer fees and to take care of a $6 million hit. So let's be real what this is. This is an additional $6 million on top of the $40 million that we just spent 2 hours debating on and for this amendment.
Representative Haroldson, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things I do want to clarify, because I've heard it through this entire conversation, maybe misrepresented. These funds, this $6 million, isn't to go to NIL. And I was told, well, it's $6 million to pay athletes. No, that isn't the case. This is $6 million for the athletic department's budget. I think that's needs to be understood, because I think that that's the offset they're looking for is not for that. That's what this is. And so I think that when we really look at the broad spectrum of that university over the hill and its sports program, it doesn't matter what you think of the sports or no sports. The point is they took a direct hit to their operating budget, and this is an offset for that operating budget. I just wanted to clarify that because I heard that come in wrong, and I had someone tell me, well, it's just $6 million to pay athletes. Why should we pay college athletes? Well, it doesn't matter if you agree or disagree with the paying of college athletes. That's not what these funds are, nor would that's not what they would be used for. And I just wanted to clarify that because I think it's important as we make this decision.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for the first time? Representative Clouston, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I'm going to vote for this time, but I am going to challenge maybe our revenue committee. You know, other states help pay their athletics using tourism dollars. They use part of the lodging taxes. Some states take money from their gambling taxes. So I think there are some other revenues that we could support the athletics maybe in this state with this changing involvement with the NIL money. I think we need just to find some other revenue sources to help support these. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for the first time? First time on the amendment? Seeing none, second time on the amendment? Representative Riggins, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was being a little bit flippant the first time, but there's a tremendous amount of marketing value connected to the symbolism and the logos that you see nationwide. It's recognizable, and for that much money, I mean, I'm under how much we spend for brochures at rest areas and all that stuff. This thing has a far larger reach than those would ever have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for the second time? Seeing no one go on the microphone, Representative Larson, for your second time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the member of appropriations is correct. This is the result of the lawsuit House versus NCAA, where the NCAA required the universities that were involved in the lawsuit to pay more, not directly to the athletes, but in support things of the athletes, which resulted in a loss of revenue, and then scholarship expansion, the post-eligibility support. It influenced the media rights agreement in things of that nature. So this is a impact, as was noted, to their operational costs in the athletic department as a result of the settlement of that lawsuit.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you are voting on amendment number 68 to House Bill 1, second reading. Chief Clerk, please call the roll. $68.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused.
Yep.
Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa,
Excused.
Campbell Kevin, repeat, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker.
No.
Are there any changes? Johnson, aye. To no. Knapp, aye. To no. Further changes? Further changes. Campbell Elisa, excused to aye. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 35 aye, 25 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have decided to adopt amendment number 68 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, House Bill 6-1, amendment number 69, Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of second reading House Amendment number 69 and ask for your favorable consideration. I will direct your attention to page 52, line 4 of the House Budget Bill. This addition restores funding, of $285,783 for a clinician assistant professor at the family medicine in Casper. And I remember last year, for the short time when I was here, we discussed at length the value of medical professionals, getting them to stay in Wyoming, training them in Wyoming, and hopefully staying here forever in Wyoming. And this is an opportunity to do that. I believe they almost even have people ready for this. And I would urge you to vote aye on this and continue to go down that route of improving medical service in Wyoming. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time on the amendment? First time, Representative Harshman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, so going back, we talked earlier today, when the state of Wyoming decided not to have a medical school, passed the majority of this body, but not 2/3 in a budget session. They opted instead to create these residency programs. There's one in Casper, one in Cheyenne, where residents from other medical schools come and spend their 3-year or 4-year residency here, treating patients and before they move out on their own. And yeah, I always wonder if Wyoming would be a different place if we had a University of Wyoming Medical School out on I-25 in Casper. But that's, and we've been working for that over the years, but we haven't had enough people there yet. But Mr. Speaker, so what this does then, actually, and we've seen a really resurgence. We had some funding problems because back in the 70s, we refused federal dollars. We tried to get them back. We can't. All those things, but we've really grown this into a self-sufficient thing. And this particular position is going to be obstetrics, baby delivery. Okay. The person they'd like to hire actually also, her husband, I think, is the way I understand this, is perhaps a physician as well in Casper. And so we have a chance to really get a 2-for-1. But the key thing is delivering babies. They've been my healthcare providers in Casper for over 30 years. Just talked to my doc yesterday on a thing. He said, I'll be on call. Call me. If I don't pick up, I'm delivering a baby. This is so important to our community. And these doctors, then, the whole idea is they practice here and then they stay here. And there's other incentives I think we can do with the Rural Transformation Bill as well with training. But this is a huge position, a faculty position, which will teach residents, but also deliver health care to the people of Wyoming and then train these future positions here for Wyoming. So it's really important as this program continues to flourish and keep going, we support it. So I appreciate the good representative from County 1 bringing this amendment. So thank you and please support.
Thank you, Representative. Ladies first, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment. As a person from not only that city, but that county, want to let you know how important, how critical this position is. We talk about the, maternity and OB deserts. We used to have 5 OBs in Casper. Now we have 2. And that makes things challenging, as you know, if you're moving in and looking for one and can't get in. What's critical about this position and why we need to fund it, 1, we already have somebody lined up for it. 2, this position actually covers some of the nights and weekends of our other two OBs, so we don't have more professional burnout and lose the only two we have left. So really does fill a critical role in making sure we have complete coverage, and also not only covers those shifts and helps as far as the OB and seeing those patients, but then as the good speaker referenced before, also is in charge of those residencies and teaching the next round of OBs and helping them get prepared. So really is a critical position, not only to the University of Wyoming Casper College, but to the community and how we bridge that gap and provide adequate care. So would strongly ask for a yes on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Haroldson for your first time.
First for a second.
First for a second, Representative Haroldson. Representative Brown, nope, not Brown. Anyone else? First time, Representative Clouston, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a little history on this position. This position used to be at this facility. During budget times, it went away. So it's actually bringing it back, and the position came to the attention as they went through accreditation. This was one of the things that the accreditors said. They were short a teaching position for all the residents. To have enough residents there, they needed this other position. So that's how this came about. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their first time on the amendment? Seeing none, second time. Second time. Representative Haroldson. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So looking at it, 2016 was when the budget cut took place. Between this 9-year period, when they went back in for
Do these girls here too?
the accreditation review, it was part of the recommendations. From what we did hear, though, from what I was remembering, as I did talk with them, and maybe we need to get some more clarity on this, they can continue with what they're doing, but to advance or to expand, they would need this. So I think that's from what I remember. So it isn't like if this position doesn't go in, they're going to have to shut the doors. They have 11 staff faculty there right now in that facility. This would be the 12th, but to advance would require this. So at this point, I'm on and against.
Any other members for the second time? We have Campbell, Harshman, and Clouston. Seeing none. Representative Riggins. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to address the cost on this appropriation. $140,000 for a medical professional, just at that price. And I mean, that's a pretty serious value for what you're getting. And if it doesn't work out, you still have someone that's qualified to do something else in that community in the future. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, you're voting on amendment number 69 to House Bill 1, second reading. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 27 aye, 33 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt amendment number 69 to House Bill 1, second reading. Next, we got a couple of privileges here. I know one that just brought me one. Representative Connolly's got one, but before Representative Connolly has hers, I'd like to recognize some young ladies. If you would all please stand. These ladies and gentlemen, please rise and recognize, these folks came down from Northeast corner of Wyoming. This is the Wyoming Federation of Republican Women from Crook, Weston, Campbell, and Sheridan County. If you would please give them a rousing round of applause. Thank you, ladies, for taking time. I know you're all down here traveling and getting involved in politics here in the Capitol and legislation, and we appreciate you being here, taking the time to come down from Northeast Wyoming. What was the weather doing up there? That's right. Sorry, I can't talk to people in the gallery. Okay, I've been told not to. Thank you, ladies, for coming. Welcome to the House. We're very, very glad to have you here with us. Representative Connolly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to introduce Brent Berg. He is a Senior Vice President for U.S. Operations with Uranium Energy Corporation. The UEC is actively mining in Johnson County and proudly employs about 80 Wyomingites and multiple Wyoming contractors. UEC has the largest U.S. uranium resources in the country, as well as the largest licensed production capacity. Please help me welcome Brent and the UEC to the House of Representatives.
Welcome to the House, and thank you for investing in Wyoming and its people. And we hope and trust that your company will be fabulously successful for all of our sakes moving ahead. So thank you. Thank you for supporting us and what we do here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next one up is House Bill number 1, Amendment number 70. Representative Riggins, back at the microphone. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's no objection, I'd like to withdraw this amendment.
Hearing faint objection, the representative has withdrawn his amendment. Seeing no objection, his amendment is withdrawn. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 71 to House Bill 1. Representative Clausen.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I can do this. I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 71 and number 92 to House Bill number 1.
Okay, 2 of them. Thank you, Representative Clausen. Seeing no objection, it is so ordered. He said 71 and 92. Okay. Next for our consideration is amendment number 72. Representative Baer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw amendment, second reading amendment number 72 to House Bill 1, as well as second amendment number 101, 102, and 117, following suit from the previous speaker, without objection. Mr.
72.
Speaker, just to repeat that, Mr. Speaker, 72, 101, 102, 117.
And Clausen removed 71 and 92. We all good, Chief Clerk, whenever you're ready. Good. Okay, next amendment for our and thank you. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 73. Representative Wiley, please, sir.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Body, we're going to get through this really quick. At this time, I'd like to move second reading amendment number 73 to House Bill 1. Folks, I would please ask you to have a favorable consideration of this. A lot of us come from areas of the state that have had oil extraction for a long, long time. And the words of the cannoli from the base of the bighorns, I think we made a mistake here maybe. So if we look at this, this is for a request for research and development. I think it's a good thing. It's for enhanced oil recovery. The folks wouldn't ask for it if they didn't need it. They need this technology so we can take some of these fields that have been in operation and have been in existence for a really long time. It's going to keep those fields up and operational, keep pulling excise out of the ground so we can argue about funding in here a little more later on. I know the good rep that always talks about the center of the state would support this, and so does the good rep that sits behind me that talks about a swimming pool all the time. Please give me a favorable consideration. Vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Any member for a first time on the amendment, number 73? Representative Tarver, first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This organization is, all they do is work on enhanced oil recovery and enhanced recovery of different products also. And what they really focus on is trying to take our legacy industries and extend them, which is going to extend our revenues. And the alternative to this is we just plug and abandon our wells. So this is a very important position, and this is a revenue generator.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Heiner, Chairman Heiner, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree this is a very, very important organization. We just had them in front of our committee today and dealt with some important legislation. But in this budget, they asked for two positions. One was a very experienced person and one was a clerical help. So the budget approves the experienced person, but this piece is for the clerical help. Now, why was that not approved? At the end of the fiscal year, there's what's called a reversion. Whatever's not spent usually reverts back to the state. In this budget bill, they have, the chief executive officer has recommended that reversion does not happen. And the estimate from this department is that they will have $900,000 in June of this year that will be able to stay with this organization. So $900,000 for a clerical, that'll last for 6-7 years. So there's enough money there for this clerical position without having to have this budget amendment passed. Thank you.
Representative Campbell, please, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I do believe that this is an up and coming technology and Wyoming should invest in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their first time? Representative Alaman, were you there? There you are. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just had all my thunder taken away from me. This is probably one of our very best agencies. However, they've went 20 years without clerical support. We gave them the support for another position that will go out in the field and help with this recovery. But they've went 20 years without clerical support. And at this time, I don't think it's time to grow government. So I love this agency, but I'm going to ask you to vote no.
Any other members for their first time? Representative Larson, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just have I apologize, I have a question. They suggest that we have the funding available, but we don't fund the position. So even though they might have reversions, it doesn't appear to me in the budget book, unless I'm seeing it wrong, that there are any new authorized positions. So if we don't pass this amendment, they wouldn't be able to fund the position because we don't allow it. So I'd encourage us to pass this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for the first time? First time on the amendment. Seeing none, second time on the amendment. I have Alaman, Campbell, Heiner, Tarver, Larson. Seeing no one, Representative Wiley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Come on, body, help me out. I said this would be easy and fast, right? So again, this is for research and development. Yes, it's a clerical position, but, and it's funded. But if we don't release that as a body, we're not giving this department the means that they need to provide for the state. This is like taking the prize mule instead of putting it in the field and letting it plow new crops. We're gonna lock it into the barn, right? Come on, easy decision. Please help me. Going once, going twice. Do I got any? Do I got any? Swimming pool. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you're voting on amendment number 73 of House Bill 1. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin. Repeat. Chestick, Crofton, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lolly, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey,
Excused.
Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker.
No.
Are there any changes? Allemand, no to aye. Provenza, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 29 aye, 30 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to adopt second reading amendment number 73 to House Bill 1. Next amendment for our consideration, second reading amendment number 74 to House Bill 1. Representative Yin, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I respectfully withdraw the following 4 amendments. Second reading amendment number 74, second reading amendment number 76, second reading amendment number 87, and second reading amendment number 105. Without objection, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. So I have 74, 76, 87, and 105. Is that correct? Without objection from the body, those amendments have been removed. Okay. We good, Chief Clerk? Okay. Next amendment for consideration, amendment number 75, Representative Larson, JT, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully would withdraw second reading amendment number 75 and 77.
Members number 75 and 77. Thank you, Representative. It's hearing no objection from the body, so ordered. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 76. Well, that was gone. That's right. And 87. Next amendment, nope, 77's gone. Number 78. Representative Brown, Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll make this nice and short if possible. And I will move second reading amendment number 78 to House Bill 1 and ask for the body's favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, I had this particular amendment drafted well in advance of us actually even ever seeing this budget bill. After just hearing the discussions that happened in the JAC, and I heard the Trooper 1, 2, 3 level discussion and the snowplow driver discussion of being public safety conversations. And I'll tell you what, the first thing that shot to my mind is we have a lot of other public safety individuals that I would classify within these agencies, but this particular agency, and I can say it because it's in the amendment, the Department of Corrections, ladies and gentlemen, is probably one of the most needed areas. We have an incredibly tough time attracting anybody to come work in our prison systems in this state. The amount of prison guards that we need to fulfill all of our prisons and make sure that we have staffing levels adequate across the board right now is almost unattainable without having some level of an increase in public funding to these positions. So what you have here is the exact same proposed raise that we have all agreed to, and we said that Troopers 1, 2, and 3 and our snowplow drivers deserve. And I'm asking for this body to concur with me and my thoughts that our Department of Corrections officers, the men and women who are dealing with the incarcerated population in the state, deserve that same level of treatment as well. On and forth.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Williams, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, well framed. Thank you to the bringer. Many of these employees that we just heard about are my constituents. You would recall County 7, medium security, County 14, women's, County 21, honor camp, retention, recruitment, burnout, very real issues we are dealing with on the ground for all the reasons we just heard about. Thank you for your favorable consideration.
Representative Thayer, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, we had a discussion a couple days ago about overtime and flex time, and that only the large building, main building in County 6 can do overtime and flex time. 4 days on and then 4 days off. Well, there aren't 4 days off because there's no one to keep those doors locked and closed. So we can say that, but that's not happening. So on and for this amendment, taking care of our people, our neighbors, our next door neighbors that are keeping us safe.
Representative Smith, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a friendly reminder to the body that this agency does have Superflex authority. We did virtually grant every single request that this agency had, with the exception of the enterprise-wide exception request for raises.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for the first time? Representative Davis, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Often we hear in this chamber here about putting taxpayer dollars back in the pockets of our citizens. Well, the simplest, easiest way is to put the dollars in them and pay them a compensated wage. So I'm all in favor of this.
Thank you, Representative. Any other representatives for their first time? Seeing none for their first time, second time? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a very real situation in my communities. The Department of Correction trains, and then those employees work for a short amount of time in the Department of Corrections, and then they go on because they can get better hours, better pay in another department. And so then the Department of Correction trains again. And I would submit to you that it would be a better value of our money if we would pay them a fair day's wage for their work and enough to retain them to where we're not dealing with this amount of turnover in Department of Corrections. Thank you.
Any other members? Second time? Second time, seeing no one rushing the microphones. Representative Brown, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the conversation. I'll also mention we do have one other county that benefits from this, and that's sitting out there in the middle of the middle of our state. Happens to be that one that is the home of our reservation, and we have some really good people up there taking care of our inmates up there as well. So we did hear about the eastern side of our state. We had Rollins mentioned, but I think it's also important to know about Fremont County. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate what JAC did, and I did hear them that they granted almost every single request, but the one that is most pertinent and that the director made very clear is I cannot retain the staff that I need because I do not have enough money to get these people into my jails and into my prisons to take care of them. And the people that are willing to stay are getting burned out. So we can either bump this up and maybe get a couple extra people in there to give these detention officers a few extra days off, or we can continue paying overtime and watch this continue to erode our safety of our officers that are currently serving right now. So ask for you to vote for these public safety individuals. Vote aye.
Members, you're voting on amendment number 78 of House Bill 1, second reading. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom. Repeat. Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley,
Excused.
Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Wasserberger, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 26 aye, 33 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to support House Amendment number 78 to House Bill number 1. Next bill for consideration is, or amendment, excuse me, is number 79. Representative Sherwood, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does anybody need a stretch break? How you doing? How we feeling? Happy Ash Wednesday. Ladies and gentlemen, I move okay. I forgot.
Second reading amendment.
Second reading amendment number 79 and ask for your grace and consideration. Thank you very much.
Go for it. You got it.
This amendment restores the Wyoming Business Council's standard budget, preserving 38 full-time employees and 2 intern positions. It does not include exception requests. So again, agency standard budget. By maintaining this standard budget, we are allowing the agency to comply with the pause, evaluation, and redirection that we are considering in 2 pieces of legislation this session. The positions that the standard budget Supports include our regional directors who serve in all of our communities. They are coaching our homegrown businesses. The service team helps our ag-based businesses grow and access new markets. They coach young entrepreneurs as they navigate regulations. They provide leadership training for boots on the ground economic development professionals. These are hardworking men and women, many of them graduates from the university, many of them multiple generation, many of them who got to Wyoming as quickly as they could because they love our lifestyle. They have committed their skills to building strong communities in our state. And with that, I ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Thayer, for your first time, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, I really would like to have an open dialogue about these programs and these people that the Wyoming Business Council offers. We can debate oversight, we can debate structure, but eliminating these tools and resources from the Wyoming Business Council affects our state's small business. 98% of our businesses in Wyoming are small businesses. Over 73,000 businesses in this state. Wyoming Business Council does not replace the private sector. It is a catalyst. Our young people are not leaving Wyoming because they don't love Wyoming. They're leaving because of not having opportunity. I ask this body or the committee number 2 if they know or understand all the programs that the Business Council offers. Over 20, Business Ready, business recruitment and expansion, the Main Street program, broadband, programs like business planning, technical assistance, business ag, giving entrepreneurs and our municipalities, your municipalities, needed tools to secure a loan with a local bank, compete for grants at the national level, or come or bring a business to this great state. Did you know that the Wyoming Venture Capital Program keeps capital in Wyoming so our startups don't have to go down south to scale up with federal funds that assist our businesses? The Business Council leverages private capital, working with our locally owned banks. In 1 year, the Challenge Loan Program partnered with over 11 of our banks, worth a tune of $14 million in private funds. The bringer of this amendment talked about the loss of 40 jobs, but I'm not sure if this body realizes that there are more economic development agencies that fall under the Business Council that are not Business Council employees. That's another 30 jobs we're going to lose with this bill. Every municipality, every county, every community can apply for these tools and resources if they're willing to do the work. That's requiring match and putting skin in the game. Yes, we can tighten the standards for this organization. We can demand performances and improve transparency. This is our job. This is your job. But let's do it constructively and strategically and not at the expense of those 98% of our businesses in this state. By abolishing economic capacity does not strengthen free market. It weakens the Wyoming's position in them. When businesses and municipalities succeed, we all succeed. We all succeed, and that makes us stronger as a state. Just sharing some of the facts on and for this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for the first time? Representative Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a question for the good bringer, and if she could share with the body a little bit about the testimony in regards to the committee's question with the CEO of this agency and what it would cost to do an effective job. If she could share that, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Representative Brown, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think we all heard that back in the original discussion. I think the member of JAC, if he's got the answer, instead of asking a question and being rhetorical with it, could have provided that same information to this body to reconsider. While I recognize and I understand that this particular group the Joint Appropriations Committee has decided to go ahead and remove the funding from this. I want to be clear about the 8 positions, 2 more since my first rebuttal on this came out here on Committee of the Whole. 2 more positions I have since found out will now be jobless starting July 1 in my committee or my district. 8 positions will be completely lost. These people have lives, they have mortgages, they have kids, they paid their taxes, their jobs are gone by the act of this. And so I'm going to stand in complete and full support of refunding this group, because while I don't necessarily think they haven't completely done exactly what we've asked them to do, I think that was like quadruple negative. Sorry for that. I do think they're doing a good job, and I think if we need to go at them with a little bit more targeted approach, rather than a bludgeoned hammer, and eliminating these people's livelihoods. And to be rhetorical when coming up to the mic and asking, can we go ahead and get what the response was? Well, maybe it would be helpful for the committee who actually had that response and asked that question to just reframe that for us. Let the rest of the listening public hear that conversation over again as well. On and for this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Ottman, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I'm not going to be bludgeoning anything, I would like some clarity from those that are supporting this. As I'm reading down through this amendment, I'm seeing a lot of numbers, and it says this line, that line, increase this amount by 11,000,008. Under general fund, increase the amount by 12.4. Increase amount by 315,000. And I realize some of those are federal funds, but under other funds, increase amount by 1.7 million. Under general fund, increase amount by 16.3 million. Decrease full-time positions by 2. So what I guess my question is what is the final thing, federal and state, that they're asking for, and where it's going to go? If it's supporting 93% of the businesses, is that going to be through grants and loans of what is already established in the business community, or are they going to be loans? I listened to the board that the WBC had their board meeting here a couple weeks ago, and they said, yes, indeed, they did realize that they had been doing things that really wasn't along with their mission, and so they were going to regroup. What I would say is this amendment, I would just like explanation on what it's for. I don't have to hear somebody really talking about how worthy the WBC is or not. I just want to know what this amendment is supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their first time? Representative Lott, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things I keep hearing in terms of this organization is just, hey, we don't want to lose these jobs, but I've heard many people who even say they're on and for these amendments saying, but we really don't think these guys have done what we needed them to do. That being said, but we want to go in and do a surgical strike on this. At the end of the day, I would just ask if they're not doing if they're not accomplishing what we really hope they accomplish, I think we need to look really hard at saying, is this something we continue to fund? We're not here to provide more and more jobs. We're here to provide services that make sense for the people. So I just ask you to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other representatives first time? Representative Riggins, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had some concerns about the funding at the end of the $2 million, because I imagine that closing out these projects, could extend into 2027. I had assurances. I want to make sure I'll be talking to someone later today about projects that have already been approved by the SLIB board, fully expecting them to be carried forward. I still have to get some complete certainty about that. I don't know if $2 million would be enough to do that. And I do kind of agree with I've talked to a few regional directors, very talented. I think there's a lot of talent on that council. And I think it's probably worth trying to preserve that talent and utilize it. Reorganization, revising. This is not a new question. I looked at a 2005 report dealing with this exact same issue, exact same parameters, exact same goals and deficiencies. So this has been discussed and it's not a new subject. And it's kind of tragic that it is a new subject. They shouldn't have been addressed back 2005, 2010. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Larson, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the representative asked on the amendment, what the numbers were for in their budget. They've got their unit, their code 100, which is the standard budget, which is the 14 million on line 64, and the economic drivers, which is the 12 million, and then the BRC and standard budget, which is the 16 million. Restoring all of that. Mr. Chairman or Mr. Speaker,
please.
I think one of the things that I think that gets lost in this conversation and the angst we have with this agency is that somehow they're out there running amok and making policy and doing things on their own without, in the dark of night and without anybody's permission. They can't do anything except for what we allow them to do. All of their programs we've approved policy-wise. And so instead of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, maybe we ought to take the baby in one hand and put some clean water in the tub. And let's develop the policy that we want them to comply with rather than getting rid of this. We've got $348, I think, million coming in for broadband expansion that this agency has been administering and has to oversee. We've heard some comment that maybe it would go into the governor's office under the grants office, who is not up to speed on the BEAD program, who is somehow, I mean, if we force it on them, they'll do their best, but we have the expertise already in this agency. But furthermore, I ponder, as we compete with those states around us and those other states that are across the nation vying for these businesses that want to relocate, when we're out, or when one of these entities that'd like to relocate has a question about how to do business in Wyoming, where do we send them? Who is it that they can go to and find out about the various opportunities in various counties? They can call each county and hopefully get something, I guess, but it sure isn't efficient shopping. And I just don't think that I think that they would find that difficult to navigate with. This agency has been responsible for that, and I think has done a marvelous job, has represented the state in a number of shows throughout the year to help people understand how to get to Wyoming and do business. They've had to shift gears over the years because we change, the temperature of this body changes, and we say, we don't like you to do this anymore. We want you to do that. We don't like you doing business parks in all of these little towns, so we'll growl at you and tell you to stop it, and we want you to start putting infrastructure in. Now we don't want them to do infrastructure, and for some reason we think that they've come up with that idea all by themselves when it's really us that drove them to that, implementing those plans. So let's take that wonderful little entity and dry it off and give it some new policy that it can operate and provide this state with continued benefit for economic development.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Schmidt, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this really isn't about for me, it isn't about ending economic development. It's about reorganizing. We need to take this bucket, we need to dump it all out, find the pieces that work, put them back in there and get this agency redirected. That's my opinion. That's where I think we need to go with it. I think when an agency recruits companies, negotiates incentive packages, disperse funds, and evaluates its own results, even well-intentioned programs can create concerns about transparency and efficiency. By narrowing this agency's mission, strategy, promotion, community readiness, we strengthen accountability while preserving Wyoming's ability to compete. I think it's really as simple as that. I know it's a big organization, but to me, it's a simple fix. I think most people in here agree that they have some value, but over the years, this thing has just grown. It's just gotten wider and wider and wider. And I think it's just lost its way. We really need to pull it back together, get it focused, use them for what I think we designed them to do. And that's to get our communities, our towns and our cities business ready. So we attract outside business for the right reason. They want to come here because we're ready for them. It's a good place to do business. We've created a great environment for them. I think that's what we need to do with this organization is get it refocused. So I'll be on and for this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Lean, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying to find the numbers and figure out if the maths. I spoke to this quasi-governmental agency and they sent me a list of all of the salaries. No names attached, just numbers. And their total biennium cost is $10,759,226.72. But I don't find that number anywhere in here. And then furthermore, do they have FTEs to reduce or are they all AWEC employees because they're a quasi-governmental agency? Just a couple of questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any others? Representative Gugemas, please, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honestly, I'm conflicted on this one. This council has done some really good things in my community. So in that regard, I support it. But according to testimony, and I'll kind of touch on the first question that was asked, is the director said it would take $1 billion to make this successful. So now I'm weighing that, saying, okay, so if the director himself is saying it's going to take $1 billion to make this council successful, if we give them these so many millions of dollars, is it even going to work? According to the director, it's not. So in that regard, I am conflicted. So just food for thought.
Thank you, Representative. Any others? Representative Lucas, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few months ago, I did a public records request for the salary information for this agency. And it has gone up since then. We're talking 2 months ago, and it's already gone up over $1 million a year. They're running right at about $5 million a year in salaries, and the director earns almost $300,000, which puts him at the 4th highest paid employee for the state of Wyoming. That's just a commentary, not a judgment. Their mission statement is to improve the economy of Wyoming. And that's a real hard one to measure because it's very broad. And so I would say that if we entertain revamping this or rebuilding this, that we need to really focus on measurables, things that we can count, not things that we can feel. I am against this amendment.
Representative Washut, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've met with a number of these companies that have moved to our state, to our growing firearms manufacturing sector. And many of them really share terrific stories of the cooperation that they got from the Business Council and the attribute their smooth move to Wyoming to the assistance that they got from the Wyoming Business Council. I'm sure like any other organization, you're going to have ups and downs, you're going to have success stories and failures and so forth. I think there's really room. I think somebody used the expression earlier of shooting a shot across the bow. I think everybody heard that shot fly over the bow, and I think time is right now to work with that agency and get things lined out the way we would like to see them function. But I'm an aye vote on this. I think they've done some really good things with room for improvement.
Representative Campbell, for your first time, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Couple of thoughts as I'm weighing this. So absolutely on and in favor of the amendment. And here's why, just based on the conversation we've heard. Does there need to be a refocus and a restructuring? Absolutely. Do we need to set some metrics and measure performance? Absolutely. Maybe that's the number of new startup businesses that originated in Wyoming, right? Those entrepreneurship opportunities. Maybe it's diversifying specific industries, bringing in a certain number of businesses. Whatever those metrics look like, yes, that's on us to provide. My concern, if we don't pass this amendment, I mean, we've heard testimony from all of our communities, the exceptional talent that we have with the Business Council right now. If we don't pass this amendment, we lose all of that talent, and then we come back to restructure and refocus, and there's no one left to do the job. We're in a bit of a bind, right? And we will be one of the only states that does not have an agency focused on economic development. That puts us at a significant disadvantage. So we talk about, our healthcare crisis, we talk about education, we talk about the exodus of youth, and yet we're going to remove one of the most powerful tools we have to bring a solution to all of those factors. So as I weigh, how do we maybe move the needle on some of these things? We refocus our economic development agency, give them objectives, give them targets, give them metrics, and maintain the talent to actually execute those things. So absolutely in favor of this. Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just sitting back and listening here, I've heard a lot directed towards community being shovel ready, okay? And the infrastructure needs of these communities. And apparently the legislation, our body, has given them a directive that's the way they want to go. And so if we're looking at those things, we know currently in the state of Wyoming, we're in a disaster, whether it be in our agricultural, the tunnel over on the eastern side of the state that has fallen in. I mean, our infrastructure is in very poor need. So when the gentleman said that it could take $1 billion to put our state back together, he's probably not very far off as far as getting it shovel ready and having this infrastructure in place. So the remarks there, I think he may be a little bit spot on. I know we're looking at sewer in Kimmer. We're looking at water lines over here in this community. We're looking at water treatment plants in this one. We're looking at trying to stay up with the Joneses. We're looking at utilities across this state. I think they're probably doing what we had instructed them to do, but I don't think we're seeing it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate what we've heard about the success stories of the Business Council, and all of us here have in the last month have become aware of more and more of those. And I appreciate all the education and all they do around the state, fantastic things around the state. And I believe those are the stories that I have to consider when I'm considering numbers of this size. But There are some very small success stories in my community that I've been made aware of in the last couple weeks. All three were single ladies, middle-aged ladies who came to me and described their small business endeavors, their successful small business, related to me how they would never have succeeded without the support of the Business Council. That's not financial support as much as it is coaching, help making a business plan, entrepreneur advice. And I think that's part of my consideration anyway. And I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the time here. We have had direct discussions with the director. We've asked him questions. We've had over 6 hours of testimony that we've listened to. And his own testimony was that in 2024, they spent $49.2 million and created 20 jobs. 20 jobs for $49.2 million. We cannot afford this. We need to cut this, cut up the credit card and stop this mess. Thank you.
Representative Pendergraft, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would be surprised if there's anyone in this room that has spent more time with the CEO of this organization than I have. There may well be, but I've spent quite a bit of time with him. We've had many discussions at length. I'm a contractor, was focused on remodeling my entire life. The first thing you do is you have a vision of what you want. What would you like to have? And then you go and assess, what do we have now? And you determine what portions of what we have now are applicable or are usable. Now, I'm only one of 93. But I got to tell you, when I look at what this agency has become, in light of what I believe it should be, there's virtually nothing salvageable. Now, there was a question earlier about contracts in existence. It has always been very clear from the beginning, any contracts that we have are going to be completed. We'll hold true to those. But we don't want to keep making the same mistake. The wrong job done right is still the wrong job. So when I look at the Wyoming Business Council and I say, what can I save? What is salvageable? What will work with my view? I think I'm starting with a clean slate.
Any other representatives first time? Seeing none second time? Representative Brown, please. Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Buddy, I get a little passionate when I get the emails, text messages, and phone calls from my constituents about their jobs potentially being lost. I'm not going to lie. It's honestly kind of a heartbreaking situation, and I hope you'll understand the passion that I have about saving this. What I do want to take you down is a quick road of some of the information that I received from a couple of these employees and some of the success stories that are outside of what we typically think about when we start thinking about the Wyoming Business Council. The first one is the Wyoming Succession Loan Program. For you guys that don't know what that is, probably one of the coolest programs we have in existence. It allows a business owner who, let's say it's a print shop, wants to sell to the kid who's been working in his print shop for 25 years, but has been living a moderate paycheck, but doesn't have $300,000 to start or to buy this business for a $3 million purchase. So what does he do? He goes to the Wyoming Business Council. The Succession Loan Program says, hey, we'll loan this to you because we see the value in actually having this small business up and operational in this little tiny town, Meeteetse. It makes sense. We'll give you a lower rate. Then you can use a portion of this to go qualify and leverage that with banks, because most banks are not going to allow you to loan out on these types of programs. These people, these young kids who've been working there for 20 years, whatever, they're not going to have that capability of going to a bank and saying, hey, I want to just borrow $300,000 and I hope you'll do it. The succession loan program allows that leverage. So what has that done for this state? Well, it's brought in over $1 million a year annually in returns on the investment, just on the interest payments. What has that also done? It's kept the mom and pop shops open on Main Street instead of being closed up because they couldn't find somebody to purchase that business. That's a true success story, ladies and gentlemen. And those are all over this state. Those are not the big flashy lights. Those are not the huge businesses that get brought in, the gun manufacturers or the site manufacturers that are over in Laramie and those types of things. They're not these flashy objects. What they are is keeping the mom and pop shops open. How about when we had our Warland beet freeze, sugar beet freeze back in 2018? That was my first year in. $6 million that was uncovered by insurance claims. Guess who jumped in to save that? The good representative who we always used to sit there and go, grr, championed that. Championed that and championed it so well, as a matter of fact, that as soon as we left this body and this law was signed into place, employees were actually driving up on the weekends to deliver paychecks to those beet farmers. On the weekend, $6 million infused into those local economies up in the Warland area. How about Goshen County? When the county tunnel collapsed, there's another one that was not so flashy. What did we have there? $5 million immediately infused into that entire area, saving those farmers and ranchers when they lost everything because the tunnel collapsed. Insurance did not apply in all of those cases. Guess who took care of them? The Wyoming Business Council. Back in 2022, we had House Bill 46. That was a succession loan program. The chairman of this committee actually championed that bill on this floor, said passionately how much he believed in the program and how good it was for our state. 4 years later, I'm hearing the same body turn back and say that there is nothing good and we need to eliminate 44 jobs. How did we go from championing a bill and saying how amazing it was 4 years ago to we need to eliminate every job and save $50 million? The last thing that I've got for you, ladies and gentlemen, well, actually 2 more little stories. 220 pounds of beef from Powell. That was an interesting little story I learned about this. Needed to get over to Taiwan. The customs and I'll just call it the rigmarole to try to get that beef out of this state and over to Taiwan. Guess who did it? Guess who championed that beef producer to get their beef out of Wyoming and over to Taiwan? A Wyoming Business Council employee. We exported our beef to Taiwan. And the last thing that I think is probably the most empowering that I watched this body do was back in 2020, 2021, when $320 million of CARES Act funding flowed through this body. This body said, we don't know any agency that can stand up, produce the rules, and be flexible enough to quickly and efficiently hand out $300 million to affected employees. We had this body said, get it out to the Wyoming Business Council. They're agile enough, they're quick enough, and they can do it. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to stand here and I'm going to say proudly that that council that we're trying to defund right now did it efficiently and effectively and saved thousands of businesses during the COVID era. So all this talk about, well, it's just money and I need to see better returns on investments. I hope the discussion that I just provided you gave you a little bit more light on some of the little non-headline grabbing topics truly occurred. Because when these 8 employees came to me and told me they were losing their job, I started diving in. I said, I want to know, what are we saving? What are we working for? That's what we're working for, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Representative. Any other? Representative Smith, for your
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
first time
I do believe
or second time, excuse me, second time.
that by continuing to fund this agency, we are throwing good money after bad. And so I do wholeheartedly agree that agriculture is important. And imagine using these dollars to improve our infrastructure, like in County 7. When the tunnel did collapse, it was a $10 million per week economic impact by not having water flow. And you look around the entire state, there are many of these irrigation districts and other water districts, 100-plus-year-old. And so in order to have the best economic driver and not forget about the ag community, I do believe our money would be well spent working on our water infrastructure and our roads to get the things that we produce to market. In regards to giving out loans, I do believe that the free market is the best to give out loans, and having hard work and having a good business plan. I think the private sector, talking about banks and being able to get a loan, those banks do a great job at assessing risk. And so they don't mitigate risk as well as I think the private sector would. So there's a lot to say, but we'll leave the emotions out of it and just stick to the facts. And we have policy choice of, do we want to spend our money throwing good money after bad, or do we want to actually be able to use a lot of these funds for infrastructure? And a lot of our other state agencies have grant programs for our small towns and communities. And so I do believe this agency has a lot of redundancy. I stand against this amendment. Please vote no.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think it's a little frustrating to hear when we're saying, oh, we should defund this so we can support
Representative
agriculture.
Yin, I don't mean to cut you off, but we're on second.
Oh, my apologies, Mr.
Yeah,
Speaker.
I'm sorry. Representative Schmidt, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just need to reiterate what my desire was, is that to take this agency down, basically tear it down to the bare minimum, and then rebuild it with some serious guardrails. And in order to do that, my clarification is that I said I would speak for this amendment. Actually, I will be speaking against this amendment. In order to tear it down, we have to get to the bottom first and then rebuild it. Thank you.
Any other members for second time? Second time. Seeing none, back to the bringer. Representative Sherwood, please.
Thank you, good speaker, and thank you, body, for this very thoughtful conversation. I will do my best to address your questions and your concerns. Again, this amendment goes back to the agency's standard budget. This is below the agency's request by $100 million. It is also below the governor's recommendation by $9.6 million. What you don't see in this amendment, or the agency's standard budget, or the agency's exception request, is that billion-dollar question. So when the agency was asked, what do our communities need to be business ready? The answer was, there is between $500 million and $1 billion worth of basic public-owned infrastructure. This is water, roads, sewer. The agency has gone to our communities and said, what are your needs? What do you need to be business ready? Our communities have responded to say, we need water, road, and sewer infrastructure. I want to clarify for this body that big B number is not in the agency's exception request. It is not in their standard budget. It is not in this amendment. It is a need that our communities have that is actually not even in our budget bill. We're not addressing it at all. We're not solving that problem today. Back on the amendment. I would invite you to check your inbox. Before I got on the mic, for the first time, I sent you an email, an invitation to meet the team, to meet the 40 employees of this agency. Some of them are here in the gallery with us today as we debate whether or not they're going to have a job. Folks, our statewide economic development agency creates a landscape upon which businesses can start and grow. It lays the groundwork. It builds the infrastructure that allows any and all business in Wyoming to have a fair shot, a fair play at success. The basic building blocks of economic development are local leadership. This is training and education for our boots on the ground economic developers. It's also infrastructure. These things aren't always in the headlines. Usually they're not. This is not a grant. This is not a loan. This is local capacity building. I would argue it is not the private sector's job to build up local leaders, nor is it the private sector's job to pay for community-owned infrastructure. I would never go to a business and say, you need to fix the sewer line that benefits all of the residents of this community. Not their job. It is the job of the Wyoming Business Council to do these things. I want to clarify that there will be no reorganization if we don't adopt this amendment. Again, this is the baseline standard budget. It keeps the workforce employed and with us as we think about reorganization. The Wyoming Business Council assists our local communities in creating an environment where businesses compete and our families who want to be here have an opportunity to build a business, find a job, and remain in our great state. With that, I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you are voting on amendment number 79 to House Bill 1, second reading. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary,
Representative Brown, you're voting.
Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Croston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Harrelson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 27 aye, 33 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt amendment number 79 to House Bill number 1, second reading. Okay, members, there is a young man up here in the North Gallery that I'd like to after that discussion. Honestly, you can't believe it, but we have the Crook County Assessor, Dan Thomas, in the chamber right now. So I'd like for Dan to stand up so that we can recognize him as one of the top electeds in my county. Thank you for being here, Assessor Thomas. Appreciate you taking the time to come down. Enjoy the opportunity to be able to recognize you here in front of this body. Okay, are there any other announcements quick while you guys are standing up, let the blood flow into your body? Okay, on to the next amendment. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 80 to House Bill 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would respectfully withdraw my amendment number 80.
Amendment withdrawn without objection from the body. Amendment is strong. Next amendment, number 81. Representative Geringer, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Second Amendment number 81 on House Bill.
The second reading amendment.
Second reading amendment number 81.
Yep.
To House Bill 1.
There you go.
And ask for your favorable consideration.
Please.
So folks, this amendment provides funding for 1 year to allow the process that we're working on establishing in a separate bill that we've talked about already, related to evaluating the business council and seeing what we need to do with it. So I called that the push pause bill. That means this is the push pause funding clause. And if you think about it, some of you, maybe a lot of you, are not old enough to remember that movie back in the 80s where the guy is standing outside the window with the ghetto blasters over his head. What's that?
You can't use imaginary props, sir.
So that ghetto blaster had a little cassette tape on it, right? And you push play or you push pause. Well, this is the push pause, right? This is the funding to get us through for 1 year. That's what I committed to in that particular bill, and this is the funding to go along with it. So it doesn't expand the authority. It does not create new programs. It does not commit this legislature to long-term funding or long-term continuation of the business council. All it is to get us through that period while we take a look. I've heard it loud and clear on both sides. This is a great deal for the economic diversification of Wyoming. There's concerns with some of the way that the funds have been spent or the effectiveness of this department. So really, it just simply provides the standard funding for operations, the strategic partnerships, while not providing funding this year for the Business Ready Community program, nor the SBIR program. It maintains existing statutory and contractual obligations while the legislature, while we, and however that thing comes out, how we conduct that evaluation. It's just an opportunity to get us through this next year. And after that review, if the body determines that programs should be modified or eliminated, we can figure it out from there. So it's the 1 year. This is a bridge. It's not a guarantee. It ensures that whatever decision we ultimately make, it's through an informed, deliberate, and cleanly executed process. We have those contractual obligations. We have things that we have to do for this, for a number of years. And rather than spreading that out into different departments, we keep it in the one that's been operating. And let's just say, push pause. Let's provide that funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Members, first time on the amendment. Representative Thayer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said in my earlier testimony, we can tighten the standards. We can demand performance and improve transparency, and that is our job. Let's do that constructively and strategically, and not at the expense of the state or our small businesses. So on and for this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Locke, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Using Rule 10-6, I move to table the amendment.
Okay, Representative Locke, we'll just kind of hang fire here for a second and see how exactly that all sorts out. Please hold on.
And Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe I should be a little bit more clear. Mr. Speaker, using Rule 10-6, I move to table second reading Amendment 81 to House Bill 1.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, sir. We'll be right with you. We're trying to sort that out. Okay, my understanding, Representative Locke, when do you plan to bring this back in? Because we're going to have to eventually deal with this amendment, and it has to be dealt with before we enter third reading or leaves the second reading of House Bill number 1. So do you intend to bring this back at the end before we finish, or because the amendment doesn't go away, it just has to be dealt with later?
I ask for a committee, a Rules Committee for clarification, please.
Okay, Rules Committee, please assemble toward the front of the dais. Everybody else, take a few minutes. Don't go far, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we can resolve this and be back underway. Okay, Representative Locke. Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you, Representative. Any other members for the first time on 81? No others? Second time. Representative Geringer. Good, waving us off. Body, you're voting on second reading amendment number 81 to House Bill 1. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Andrew? Angelos? Banks excused. Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Lisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Davis? Erickson? Filer? Bornstrom? Geringer? Gugemas? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly excused. Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins? Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storr? Strock? Stivar? Carver? Bayer? Washit? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Wharf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Knapp excused to. Further changes. Stivar excused to. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 26 aye, 34 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt amendment number 81 to House Bill 1. Representative Harshman.
Privilege of the floor, please.
Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to introduce you to a former member of this body, represented 2 different districts in Sweetwater County. In Rock Springs and Green River, I think it was 48 and 60. Mr. Mark Baker joins us in the North Gallery. Welcome to the House.
Representative Baker, welcome to the House. Good to see you, sir. Okay, next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 82, House Bill number 1. Representative Larson Lloyd, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may, I would like to withdraw second reading amendment number 82, 83, 95, 97, and 108.
Okay, I have 82, 83, 95, 97, and 108.
Great.
Thank you. Without objection from the body, those amendments have been removed. Let me mark these out, ladies and gentlemen. Just give me a brief moment here. Okay, next amendment for our consideration, Amendment 84. Representative Thayer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 84 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So I really want to make sure we have been in the past, in Agency 85, talking about their standard budget. Now I want to talk about their exception budget and clarify. You guys received 3 pieces of paper on some agencies yesterday. And I want to clarify on this exception budget. The Small Business Development Center, the Manufacturing Works, and Wyoming Women's Business Center are not programs, or are they employees of the Business Council? They are federal agencies that have pass-through money, and that's why they were on. Part of their budget is on the exemption budget. There are 30 employees, and that is why I'm asking for a favorable of the $3.3 million. But there is a critical piece. There is funding that is running through the Business Council that is federal funding. And the Business Council serves as an administrative conduit. If we eliminate these funds, we jeopardize the mechanism that brings federal funds into Wyoming to support small businesses, advise boots on the ground, the SBDC, manufacturing competitiveness through Manufacturing Works, and the Wyoming women's entrepreneurs building companies in every corner of our state, all 23 counties. These meet our business owners' needs. They are at our kitchen tables. They are in our machine shops. They help write real business plans. They are practical and they are local. Without these qualified state-level administrative partners, these federal dollars do not remain here. Those dollars will not sit idle. They will go to other states that maintain administrative capacity to receive them. This is not about expanding government. It is about preserving Wyoming's ability to capture resources and deliver them locally. It is potentially disrupts the pipeline that funds critically independent programs serving Wyoming businesses every day. That is our risk that we should not take lightly to move the needle for our Wyoming people, for their businesses, sustainability of Wyoming. Thank you.
One on the amendment, first time, Representative Smith on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in opposition to this. The position of the JAC was we did pick some programs, we reallocated some to other agencies, and some programs you can find in your section 300. Please vote no.
Any other members? Seeing no one. Second time, Representative Smith. Do you want bite at the apple? Representative Davis, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I just got some information, and do you know that the state of Wyoming sends about 8 billion in 2022? We sent $8 billion out of the state to the federal government. Do you know what we got back to work with from the federal government in these forms of flow through federal funds? We received back about $4 billion. So that's an economic driver that we're using here in Wyoming. And without these agencies to funnel that back through to us, the big place back east gets to keep those extra dollars too. So we're only getting back about 50% of what we send them. So I would consider this that we need to have more federal dollars flow back in here because there are dollars to start with.
Any other representatives first time? Seeing no. Representative Larson, first time. Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just remind this body that these are the folks that are behind our industrial manufacturing. They rely upon these folks a lot to help navigate new process, new policy, help navigate issues on federal regulations. Each one of these pass through entities are used widely around the state. I don't, I'm just trying to get my head around why we would want to lose them. And we just keep slowly shutting the door to any innovation and business, and I'm not understanding why we want to do that. Please support this amendment.
Any other representatives for first time? Seeing none, second time? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there is a grant, there is a agency within the state that deals with budgets, and they oversee a lot of our federal dollars. And so there's a lot of options and opportunities, and this department is very efficient, well-oiled machine. They keep developing new technologies in their computers to help find the federal dollars that many members want to make sure we're not missing out on. So please vote no.
Representative Larson, second time.
This agency within the agency that runs the budget has been in place 2 years. None of the people there have expertise in manufacturing. None of these people have administered programs like bees. They do an incredible job. I mean, they do an absolute phenomenal job in going out and finding grants. That's not what we're talking about here. Why are we thinking that that agency can accomplish what these guys are already providing us for and cost the state general fund dollars? Seriously? Please vote for this amendment.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So yes, that state agency does a great job. There are a lot of people I've heard have been using them. But again, as the last speaker spoke, they find grants. They are not in 23 counties working with our manufacturers, 500 jobs, Wyoming Women's Business Center, 3,600 touches to our businesses. And also probably the biggest thing is these 3 agencies have contracts with the University of Wyoming. They don't have a contract with the state. So that would be totally, completely changing our existing contracts. This is federal dollars coming in, and we're just going to give it away. Please vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Body. You are voting on House Bill number 1, second reading amendment number 84. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? Angelos? Angelos?
Excuse.
Banks? Excused. Bear? No. Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clauston? Connolly? Davis? Erickson? Filer? Fornstrom? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly, excused. Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins? Rodriguez-Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? No. Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Wharf? No. Williams? Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Clauston, no to aye. Angelos, excused to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 26 aye, 33 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt a House number one bill, second reading amendment number 84. Next amendment for our consideration, number 85, Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading Amendment 85 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Again, this is the Small Business Innovation Research Program. The request addresses the Small Business Innovation Research, SBIR, matching grant program, a mechanism supporting research and development in Wyoming. To ensure the continued effectiveness, this request highlights the need to update the state's legislative statutes. The federal SBI programs are evolving, and to keep current, state statutes may limit the program's utility in supporting Wyoming's companies in commercialization and scaling up in research and development. I ask for your favorable consideration.
Members, anyone want to speak on the amendment? No one on the amendment? Back to Representative Thayer, please. Thank you, Representative. Members, you're voting on House Bill number 1, amendment number 85. Reading clerk, excuse me, Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? Angelos? Banks, excused. Bear? Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clauston? Connolly? Davis? Erickson? Byler? Hornstrom? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly, excused. Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins? Excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Harshman, excused to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 26 aye, 32 no, 4 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to adopt House Bill number 1, amendment number 86. Next one for our consideration, we jump to House Bill number 1, amendment number 88. Representative Brown Landon, please, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw second reading House Amendment number 88.
Thank you. Without 87 was marked out. 87 was crossed out. Yep. 86 was just, did I jump one? Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Okay, 88's been withdrawn. Okay, sorry. Representative Thayer, House Bill number 1, amendment number 86.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I withdraw second reading Amendment 86.
Without objection from the body, 86 has been withdrawn. Thank you, Representative. Next one is House Bill number 189. Representative Washit, Chairman Washit, please, sir.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I respectfully withdraw amendment number 89 and amendment number 91 to House Bill 1.
Amendment number 89 and 91 are withdrawn without objection from the body. Next bill for our next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 90. Yeah, he did. He came up and, Yep. Number 90, Representative Provenza, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 90 to House Bill 1 for your favorable consideration, and we will be quick. We heard yesterday that we don't have enough attorneys in Wyoming coming out of our land grant university. The bar receives 175 to 200 applications for admission each year, and their special testing accommodations have gone up 10% in the last 10 years. It started 10 years ago, it was 1%. Now it's 10% of folks who are trying to get to the bar. We should be celebrating people who are trying to get barred in our state. And so what this does is this was a request from the Board of Law Examiners asking for help paying for accommodation requests, which requires a review by a licensed psychologist at $225 an hour. So right now we are funding the specialized materials, but this amendment would pay for the additional accommodations that need to be made. Thanks.
Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just remind the body of the conversation last week about this. When we looked at this, we were able to determine that those individuals who need the delayed testing time and the special accommodations have the ability through the Americans with Disabilities Act to obtain a doctor's note that states that they need that accommodation, and there's no need for the board to do their own testing. They can accept that doctor's note from that ADA action by the individual who's requesting the special accommodation.
Any other members for their first time? Seeing none, back to the bringer. Unless second time? No. Representative Provenza, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That all sounds great unless you don't have insurance. And then you have an issue in trying to get these accommodations made. So we're trying to make sure that we can get folks barred in our state so that they can serve our state because we have constitutional crises happening. So please support increased attorneys through accommodations. Thank you. It's $23,000.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you're voting on amendment number 90 to House Bill 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Plouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom,
Accused.
Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, excused,
Yes.
Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Brown, Gary, aye to no. Filer, aye to no. Andrew? Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 22 aye, 36 no, 4 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to accept amendment number 90 to House Bill 1. Next for our consideration, number 91, Representative Washington. Whoever we got. 91 has been pulled. Okay, 92, next amendment for our consideration. 92 is gone. Next amendment for our consideration, number 93. Representative Andrew, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 93 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is a trigger amendment that would come into effect only if the current injunction on the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship is terminated. Currently, none of these are being funded. However, if the injunction were to be terminated before the end of March, payments for this year would resume. The payments are on a quarterly basis. So potentially would still be receiving in the ESAs a quarter or half of the $7,000. And there is still a question of whether they would be entitled to back payments for the payments that were enjoined. The reason I'm bringing this is because had everything gone to plan, we would have consumed $28 million of that appropriation for the current school year that we are in. And if we do not appropriate more money to this program and the injunction is terminated, there will potentially not be enough money in the program to run it for next school year before we have a chance to address this in the supplemental. On in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members would like to speak on the amendment. Representative Bear, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second, please.
First for a second, Representative Bear. Any other members on the amendment? Representative Davis. First time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The good bringer of the amendment, do we have the next supplemental budget that we could work this into? I guess is my question, as we've seen on many of these other budgets. Just a question.
Representative Chested, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm confused if the bringer can explain to me how we would owe back payment to anybody or for any reason on this. My recollection of the Steamboat Legacy program is that the payments were supposed to go directly to the schools and not to the families, and I guess it goes to the families, right? So it goes to the families first, but it goes to the families to reimburse them for private school tuition that presumably is not happening because the program has been put on hold. So if the program is put on hold, I'm assuming that there is no expectation for the families to be paid. If they can pay their tuition directly, fine. They don't need the subsidy. There's nothing there to be reimbursed. They've chosen to go ahead and make the payment without any expectation of getting reimbursed from the school, from the state. So I'm still not quite sure how we would owe them any kind of back pay or back tuition, since they've already voluntarily paid it.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for the first time? Seeing nobody at the microphones. Second time, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and opposed to the amendment, folks, I'm a big proponent of this program. I really am. But this is one of those rare times where I agreed with the chief executive when we were discussing this. This is tied up right now, and I agree with the previous speaker. There's not going to be any back charges. So this money that's in there right now, $30 million,
would take us well past the first semester. Should this decision right now that's holding things up be broken loose. And if there's more demand than this current funding would cover, we could come back in the supplemental, have a bill that funds more of it. I've spoken to the bringer of the amendment, and personally, I believe that having a high demand really proves that the program's working well. And if that demand exceeds the supply, this program can grow in a very robust way. So I'm not a proponent of let's just put a lot of money out there and see how much demand there is. I think we want to do what we've done so far. This was supposed to fund the first year of the program. And even if it doesn't, we have an opportunity to come back next year in the 69th and make an adjustment if we so choose. On and opposed to the amendment.
Any other member for the second time? Representative Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there is an opportunity to address this in the supplemental budget, yes. And I'm sure that that will at least come up. The funds are distributed to the ESA accounts that are available to the parents. So honestly, I don't know, and I don't know that it is really clear whether back payments would be made or not. But even if they aren't, potentially the students who enrolled in the program for this school year will still be entitled to 2 quarters of payments that will happen after the potential of the injunction being terminated. So if it's terminated before the end of this particular quarter that we're in right now, they may get a payment, they will get a payment for this quarter and for next quarter, meaning that approximately half of the current $30 million in the account will be depleted, which means that if the same amount of students apply for it next school year, which I honestly imagine it would be more now that more people know about it, we would be able to pay going on school years. So we would basically pay the first quarter of this year, this calendar year, the second quarter of this calendar year, the third, we'd probably run out by the fourth. And then we would not be able to pay the third quarter payment before we passed another budget to get more money into the account. So there's a potential gap, especially with increasing demand for this. And so there is a need for these extra funds now. Thank you.
Body, you are voting on amendment number 93 to House Bill 1. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 5 aye, 54 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt the second reading amendment number 93 to House Bill 1. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 94. Representative Harshman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, before I motion this, when I introduced my introduction, I don't know what I was running around here screwed up, but I said Mark Baker is actually Mike Baker. And Mike is but he's on the Transportation Commission now. He served this body as Appropriations Chair, TRW Chair. He's from where the water bubbles up hot over there where the man named after a season we're in represents now. And Mr. Speaker, I screwed that up and I felt so bad and anyway, I wanted to correct that. So
I kind of wondered because people change, after you haven't seen him for quite a while, and he didn't look exactly like Mark Bader, but who was going to say that? So
it's getting tough.
do
Mr.
change.
Speaker, can't see, can't hear. It's getting tough.
Welcome to the club. We have jackets. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'd move second reading amendment number 94 to House Bill 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is no money in this amendment. If you read the amendment, it's a little statement by the legislature. These portions of money, the first statute is for the materials that we require. So support of those materials. And then the second statute is for the training of K-12 employees across the state, which is a statute. And then it just states that school districts, this basically backs up the standards that the state board has moved for. And I think, Mr. Speaker, the young people that came here from Park County who've been working this issue, I wanted to try to show them this process that we can get this in here and that they can have an impact on the process. But basically, you can read that. I won't read it to you, but just backs up our current standards. I'd stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? Representative Pendergraft, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I'm asking you to vote your conscience on this, but I did want to make an explanation because I feel some of us will probably say no. Very sensitive to the suicide issue. Most of you know that I am a former pastor, and once you start that road, you never really get over it. I believe that suicide is a spiritual matter. And I don't want to see a secular entity get involved in trying to fix an issue that they're not equipped to fix. We have we strove to keep God out of schools, and I'm sorry for that. But if you take God out of the picture, then I think you have just eliminated your capacity. So that's just my personal opinion. Feel free to vote your conscience.
Representative Larson Lloyd, first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate this amendment. And I think one of the important components of this is read there on line 5. It's a portion of the general fund appropriation may be expanded. He's made this permissive to the agency to where they can help the districts and provide suicide prevention education. We've heard from probably one of the top 3 concerns that my school superintendents expressed to me as how we help and address mental health issues, this being the most acute or the serious of all the concerns that they have, and to help provide that type of training, I think, is essential.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harrelson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 8 days ago, ladies and gentlemen, as we were introducing bills, we voted 3130 on House Bill 40, brought by the good bringer of this amendment, and we didn't pass that through. That failed, and it's this bill resurrected in an amendment form. So it is the conversation of, is this what needs to be provided in our schools? That's obviously a conversation that we chose not to have by our vote 8 days ago. The question we have today is this a conversation we need to have today? And I would challenge that what we're seeing in mental health and the suicide issues, that is a very deep well with lots of things that have caused it and brought us to this point. We've created a world where what is our purpose? What's identity? How do we know what that is? There's a lot of things that we are struggling with, and an educational aspect on suicide is not going to fix this problem. In fact, it could even bring it deeper as we are bringing this up on their forefront of their mind. Students that are struggling with this every single day, and don't get me wrong, as I've had to walk families through this, and I've had to be front and center for this conversation. It is truly a hard conversation, and one that is life-changing and massively a challenge. But I would challenge you not to vote on this amendment. If this is something we want to make reality, it can come back next year as a bill. It can be heard through the entire process. It doesn't have to go through a 2/3, and we can let it stand on its own merit, and then it can be part of long-term statute instead of just in a budget footnote.
Representative Jarvis. First time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Took me a second to find this again. So our standards already have this in our school districts, and our counselors are the ones that teach it. Our 8th grade health standard 4.13 described the impacts: depression, violence, avoidance, suicide, physical illness, of bullying on physical, mental, emotional, and social health. And then it also has 411, identify the behavior and warning signs of self-harm and suicide ideation and explain how to seek help.
Representative Campbell, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bless you, Rep. Davis. I'm gonna push back, I think, a little on some of the things that I've heard. What I appreciate about this amendment and why I will be voting in favor of it is it gives our school districts local control, the option to use their general funds for these materials and programs. It gives them the option to use those funds to buy the resources, materials that they need to feel better equipped. These are the professionals that spend 8, 10, 12 hours a day with our students. So let's give them access to the resources so they can help identify and talk through and coach each other. What I really appreciate about this amendment is it just says, hey, these are your dollars. If you would like to use them for that to address this need within your community, you absolutely have the option to do so. So I will be voting for this amendment and would encourage you to do the same.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Stivar, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't this legislating in the budget? That's not allowed.
You want me to answer that?
Or call a rules committee, because I believe this is legislating in the budget.
Are you calling a rules committee, Representative?
Yes.
Rules committee being called. All those folks, if you want to just stand at ease briefly. And my rules committee, if they'll please assemble in the front of the chamber, we will work this out. Okay, body. House will come to order. Representative Stivar.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw that motion and just put it out there. I believe this is legislating in the budget. They're putting something in for 2 years. The bill failed introduction. He brought it into the Department of Education's budget to put that in there. That's my opinion, so vote your conscience.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, I know in my area with, again, rural counties, smaller districts, we've had some real struggles. We've lost several children to suicide in the last couple of years, and they were related to school situations, hidden apps that kids were on and bullied one another, made fun of one another. And it was one situation. There was just some others that I think that where there were things that happening at school, the suicide, that stress that caused different young men at different times to take their lives. School districts need to be able to kind of interact how it fits the needs they're having. What is the issue that's causing? I mean, that's what they've been getting down to in that district. And so to know that, they can spend some money on that to raise awareness. This is a huge issue right now. And almost as every school, really. But we've had some very tragic kids from really good families, really healthy families, but something went wrong at school and they were not able to overcome it. And so I'm on and for this amendment.
Any other member for their first time? Representative Williams, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I concur with the last speaker there. Coming from a rural district, I can relate to that. This is a unconventional place or an unexpected place to breach this issue. I appreciate that point, but we find what we're looking for. And I'm not looking for a reason to hide from this issue. I'm looking for a reason to do something about this issue. And I'm as surprised as the rest of us to find it here in amendment form today. But if not now, then when? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Davis, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm excited to see this because if this saves one person, it's well worth it.
Any other representatives? Representative Jarvis. Second? Okay. I haven't got you down for a first. You spoke on, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't write your name down. I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me. Representative Provenza.
Thank you. First for a second.
First, second. Representative Filer.
First for a second, Mr.
First,
Speaker.
for a second. Any other representatives? Representative Weber.
First for a second.
First, for a second. Representative Pendergraph. First. Oh, that's right. You've already, okay. Okay, any other members for the first time? First time members? Seeing none. Second time, Representative Pendergraph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first time I spoke personally. This time I'm speaking, perhaps, I think you'll each have to make up your own mind constitutionally. A couple of days ago, another representative brought up a film and wanted to have it shown in all schools. And the argument then was the legislature cannot dictate curriculum. Bearing that in mind, I look at this amendment and the second sentence says school districts shall provide suicide prevention. My honest question, how is that not the same thing? How are we not dictating a curriculum to the schools? I'm going to be a no on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I'm going to say this again in a different way. Wyoming content and performance standards shall be taught to all students. What I read you has to be taught in schools now. There is no option. It is part of our standards. We are required to teach it. It is taught, it sits under the content area of PE and health, but because our PE teachers are not equipped to teach this, school districts have their counselors teach it. They come into the PE class and they teach this. Where it gets really sticky, I'm going to tell you, we're all required as staff to take 2 hours of training a year in suicide prevention. And so when a student comes and talks to you and says, I'm thinking of this, the immediate referral is to the counselor's office. And then the counselor is supposed to give a suicide ideology survey, but guess what? They can't. Because we legislated that schools can't give well-being surveys without parent permission. So our schools can't actually respond to it immediately. They have to make a phone call and hope to heck that they can get a hold of the parents. Because if the parent doesn't give consent, you kind of got 2 options. You're either calling your SRO if you have one, or the police to come pick up the kid, or you're calling an ambulance, which are extraordinary, exorbitant costs when it would have been really simple to just give them a quick survey to see if it warranted the next steps. So where the school districts are really struggling is right there, because we legislated that. That's where it's really rough and difficult. But the rest of it, I'm going to tell you, is funded and covered.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Larson Lloyd for your second time.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think what the bringer of this amendment is trying to do is to help fund an unfunded requirement. So that section, the good appropriator says, school districts shall provide suicide prevention education to students that is age appropriate, evidence-based, and consistent with suicide prevention and education materials provided. References 21-202A35, which then makes the requirement for school districts to provide suicide training and prevention. So this is allowing them to use some of their funds to do that. We already have that in place. I think, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker, if I may, one of the things that gives me just a little bit of pause is this idea that we send this melding pot of students into one building who have varying degrees of understanding of the world around them, and we're trying to teach them, but their backgrounds are so different. Now, wouldn't it be wonderful if they all had a solid home and that they all had a religious anchor that they could tie to, and that the clergy actually had training in suicide prevention or mental health issues that they could go to, because it isn't all hands on deck. Everybody needs to help. But what if you've got a student that doesn't have that? Where do they go? And who's faced with the challenge when you go and find the student has tied themselves inside a bathroom and is trying to do something very harmful? Our educators need to understand how to identify it, and our students need to identify how to identify it. They're going to talk to each other before they talk to others. I think that this is just trying to help. We heard our clergy people tell us how important this was. We've heard our educators tell us how important this was. This amendment just allows the school districts to use a portion of their funds to fund this.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their representative? This, we're going on seconds right now. Yep, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just clarity for me, I suppose, when the bringer returns. As I read through the amendment, a portion of this general fund appropriation may be used, right? So we're giving our teachers, our school districts, you may use these funds for these purposes. Then when we see the word shall, how I read this is, you may use these funds, and if you choose to, then it has to be age appropriate, evidence-based, and consistent with everything that is the guidelines that are established in Wyoming Statute 21-2202. That's how I read that shall. So as I'm reading this, it's not mandating the curriculum, which was the argument previously. It's saying if you choose to use these funds this way, then you have to follow these guidelines as dictated in statute. So if the bringer could clarify that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any representative for second time? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Thayer? Nope, she's going on by. Representative Hirschman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To bring us home, appreciate the conversation, the debate, and the thoughtfulness on this. So this language passed this body, 3130. And I just want to address a couple of little things. I think the good representative from Sheridan County, many of our trainers, many community trainers are ministers that come into the schools and do this. Some are counselors, some are other professionals. And what we're trying to do here is really just back up the state standards that are new and going into effect, and then giving the state superintendent a little leeway to help with that. That's really what we're trying to do. Be a 2-year deal. And then I think the other thing I want to kind of, the kids from Park County who have been pursuing this issue for 4 or 5 years now, have done such a professional job, and they're right on this. I want to kind of support their efforts, that let them know that their work can make a difference. And then finally, just what kind of training. I think the good representative Fremont County said it. Usually they tell their friends know something, and we want their friends to know what to do, who to contact. Now, us as adults hear that, we know a minor, we're legally required. We better get on it and get help. We're required, all of us, when a minor's in trouble. But a minor to a minor, what do they do? He's all right. So that's what we're trying to do with that thing. And so I really appreciate your past support with this and appreciate your aye vote now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you are voting on second reading amendment number 94 to House Bill 1. There is no appropriation, so it's just a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Yep. Members, make your way to the chamber if you want to be in on this vote. Please stand still if you would, please. Okay, you may be seated. It's going to be close, so all those against, please stand, and when you do so, stand still. And kind of make sure that you can get good eye contact with the folks counting so that you're not behind another legislator, please. 30. All right, you may be seated. The motion has failed. 28-31. All right. Okay, next for our consideration, correct me if I'm wrong, amendment number 96 to House Bill 1. Representative Davis, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to withdraw my amendment.
Seeing no objection from the body, the amendment has been withdrawn. Thank you, Representative Davis. Next, we jump and we go to amendment number 98. First, bill number 198, we need Harshman or Larson. 97's out. This is 98. Thank you, Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move second read amendment number 98 to House Bill 1. Ask for favorable consideration. Members, this is the Board of Barber Examiners. Talk to them. Our committee didn't want them to spend their own money to travel for board meetings and to inspect other barbers to make sure they can maintain their certification. It's not state tax dollar money in any way. It's the barbers themselves who pay dues to be and be certified with the commission. So it's $3,000 a year of their special revenue. I guess if we don't adopt this, what you're going to force the chief executive to do is B11 the money. Then we're going to have more paperwork go through the Department of Audit and the auditor and all around and keep growing government to allow them to spend their own money to travel to inspect barbers to make sure that we come out of that thing without our head itching and everything's all clean and neat and nice. So ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any member, Representative Alaman, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's remember that this is added money. They didn't need this 2 years ago for this session. Today they do. Or do we have that many more barbers than what we did 2 years ago? And we gave them more money for stamps so they can mail their license and stuff like that. This is $3,000 that, do we actually need to spend it? Thank you.
Representative Davis, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's amazing what you run into when you're walking around outside today. I ran into a barber. He says, "What's going on with you guys?" And he explained to me that he was on the barber board. And he says, being on the barber board, I have to go around and inspect the other barbers. So when I do that, I have to shut down my barber shop to go do the job of the barber board. And he says, don't be cutting my funding. I'm already shutting my business down to do the business of the board. So please restore this. It's amazing what you find outside.
Representative Wiley, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for a fellow that has enough hair to care. I have a very, very similar experience to what we just heard with the last speaker. And it wasn't outside, but it was actually sitting in a barber's chair. And he was saying, "Hey, what are you guys doing over there?" And the clippers are getting kind of close to the ear and it's coming across the front of the face a little bit. I say, hey, we'll try to make you whole. I mean, we could talk about this again. I guess if we have to, we could pass a hat or a couple of hats and maybe we could get them their funding to travel. But also, we want to make sure these folks are doing what's right. So let's help the barbers out.
Representative Campbell, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Couple of thoughts on this. One, it's their money. It's their money. So let's let them use it as they need to. It's not ours. It's not taxpayers. It's their money. Okay. That's the first thing. The second thing, we require the board to do inspections. We mandate that. Those aren't things that you can use postage for. Those aren't things that you can use Zoom for. Those aren't things you physically have to go in and make sure all of the health requirements are met. physically do the inspection. So we are requiring them to do these things and then not letting them use their own money to do them. This makes no sense to me. So absolutely in favor of this amendment.
Representative Lawley for your first time, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I feel like that we are adding sort of a new layer of sort of bureaucracy here that we haven't had before in Wyoming, that we will say exactly how you can use what is yours with the obligations we've given you. And it doesn't seem like really Wyoming style, speaking of hair and barbers. But I also would say to the good member of appropriations who robustly asked some really great questions, I would have loved you to have asked them from these people themselves, because then we would know the answers to those questions. I just really, truly, that would be helpful. But I think you were asking the wrong group.
Any other members? First time on the amendment, second time on the amendment? Seeing no one? Okay, Representative Harshman, you're good? Okay. Members, you're voting on amendment number 98 of House Bill number 1, second reading. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Andrew? Angelos? Banks excused. Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Davis? Erickson? Filer? Bornstrom? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly excused. Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins? Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storr? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washit? Wasserberger? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Wharf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 29 aye, 31 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt amendment number 98 to the House Bill number 1, second reading. Next amendment is number 99. Representative Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 99 and second reading amendment number 103 from House Bill 1. But don't worry, Mr. Speaker, you'll probably see him again.
Thank you, Representative Byron. So number 99 withdrawn and number 103 without objection from the body. Okay, next amendment for our consideration, number 100. Representative Storr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 100
Thank you.
to HB 1.
Thank you, Representative Storr. Without objection from the body, Representative Storr has moved amendment number 100. No objection. Next amendment for our consideration, we jump to a couple of them here, ladies and gentlemen. We go on to amendment number 103. Please jump that one. Oh, I'm sorry. I just wrote that down. Silly. I'm sorry about that. Number 104. Representative Harshman, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move amendment number 104 to second reading amendment to House Bill 1. Members, this just moves. We have a program that's in this budget called the Energy Matching Fund Loan Program. It takes it out of the LSRA, and all this amendment does is say, take it out of the SIPA. That's all it does. I think we got to be really careful of taking all this stuff out of the LSRA because we got rid of the budget reserve account last year. And now it seems like we're doing a lot of like taking stuff out of the LSRA like we did the budget reserve account. And I think the idea is to keep that rainy day fund sitting there, you know, $1.5 billion, be nice. It's got a big call with schools on it. It's a big part, but boy, so I like the program, the matching fund. It's all that, but just a different fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second, please.
First for a second, Representative. Any others? First time? Any others? Seeing none? Representative Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should have known that the good prior appropriator and I would have been the only ones wanting to talk about this one. This is just a decision that we can make. I can tell you what your JAC did. We anticipated House Bill 33 that came out of the Cap Fin Committee passing. That would have removed all the money and the SIPA account completely. That didn't happen, didn't pass introduction, and so that money is there. There is an amendment coming in third reading to pull that money out and would also do what the good bringer is proposing. So if you want to pass this one now, really not a big problem. It's not a bad idea, but that money may eventually go away. If you remember, I gave testimony earlier that where this money is going right now is to cover our CapCon bills. So I'm anticipating there not being these funds there. So that's why we did what we did, and the body can vote its conscience on this.
Thank you, Representative. Body. Representative Harshman, you want to speak on this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chairman. I think just by the actions of this body, if that bill to remove the SIPA, and I don't want to refer to the down east where the sun always sets on them. If that gets here, I think we have a veto-proof group here, probably. I think we have over a third. I just don't think that bill is going to make it into law. And I just want us to make sure we can fund this properly and keep it moving. I support the energy matching fund program, and I don't think it's legislated in the budget. I think it's a good program. We'll keep doing stuff. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you're voting on amendment number 104 of the House Bill number 1. See, there's nothing on this one, is there? So it's a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has been adopted. Okay, next amendment well, let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, supper's here. So why don't we just take a short break here, give everybody a chance to go and stretch your legs, go grab something to eat if you'd so see fit. 30 minutes, is that enough? Do you believe that's adequate to be able to have a good lunch and then get back at it? Okay, we'll return back here at 7 o'clock. We'll be back and finish this, hopefully finish this up.
So what's get this down here pretty quick. Yeah, I got some little changes. I think we'll dive into some. So not that they hate the end, but otherwise you get to be the whole year. Me, we're going to take the 8 we
I hear you say, I don't even. Yeah.
Members, we're about 2 minutes out. So if you want to start making your way back to the chamber, we will get this show underway again. Okay, so let's get this ball rolling. Members, okay? Give a few extra minutes, try to kind of finish up your supper. Thank the GOP party for putting that together tonight. That was delicious. What a wonderful meal. That was very, very tasty. So Pepper and all, thank you guys for doing that. Very, very, very delicious. Okay, next amendment. Oh, let's see. We got our good majority floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to give you a little heads up what we're hoping to do and what our plans are for the next couple of days. So we want to finish up this second reading tonight and we have some rule changes we want to deal with, proposed rules changes. And then we want to do just a few of those second readings, bills. I think there's 3 or 4 of them that we have still out there. And then we have a third reading consent list that we can get through really fast. Hopefully we can be done by 10-ish. Some people don't think that's possible, but we're gonna go until we get to that point. Tomorrow we're gonna hit the cow really hard and get as many bills through cow as we can, because we have a deadline. Friday is the last day for cow. So we have third reading, and we got to make the decision, and we're not going to make that right now, but we got to make the decision whether we do additional cow on Friday or just hit the budget hard, because if we don't finish it, we will be here Saturday. So be prepared to be here on Saturday, because we need to finish up. We've been talking with the Senate. We're concerned that we would use one of our extra days here, but that would blow one a day for them as well. So we're working on that issue, but right now we're planning on Saturday here for finishing up the third reading. So.
Excuse me, Representative Chestick.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. There was also a motion pending that we were supposed to vote on today, I thought, on the investigation. Just what is the plan for dealing with that motion?
Yes, Representative. Yeah, that's still on the agenda for today. We're going to try to go through and discuss that.
And that's going to be in conjunction with the proposed rules.
With the rules. So yeah, we put that off from yesterday, so we want to make sure to address that. Go finish those up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, other questions? Otherwise? Okay, moving on. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 106 to House Bill number 1. Representative Harshman. He is buried under brisket. No? Okay, it's the only one on there. I guess we'll skip that. Is that all right? Or do we need to get him in here and so we can do that amendment? Is he somewhere close? Don't want to jump the line here. If we can help it, try to stay in order. I hear him. He's on his way. There he is. He's arrived. Representative Harshman. Amendment number 106, sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just to add a little privilege of the majority floor leader. So each body, the Constitution allows us to work without the other body in session for up to 3 days. So if we work Saturday, our folks down the hall don't have to be here Saturday, but that does count against one of our 60 legislative days, just so we're kind of aware of that deal. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. And then I'm just trying to get my right thumb tab here. Okay, 106, Mr. Speaker, I'd move second reading. Amendment number 106 to House Bill 1. Folks, this is a test now. Go back to last week, budget explanations. I repeated this 7 times because studies show person hears about 15% of what's spoken. So I repeated it 7 times, figuring 5% of the 5-year rolling average is how much? 5% of the 5-year rolling average is how much? 4. It's 4%. So I know we had a member bring up a situation legislating in the budget. We don't adjust spending policies in the budget. This is a big issue. It didn't come through Cap Fin to lower it. So I just think, and again, just the numbers. 50 million general fund, 25 million schools. How are you going to make it up? That's per year. So do a biennial, 100 million general fund, 50 schools. How are you going to make it up? I'd stand for any question. So we want to vote aye on this because there's two things we can do to hurt this state: spend too much money and then cut our revenue. So we somehow look like we're in crisis, and we don't want to do that. Our trust funds, hey, we went 4 by 10, 8 by 18, and this thing is going to be like 16 by 31 or 2. It's going. So we just got to not mess it up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bear, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to show you the difference between the math and from that city in the center of the state, from the city where coal is king. Little difference in math here. So we're talking about a 5-year rolling average, folks. So what is a 5-year rolling average? That means that every year you add a new year onto the front end of it, and you take an old year off of the back end of it. What you need to know is 4 out of the last 10 years, and especially the last 5 years, we've been above 5%. That's our current spending policy. What's in the budget right now and what this amendment proposes to remove is moving from 5 to 4.5. The good bringer is telling you 4%. Well, each year that one rolls off and we pick up a new one where we're getting these great returns, you've heard it before, we're getting great returns. We're going well above the 5. So we're going to be at 4.5, not 4, 4.5. Because those old years below are falling off and new years where we're well above are coming on. Vote no.
Any other members, first time? Any other members, second time? Representative Harshman.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Folks, just be clear on the 5-year rolling average. 5 years ago, per mill trust fund, market value, $9 billion. And it moves up to 10 and 11. And now it's over 12. So you average 5 years ago, 2021, and what it is in 2026. And that average is about 10 and some billion. So then 5% of the current 12 billion is about 4%. When you take 5% of 12 billion, the 5-year average, when you take 5% of that, that is only 4% of the current 12 billion. That's why we set up this really conservative spending policy. We don't say 5% of what the market value is, 5% of the last 5 years, because it's growing and we want to look back. So yeah, we have LSO studies. We know this. It is about 4% of the current market value, 5% of the 5-year rolling average. That is Campbell County math, Natrona County math. That's quality state math by our own quality state LSO. So I hope our returns are over 5%. And then what happens to that? It goes to the reserve account. We don't get to spend it. It goes to the reserve account. Then when the reserve account, which is about full, it's going to tip into the permanent fund. It's a beautiful thing. It's the way it's designed. Yeah, higher returns don't mean higher spending. It's limited at 5% of the 5-year rolling average, which is really 4%. So if you vote for this, you're going to move our state into a fiscal cliff. I don't know why. Why would we do this? This current generation of Wyomingites deserves to be able to have the benefit of the permanent mill trust fund, just like future generations of Wyomingites. 5% of the 5-year rolling average is good. 4.5% of the 5-year rolling average is going to put us down about 3.5%. That's what we're going to spend. Any of us had a financial advisor only making 3.5%, we'd probably get a new one. So I think you don't want to cut because it'll be a time. I don't know. Mr. Speaker, please vote aye because you don't want to take $100 million general fund cut and revenue and 50 million in school foundation. That is equal to about 1 penny sales tax statewide. How you gonna make it up? So please vote aye. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Body. You're voting on amendment number 106 of House Bill number 1, second reading. This is a non-dollar amount, so this is a voice vote. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Division. Please stand still. Is everyone up? Everybody's out of the break room that wants to be in on this vote. I would suggest you get yourselves to the chamber, get past the bar. Hold still while we take the roll. Count. Okay, you may be seated. All those opposed. Did that. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. The motion has failed, 26-34. Okay. Having not been adopted, House Amendment number 106 has not been adopted or has failed. Next bill for our amendment for our consideration, 107. Representative Brown, Landon, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully move second reading amendment number 107 to House Bill 1. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not here to debate the actual spending policy. I'm not going to sit there and go over that. That's not why I'm removing the sections that you have here. What I want to draw your attention to is something that I have vehemently opposed since the first day I walked into this legislative body. That is changing our green books, our statutory books, and what we do in that statute in our budget. It's not only disallowed, it's frowned upon. It's also unconstitutional because it's not single subject. That's where I'm coming from on this amendment, ladies and gentlemen. I don't care about the actual spending policy and whether or not we go down from 4.5% down to 4% down to 3.5%. I don't care. Let's actually have that debate. I welcome that debate. Let's actually have a true debate on it. The problem that I have, ladies and gentlemen, is if you flip to page 123 of your budget bill, you will see that we are taking into account section 314, 315, 316, and all of those are in Title IX, Chapter 4, Section 719, and the other sections are listed out there for you. These are all of the creations of our trust funds. and our accounts. When we create a budget, ladies and gentlemen, we're creating it for 2 years. That's all it's good for. This goes into a yellow book that you got last year, and it's called session law. That's all it's good for. It does not continue to function after the end date of our biennium. Plain and simple, it doesn't work. So for transparency's sake, what ends up happening? Well, we say, these green books are good. We're going to use these as we go through, and we're going to live and die by these green books, except what we decide to amend for the next 2 years. That's not transparent to the public, folks. If the public has a set of these green books, if they decide to spend the $700, $800 on these sets of green books, they should be able to crack this book open, look at it, and know that that law is being changed either by a piece of legislation that we're debating, or it's golden in the book. They shouldn't have to think about, are we changing legislation in our budget for 2 years? Now, the counter argument that I'm going to hear from this is, well, this is our money. We're just dictating how we're going to do it for the next 2 years. Again, we had that debate last year, and that bill failed. I did not see that same debate come forward this year in an actual bill. What I see it as legislating in the budget. That's why I'm going after these 3 sections, 314, 315, 316. I even had to go back and just verify what the main difference was between this amendment and what you saw in the last one. And that is we bring in the federal mineral royalties on this one. The last one didn't even touch that. That shows you how serious I am at the fact that I don't care about the actual policy that we're debating. I welcome that debate on this floor. Let's have that in the transparent act of communicating that instead of actually trying to pass it in a budget. I have a distinct feeling that I know exactly what the vote's going to be on this. But ladies and gentlemen, I truly do hope you take your constitutional oath serious here, because this is an unconstitutional practice by going through the budget and changing legislation for 2 years. Please, please, let's have this debate accurately and in front of, I would actually ask, since I've got the good chairman standing back there, I would actually ask what conversation was had on this in JAC to be put in the budget? And was there public comment on this particular portion for all 3 sections on how we are going to change our distribution formula and our spending policy? Because if so, I don't remember seeing it on my computer screen watching the vast, vast majority. If we do have that, I would like to know where that was discussed and where that was at on the agendas. But again, ladies and gentlemen, I don't care about the policy. Let's have that debate, and maybe you can convince me that dropping it down like we did 9 years ago is a good idea, and then turn around and did it right back to where we're at right now because we short-sighted ourselves. Okay. That's worthy of the debate. I'm not debating that tonight. I'm debating doing what's right, and that is by not legislating in the budget. Please vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bear, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Couple of things to address there. Number one, we've had many debates over what is constitutional and how we interpret the Constitution, and this body does that. One person cannot determine that. We do that together. Secondly, I'd point you to second reading amendment number 102. During the committee of the whole discussion on this issue, the bringer of this amendment brought up this very issue.
Point of
What's
order.
your point, Representative?
We are on this amendment, Mr. Speaker. We're not on another amendment. Let's stick to the amendment that we're on right now, please.
Representative Bear.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment I'm addressing, number 102, addresses this very issue. I was about to say that during committee of the whole discussion, I took note of the bringer's comments, and I think they're valid. I think they're valid tonight as he brings this amendment. So if you look at number 102, I brought that amendment to fix it, to take it out of the green books and put it into the session laws, because I think it's a valid point. So 102 was one of the ones that I pulled. but I did draft it for third reading, just to save us some time tonight. So I agree with the bringer. I would urge your no vote so that we can fix it right in third reading. Thank you.
Any other members for first time? Seeing none. Representative Brown. Members, you're voting on amendment number 107 to House Bill number 1. This is not a dollar figure, so this is simply a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment has not been adopted. Next amendment for our consideration would be, let's see, we got to jump one. Amendment number 109. Representative Brown, Landon.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I need to flip to the correct one here.
It's all right.
Yep, I've got it. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would respectfully move second reading amendment 109 to House Bill 1 and ask for the exact same consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, ditto.
Any amendment, anybody speaking was, excuse me. Anyone would like to speak to the amendment? Representative Bear.
And to the defense of our position on the last one, ditto.
Okay. Evidently that Representative Brown, if you would like to come out and speak again on this, otherwise, you're good? All right. Body, you're voting on amendment number 109 to House Bill number 1. This is a voice vote again. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has not been adopted. The next amendment for your consideration is number 110. One-ten's gone, okay. Or no, 110. Representative Sherwood? Okay, there we go. Representative Sherwood, amendment number 110, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, thank you to those who provided us nourishment this evening. It was a wonderful meal and much appreciated. Body, I move second reading amendment number 110 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gents, where else can you see 8 seconds of bravery, a lifetime of grit, and a belt buckle big enough to double as a serving platter? In this amendment. This amendment, oh, make sure you're looking at the corrected copy. So it's not your printed copy. It is the copy that's posted on our LSO website or legislative website. And it is, I promise you, much simpler, much cleaner version than the first one. So this is a cleanup amendment to align a Blue Moon opportunity with the appropriate use of our destination development funds. So this amendment goes in and renames this section of our budget bill to the Office of Tourism Project and Contracts. This better reflects the intent of the $15 million appropriation that is in here. It changes the language and the functionality from a grant to an RFQ for a project to promote tourism and preserve our cowboy heritage and Western history. And for those of you who aren't aware, I am a historian and I love museums. So the amendment directs our State Office of Tourism to utilize the funds to contract for services to support this project. Here's what the amendment does not do from what had the bill came out of your JAC. It does not change when the funds are available. So there's three allocations that get us to that 15 million. The amendment does not change the requirement for one-to-one matching funds. There is still a repayment provision if the project cannot be completed. I did move the date back to July 2030. The amendment still says a contract cannot be made without the written opinion of our AG. This ensures the legality of the agreement. And our chief executive has final approval of the project, the contract, ensuing that the project will result in substantial benefit to the public. With that, body, I will take any questions that you have about this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bear, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. Folks, there's some in this room, when we presented this particular expenditure in the committee of the whole, I said that I was really torn on this. And if you watch the debate in the committee, and I think there was a comment earlier about going off into sidebars. I agree with the comment that was made in this body earlier. I don't like those, but some of our colleagues really prefer that way, having some of our conversations as a sidebar. So to get things done, we do them. But during those sidebars, we moved from a position of the House really saying no to this project to the House agreeing with the Senate for a loan versus a grant in this situation. So there was a compromise made. But in the haste of trying to make all that work, we set it up in a way that really we don't believe is constitutional. And the good appropriator that brought this amendment and I were both concerned about it. We spent a lot of time with our attorneys. We even had an executive session because this particular issue deals with a corporation that these discussions might have been sensitive if we'd determined that these were unconstitutional. But this amendment fixes that constitutionality issue. So it moves the project forward in a constitutional manner. So I'm asking for your aye vote. For those of you who don't like this type of an investment and don't think it's the right thing to do, striking down this amendment will not fix that. You would have to go in and remove this particular expenditure, and we don't have, I don't know if we have an amendment. I don't think we have an amendment to do that. So on and for the amendment, this gets the expenditure and the way we're doing it to be proper with our Constitution and our statutes. Thank you.
Representative Thayer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment. I've said this a couple times in this body about heads and beds, and it's just kind of an inside term. It's basically the account 446 is from lodging tax dollars. So I want to make sure a lot of people don't realize that is when people stay, the lodging tax Office of Tourism gets X amount. That's the tourism account. So these are not general fund dollars. They're lodging tax paid, I would say, don't quote me, but a good chunk, 95% is non-Wyoming people. And I love this amendment because it's public funds going to a public entity. On and for this amendment. Yeehaw.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their first time? Seeing none, second time, Representative Thayer and Representative Bear. Seeing none, Sherwood, we're waving us off. Okay, members, you're voting on amendment number 110 to House Bill number 1. This is a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Motion has been adopted. Next amendment for our consideration, number 111, Representative Brown Landon. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 111 in committee or body. I would ask for more discussion than anything. Vote your conscience on this one at the end of the night. What I'm doing with this amendment, ladies and gentlemen, is I'm removing section 325. It's a section of language that personally I've never seen in our budget. Very interesting language that puts I'll put it this way. I would sense that it's going to find a beautiful red line through it if it makes it through this body and the other one by a particular individual. But I'm actually looking for some more discussion that I did not hear and I do not feel comfortable with it coming out of committee of the whole as to what the rationale was for placing this language is. It felt like we were getting late in the night, and I don't blame anybody on that, but I did not feel like I got a good rational explanation as to why we put punitive damages and to what extent that might look like. So who determines whether or not an agency or an entity has acted outside of their legal authority? Is that after a court ruling, or is that after this particular group of people, or is it this body determines that? I'm just trying to determine at what point we decide that we're going to give the permission for the next legislature. And the intent, we're speaking on behalf of the next legislature as well, to reduce the appropriations contained in this bill if they act outside of their jurisdictional authority. I think we actually already have that authority anyways. So what I'm also not understanding is the intent of the language added to this budget. So I'd like more discussion than anything, and the rationale as to what this was for. Maybe I can be convinced to vote no against my own amendment.
Representative Bayer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a little bit of discussion about this in committee of the whole. It was pretty clear and robust discussion. And I think the amendment or the language in the bill that's being struck by the amendment is pretty clear, black and white. So on and against the amendment.
Representative Yin, your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think it is pretty clear. I think it's been clear by the cuts that are in this budget, right? I think it's basically saying we're going to do to any agency that doesn't do what we don't think they should be doing, just like we did the university. So I do think that's the intent. And so I'll be voting for your amendment. Thank you.
Any other members for the first time? Seeing none, back to the bringer. Or second time, I'm sorry, second time. Representative Bayer? Good. Representative Brown, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To be honest with you, buddy, I went back and I watched the video during the committee of the whole again before I drafted this amendment to go have the quick discussion. And it wasn't robust in any way, shape, or form. It was a fairly quick conversation. And I actually asked a couple of state agencies if they had any indication as to what this was about. And only one did I get from that it might have been something about metal ear tags on cattle, and that somebody acted out of their scope with that. That was the best that I could find and I could hear on this. I don't know. I'm legitimately looking for a reason to vote against my own amendment here. And
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point, Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we've addressed not talking about motivation. We can talk about what the amendment says, what the language in the bill says. We can each of us make our own decisions, whether we like it or not. We can strike it with an amendment. We can keep it in with our vote. But to speak of motivation is irrelevant and unimportant.
Representative Brown.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's why I asked what the motivation was. Vote your conscience.
Members, you're voting on amendment number 111 to House Bill number 1. This is a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has not been adopted. Next amendment for our consideration is amendment number 112. Representative Sherwood.
Speaker, I respectfully withdraw this amendment.
Okay. Seeing no objection from the body, the amendment has been withdrawn. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 113. Representative Washington. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move amendment number 113 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, all of you received a beautiful blue and white handout yesterday, I believe it was, or hard keeping track of days this week, but I think it was yesterday, detailing a lot of information about the Wyoming State Shooting Complex. It's been an impressive amount of work that's been done on that site since the $10 million that we appropriated last year was released in late October. The weather has been agreeable, roads have been built, water wells been drilled, engineering work has been done, amazing amount of progress. We have a great team up there that's working their heart off. We have a really beautiful site up there to build this shooting complex. And so the amendment I bring you tonight is an old friend. We voted on this language or something very similar to it multiple times last year. And a large majority of this body voted for it over and over again. And you might remember that we had it in the supplemental budget and went down to the other end of the hall and died there. So had the supplemental budget passed, we wouldn't even be here tonight. We're not asking for a greater amount of money than we had last year. In fact, this year's ask is actually a better deal than what we voted on last year. Well, how so? Last year, we had general fund money in the ask. It was $250,000 per year for the first several years for operating and maintenance of the facility. That is gone from this amendment. There's no general fund money being requested in this amendment. What this amendment does is releases $2.5 million that was appropriated by the commission that oversees our wild animals back in 2023 for the purpose of this shooting complex. And it also releases $2.5 million that was appropriated by a previous legislature back in 2023. And those monies are been sitting in a little account for the Wyoming State Shooting Complex. But the legislation we passed back in 2023 said the funds cannot be released without further action of the legislature. This is the further action of the legislature. So that's all we're doing in this amendment is that we're releasing that funding so it can be released immediately to the Wyoming State Shooting Complex so that we can move forward with building a world-class facility. Many of you have had an opportunity to talk to some of the folks from the complex who've been here this week. What you've heard from them is that a substantial amount of money has already been raised for the complex to meet their $6.5 million pledge of non-state funds for the complex. They've been out to the SHOT Show or the big shooting industry extravaganza in Las Vegas last month, had a lot of good contacts. They're very confident that they're going to meet their obligation on the private fund raising. So if you voted for this bill last year, it was a good idea last year, and it's a good idea this year. And I ask for your continued support so that we can get this project finished as quickly as possible. So some of you say, well, what happens if we don't appropriate this money? Well, the $2.5 million from the commission that oversees wildlife just goes back to that commission, and this body relinquishes any influence over those funds. We do not appropriate out of that commission's account. So we just kiss it away. If the $2.5 million from the tourism project account is not released, then on June 30th, that money reverts back to the tourism projects account. And back in 2023, both groups, right? The commission that oversees wildlife and the folks who work in that tourism industry were wholehearted support. They wanted those funds to be used for this complex. But there's another sweeter deal to add on to this, and that is that also in that account from 2023, there's $5 million in general fund money. And that $5 million can revert immediately upon passage of the budget bill. So as soon as we release these funds for the complex, we revert $5 million to the general fund. So the money we're talking about here, the 2.5 tourism, the 2.5 from the wildlife folks, that doesn't profile in this year's biennium budget. It makes no difference as to whether this budget looks really good for the next biennium or not. It just doesn't affect this biennium's budget. So I know we have concerns about our biennium budget and about, moving forward, but this money doesn't touch that, doesn't affect that whatsoever. I had one member ask me about, is it right for us to be funding a shooting complex when we're not funding important social programs? And what I can tell you is this: we would not be funding any of our most beloved social programs out of the wildlife account or out of the tourism projects account. These funds just wouldn't be used for those things, okay? So what I'm asking is for your support to release these funds to a group of people. The Joint Powers Board, or the money will flow through the state agency that takes care of our parks, flow to the Joint Powers Board, and you will be so proud when this place opens. It will be a phenomenal shooting complex that we can be very, very proud of. It will be the world-class facility that this legislature charged that Joint Powers Board with developing. I'll stand for questions.
Representative Heft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of this amendment. If you remember, Body, last year I spoke in favor of this, and I've sat in on the majority of the Joint Powers Board meetings. I'm amazed at the work that this group has done, all volunteers, been very frugal with the dollars. They didn't even get the 10 million we appropriated to them last year until the end of October. And remember, I said that it takes a while to build up a head of steam when you're building a shooting complex. Well, it's starting to come into fruition. It was mentioned when they went to the show that shows shot that several people are starting and have made appointments to come out and see the facility and see the site. And it looks like we're going to get some commitments out of these people. Next week, the Austrians that make pistols are coming to look, and those sponsorships come with great value. The national group, the marksmen that train civilians, if they come out, that will be a major good thing to happen to propel this shooting complex onto the national stage. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 state businesses, gun industry partners are coming to take a look. All of the contractors that are going to build this thing are from Wyoming. All of the work is going to be done by Wyoming labor. I've seen summary of the construction costs and the 5-year pro forma. Because those are proprietary, we couldn't just print those and hand them out. But if you want to see them, the leadership of the Joint Powers Board will show them to you. It looks real good. They put their time in. They've done a lot of hard work, and I mean a lot of hard work, all volunteer. So I stand for the amendment. Let's build a world-class shooting complex.
Representative Pendergraft, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand opposed simply for this reason. When the original ask came about, it was for $10 million. We took $5 million in general funds, and we also put into that fund $2.5 million from tourism, $2.5 million from game and fish, $10 million. But we put a little trigger on that that said this money's going to sit here until acted again by this body. So we tried to act last session. We tried to act on this, and that legislation failed, supplemental budget failed. And so we came back into this body and we hastily created another authorization of $10 million general funds. And I actually argued for that because I felt like once we had committed ourselves to the 10 million, we ought to front the 10 million. But that still left that 5 million in general funds, and it left 5 million or in the other 2.5 million each funds. So there's 3 chunks of money there. The 5 million in general funds is due to revert. The 2.5 million and the 2.5 million are both due to revert. My understanding is correct. What this organization is trying to do is ask for those other 2.5 millions, the 5 million. So now they're increasing their ask to 15 million. I am disinclined to acquiesce. However, I would state that if this money reverts back to general fund, the other funds revert back to tourism and game and fish, there is nothing to stop this organization from going to game and fish, from going to tourism and asking for a grant. Yes, we do lose our prerogative and our authority over that, but that's how the game is played. So I'm a no on this.
Representative Schmidt, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, after listening to our good representative from the Bighorn country, I'm not sure why I'm standing here. He kind of said it all. It was an original $10 million ask, 5 from the general fund, 2.5 from game and fish, 2.5 from tourism. That got locked up in that situation we had last year, as both the good representatives talked about. This is, I mean, this is just, this ask that we just heard is nothing but new money disguised as unused money. That's all it is. They got their 10 million bucks to start with. That's what they asked for. When this whole thing started, it was a $10 million project. And then I think there was a 40,000 or so put together for the task force to do their work. They got their 10 million. And when you talk to the folks out here in the alley, this project isn't going to end at 20 million. They want a bigger facility than that. So is this going to stop? Doesn't sound like it. This thing was also sold as a facility that was going to do great things for the people of Wyoming. Well, I can tell you what, when they chose the location in the northwest corner of Wyoming, probably the toughest corner in the state for anybody in the rest of the state to get to, that kind of blows that whole idea all to heck, in my opinion. I know my taxpayers over in Sublette and Lincoln County don't see it as a benefit to them, but they're paying for it. This is going to benefit one part of the state. The biggest percentage of it is going to benefit that corner of the state, and that's it. You know, if the goal was really to help the citizens of Wyoming, I would have much rather seen them take $25 million and give each county $1 million and let them build a nice facility in every county. That would have really served the citizens of Wyoming. This isn't going to do that. I just think it sets a bad precedent too. We continue to fund this thing and build this big monstrosity up there, this big mega project, and it's going to be a great facility, I'm sure. But what kind of a precedent does it set? How are we going to say no to the next one? I guess it might be a different legislative body to do that, but chances are it's going to be a tough no. These folks got a great shot in the arm with their 10 million bucks. And if it's going to take more than 10 million bucks, they put together a nice joint powers board up there. They've got a lot of aggressive people, according to what the gentleman told me out here. They've already got a few million raised. Let them get started with their 10 million and let them go to work. Let them go to work and raise the rest of it on their own. My little community over there, you know what we did? We wanted a little community center. Town of 300 people, little dusty oil field town, sits right on the border of Sublette and Lincoln County. We're kind of the redheaded stepchild of little small towns in Wyoming because of that location. But you know what we did? There were 7 very ambitious women in that town that put together a little 501c3 and they went to work. It took them 7 years, but they opened it up this past fall. They got it done. They got it done the old-fashioned way, the way we used to do things, instead of going to the taxpayer to get every dream we want done built. I just stand against this amendment. They got a great shot in the arm to start. And that should be where this ends. Thank you.
Representative Davis, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what my memory is on this is there was a task force that was went through 2 years of determining and receiving proposals from different parts of this whole state. And, you know, went through the crystal clear process, clear and transparent through this. We came up, this choice was what was chosen by the task force. The funding was put into place. The state made the obligation. I don't see why we think we're back or why we think we should back out of this. I guess I'm lost. Other than a change of, anyway, thank you.
Representative Weber, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the packet, you will notice that there's a packet of letters, and there's 13 of them. And as I was going through them and reviewing them, there's all kinds of letters from shooting complex or like 4-H, some of the Pittman Robertson program, all of these great companies, Weatherby, High-Vis, Magpul, they all think this is a great idea. There's only one letter in here that says they're willing to think that this is a great idea and put up with and say, hey, we're looking at a contribution of 2 million. I think that's terrific. Thank you.
Any other member for the first time? No members? Second time. Second time on the amendment. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to reiterate, we asked for 10 million, we gave them 10 million.
Any other members? Second time. Heft, Schmid, Davis, and Weber are left. Second time, Representative Heft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the benefits to the state is one of the things we run into is all of our communities. My community has a shooting range 3 miles from the house. The problem is it isn't large enough to do any state-sized competitions. One of the things that goes on with some of our groups, like the ones with the the cloverleaf, and there's 2,200 young people involved in the shooting sports with that right now. To do a competition, we can't get it done all in one place. They have to chop it up and have it in a few different locations throughout the state. Things like this would get all of these, and this would be just one competition, to bring them all together, have a state competition. And there's a lot of camaraderie and there's a lot of benefit. I've coached a lot of youth shooting sports. And what's very interesting about youth, you give them some responsibility with a firearm and you coach them properly. The marksmanship's incredible. It's a It gets them off their cell phones. They're not sitting around watching television. It's an amazing thing. I hear it. I get it. I'm normally that guy that, proper role of government guy. But in this, I think it's a benefit for the future of our young people and getting them involved in things that are very productive. Let's give them something to hit that 10 ring over.
Any other members for their second time? Second time on the amendment? Representative Schmidt, your second time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this 10 million that's sitting there is just disguised as unused money. That should revert back immediately to where it belongs. 5 million to the general fund, 2.5 to tourism, and 2.5 to our wildlife agency. I mean, I've read I don't know how many articles recently where they're in a cash crunch anyway. They could probably use that 2.5 million. So again, I just think we need to protect our taxpayers. I listen to everything here, how we struggle to get something done on property taxes and other things that we want to try to do for the people. But when it comes to this, it's boom, boom, it's done, it's over with, it's a done deal. So again, I'll be voting no on this and I urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Any other members for their second time? Seeing none, back to the bringer, Representative Washer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's be 100% clear. There's not one dime more in this ask this year than there was last year when we voted for this over and over again. Not one dime more. Not one dime. Everybody keeps saying, well, it was going to be 10 million. No one knew what this thing was going to cost when we passed the legislation in 2023. The 10 million was to make sure that we showed that the state of Wyoming was earnest and to encourage communities to participate in the process. And then they generated for us business plans and budgets. So the site that ultimately won had a fantastic business plan, a beautiful location, and they promised that they would raise the 6.5 roughly to get us to 20 million. They estimated this complex is going to cost $20 million to build. $10 million from the SIPA, 2.5 from tourism projects, and 2.5 from the wildlife. This is a better deal than the one we voted on over and over last year because there's zero general fund money in it. What keeps getting glossed over was that last year we were going to give $250,000 a year for the first several years through the state agency that takes care of our parks for operation and maintenance to get this thing up and running. Because year one, you're not going to cash flow, guaranteed, right? So it's going to take a while, start attracting the interest of these matches and so forth to make this thing cash flow. But there's not one dime more this year than there was last year when this body overwhelmingly voted yes, 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 like 3 different times. So this is a wise investment. It makes no sense whatsoever to simply let this money revert, especially reverting to an account that we have zero influence over, and make the hardworking people of the Joint Powers Board start from scratch, go back, and try to secure more funding in the future. They're doing their part. They're going to raise the percentage that they told us in their original business plan that they would raise for this complex. And all they ask of us is that we finish what we start. Go to the west. We voted last year over and over and over for this amount of money. Okay? And had it survived on the other end of the building, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I respect that some members didn't like this project. They didn't like the idea. I respect that. I really do. You get 62 people in the room, not everybody's going to agree, right? But that ship has sailed. There is going to be a Wyoming State Shooting Complex. It is going to be at the location that we talked about. And now the question is, do we finish what we start and give these hardworking people the resources they need to create a world-class shooting complex that will provide the return on investment that was anticipated? If you underfund this thing on day one, you're going to drag out the gradual build out and slow the return on investment. This was a good idea last year, and it's a good idea this year. Please vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Members, you're voting on amendment number 113, House Bill number 1. My goodness. Okay, this is just a voice vote. So we can call all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. Okay, next amendment for our consideration. What did we say? Yeah. Yeah. I called it. So I didn't hear the division, so I didn't, but. All right, next one for our consideration, number 114. Representative Filer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment 114 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, what this amendment does.
Thank you, Bob.
Is if we look at your SR, you'll see that every agency that asked for technological replacement program with all their computer systems and all that kind of stuff, the committee number 2 decided to just cut that in half and only fund for 1 year. Well, being in the tech world that we're in, as we know, you don't want to just go through an agency and just do part of it and then maybe do part of it the following year in a supplemental budget, as we know how that goes in this building, right? So that's just a maybe if they can even get it in the supplemental budget. But what it'll do is just take it back to the governor's rec. That way that these agencies can actually upgrade all their equipment that they need to in one shot. And we also got to remember too, that this could be a possible savings also, because if we do it now, it's quite possibly going to pay less money than it will be the following year. We can just look at prices of everything nowadays, especially electronics and techie type of equipment, whether it's computers, laptops, even everything down to a cell phone and all that. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative JT Larson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand on and in favor of this amendment. Members, I really encourage you to think about what cost are we willing to take when it comes to our efficiency and our agencies. As technology gets older, even 5-6 years old, even just extending it out 2 years, that could cost a lot more time with people at their computers waiting for their computer to load. Things just slow down even at that between 4 and 6 year mark, where we're replacing things at 4 years now. If we replace it at 6 years, it's just going to create problems. It's going to slow down our processes. And I think we'll end up spending more money waiting around for our computers to work rather than just getting them fixed on the normal schedule that we have. So encourage an aye vote on this amendment so that way we can keep operating as efficiently as possible for the people of Wyoming.
Representative Chestick, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and strongly in favor of this amendment for 2 reasons. Number one, we're here to adopt a biennial budget, which means 2 years. I don't know that we're here to adopt a hybrid budget that's 2 years for most things and 1 year for some things. That's not the purpose of this biennial budgeting process. So for that reason alone, I think this is a bad idea. But more importantly, I think, is that this splitting the technology allocations into in half for 1 year creates a trap for the agencies. We learned during the presentation of the budget that the agencies were told, well, you have the option. If you choose to spend it all the first year, you can come back for supplemental, or you can choose to spread it out over 2 years, your choice. That's not a real choice, because what happens if they spend it all in the first year and then ask for the supplemental and it's denied, or we don't pass a supplemental budget? Well, when's the last time that happened? Last year, right? This creates a trap. And for that reason, I'm strongly opposed to what the JAC did, and encourage an aye vote on the amendment.
Any other member for their first time? Representative Davis, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, time and time again, we've heard in this chamber, time is money. Well, maybe that's applicable to this also. So I'm in favor of this.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bear, for your first time. First for a second, Mr. Speaker. First for a second. Any other member, first time? Seeing none. Second time. Representative Bear, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just asking for some fiscal restraint here, folks. Let's support our JAC and their decision to slow down the growth of government.
Representative Filer. Any other members for the second time? I don't want to miss somebody. Representative Larson, JT, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not think that this is practicing fiscal restraint. We are selling ourselves short here. We are cutting agencies to the point where they will not be able to operate effectively for the state of Wyoming. So please vote aye so we can continue to serve the people at the current levels we do. And yeah, just please vote aye.
Any other representatives for the second time? Seeing none. Representative Filer.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I thought we were gonna have more debate. That's great. It's pretty easy. Now, what a couple speakers ago said, we need to, have a little restraint. Let's not grow government. One, this doesn't grow government, actually streamlines government, makes it more efficient. And two, have a little restraint on our spending. So we're here to pass, again, like we heard, a biennial budget, which is 2 years, not one. So how is it that we're actually, if we pass this, how is that not being fiscally responsible? We're doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing, which is making sure our agents can run efficiently through a biennium. So folks, I would just, let's not put these departments in a bind. If they decide to upgrade part of their equipment this year, and then they might possibly get some appropriation next year in a supplemental budget, technology changes so fast. Let's at least make sure that they can streamline all their technology within their departments so it all works correctly and not be changing things in the middle of the game.
Thank you, members. You are voting on amendment number 114 to House Bill number 1, second reading. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Allemande, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis,
Excused.
Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas,
Excused.
Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, repeat, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Jarvis? Excused to I. Further changes? Further changes? Rodriguez Williams? No to? No. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 26 I, 33 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second reading amendment number 114. Next amendment for your consideration, amendment number 115. Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I'd like to withdraw the following amendments. 116, 119, which this body passed last year in the budget, so I'll just bring it tomorrow, our Wyoming veterans. 120, which this body loves, and then 122. We'll just talk about those on Friday.
Thank you, Representative. That's 116, 119, 120, and 122.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Representative.
Okay, folks, I just want to talk really quick about, I think sometimes you think budget negotiations with our friends down the hall, that we have to be here because they're here. And every time I think I've seen that happen, it never works out. I would just encourage you to do what you think is right. Don't try to get into a deal where you're trying to kind of fix the future on this. Never works. Okay. So what I want to talk to you about this deal, I think is the right thing to do. It's a big cut, supposedly cut in the budget. It wasn't really a cut in the budget. This was a proposal to increase the budget. So, and it's our state employees. Our state employees are currently on the 20, Mr. Speaker, did I move budget amendment number?
I don't believe
115?
so. No, you
Move a second reading amendment number 115 to House Bill 1. Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
about employee raises. We're on the 2022 salary schedule. The proposals to move to the 2024 salary schedule. So we'll still be 2 years behind. Just so you know, if we don't give a raise, the last 13 years, we will not have given a raise 8 of the 13. And so that average, if we adopt the JAC position, or the last 13 years, our state employees will have an average annual increase of those, counting those 5 years, would be 1.9%. But 8 of the 13 has been 0. And so the problem with these, you get behind these salary schedule tables, and then you're not going to get ahead by getting farther behind. I mean, we just got to keep up with it. Most of our state employees, the 2 biggest counties of state employees, they're in every county, but are this county, Laramie, and then Fremont. Fremont has got a lot of state employees because of the state health facility there, and there's a prison there as well, other facilities, but they're in every county. But I think it's just so important. I think, and so to move from the 2022 pay tables to the 2026. So I'd stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Pendergraft, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the former speaker for pointing out something that I also want to highlight, 8 of the last 13 years. In front of me, I only have numbers back to 2015. In 2015, 2.93% raise. These numbers are from ANI. 2016, 0%. Okay, we had some tough times in those years. 2017 and 18, 0. 2018 and 19, 0. 2019 and 20, 2.5%. 20 and 21, 0. 20 and 21, or 21 and 22, 0. Who is in charge then? The last three biennium. 7.9%, 9.8%, 2.08%. That's almost 20% in the last 3 years. I have never in my life gotten a 20% raise in 3 years without changing jobs, without changing positions, without elevating. I am delighted that we were able to do that, that we were able to give them that raise. They deserve it. They've earned it. We want to try to get them up there. At the same time, I've got emails there. I got another one here just a little bit ago. I'm living on a retirement income. I haven't had a raise, a COLA raise, since 2008. Property taxes go up, insurance goes up, everything else goes up. We spend like crazy down here. They're paying the bill. Yes, it doesn't look good that we can't give all of our employees across the entire scope a raise. But I didn't come here to represent the state's employees. I represent the taxpayer.
Representative Williams, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some state employees in my district. I think I'm right about this. I think they're taxpayers too. I appreciate the discussion. We've all had the conversations with our state employees, with the departments, those that are responsible for our roads, those that are responsible for law enforcement, corrections. We all know the struggles they face. We all know how the demographic of our workforce, we know the age. We know how we give them another mandate. They don't get any more employees. They don't get FTEs a lot of times, to where we're burning them up. Granddad used to say, you can't starve the profit out of a cow. And we're getting our good out of them. And when you sit down with them, you understand this is not sustainable. This is not invested in the future. I believe it's responsible to give them a fair day's pay for their work. It's not right or left, as my good friend says. It's right or wrong. And it's in our power to do the right thing. Please vote aye.
Representative Filer.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I heard that we're down here to represent the taxpayers. You're absolutely right. We are. We're down here to represent those taxpayers, make sure they have a government that's efficient and works for them. You're absolutely correct. But I also heard with that statement that pretty much our state employees aren't taxpayers. Wow. So pretty much in that statement, what I feel I heard is that because you work for the state of Wyoming, whether you're working on a road or a bridge somewhere or out in the woods somewhere, you know, putting your life on the line, making sure that people are safe out there, you know, where driving them green pickups, that you're beneath everybody else, right? No, they're not beneath anybody else. They just took a job too. They were trying to stay employed, raise their families in our communities. They're our neighbors. So when we're down here to represent our taxpayers, we're here to represent all of our taxpayers, not pick the winners and losers. So if you only work in the private sector, I guess you're the winner. I remember 12, 13 years ago, I had the same conversation with a commissioner once. Same thing. And I said, anybody that works for the government is not a true taxpayer. Well, I served in the military. I'm sure a lot of you have served in the military. But you know, that's a government job too. That's like saying that they're not taxpayers. Right now, we got full-time active duty military guys that sit out there, state employees out on our Army and Air National Guard bases right now. Are they not taxpayers? We're here to represent all of them. And it's about dignity. It's about having pride in your job. It's about being able to compete and making sure our government is working for the people. And we want the best and the brightest. We do, because we owe that to everybody that we represent. The state owes that to them because this is all of our state. It's all their state. So I hope we're not just saying what I thought I heard. You know, I really hope, maybe I'm interpreting it wrong. Maybe. But that's what I heard, is that we're here to represent the taxpayer, not state employees, which are taxpayers. On and for.
Representative Lean, your first time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I look at these raises, I recognize that they will go on in perpetuity within our budget. It's not just a one-time allocation. I also want to know, I heard the good football coach say that in 8 of 13 years, we haven't given raises. Well, this is my first term and I haven't been here for all of that. So I'm curious to know if anyone has a running total on how many trust funds or how many different accounts, endowments did we start or contribute to rather than give employee raises in that 13-year period. If somebody has that number, I'd be grateful to know it. Thank you.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm struggling with a few things, so I'm hoping there will be clarity provided. Struggling with the use of the word raise. What we're talking about is paying fair and adequate compensation. So paying people for their job, which isn't a raise in my head. And so their salaries have not been adjusted, cost of living, inflation, all of those things since 2013, 2014, whatever those numbers are. So by actions or inaction of this body over the last 10, 12 years, there are employees' salaries have not adjusted with the cost of living or what is adequate just based on market value for the last 10 years, 12 years. That's math and it's late. So the ask is that we bring them up to 2024. It's 2026. So what I'm hearing is because of actions of this body, we dug them in a hole, 30, 35, 40%. We adjusted that 20%. That was raise. They should be grateful. They're still 20% in the hole. That's not a raise in my mind. They're still in the hole, and we dug that hole. So now we're being asked to bring them up to 2024. Still 2 years behind. But at least maybe we can do right by them, which I think is what we are charged with. They are state employees. And I think the last numbers I heard, I don't even know, 50, 60, 90% of them don't even work in Cheyenne. We have a lot of them in all of our counties because they are our constituents, they are our residents, they are our taxpayers. And we need to do right by them and at least get them up to 2024.
Representative Jarvis, your first time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So a couple days, or it feels like a couple days ago, I guess it was yesterday, a good representative from that money committee shared a document with us about our current budget state, our current state for which it is at. And I believe the representative that is from the same number one in my heart place was getting at the fact that we're asking to be brought up to, this brings him up to 2024, which still gets us 2 years behind. So on that document that was shared with us, it is a 14.8% average salary increase in order to get us to 2024, which was exactly what he was just explaining. The longer we put that off, the bigger the number gets. And the more that document of positions not filled gets bigger, because why does anybody want to come and work for that specific wage when they can go make it a whole lot more somewhere else? And so, and these aren't services that we can privatize, people. How do you privatize police officers? What income do they create or generate, or like, how do you do that? I guess, let me take that back. I might have paid some tickets where I've driven too fast. So, but how does that work when it is not coming through the state government? So when we're looking at this, I don't, yep, we've had to create these raises create these increases here in the last few years. We're still a long way off.
Representative Davis, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're getting closer to the end.
Barry, I can almost see it.
Many times, everybody in here, how many of us are businessmen? Quite a few, I'm assuming. Okay, many a times in here, we've been talked to about putting dollars back in our pockets, right? That's been a pretty good thing for the last 2-3 years, about putting dollars back into the pockets. All right. Over the last, I guess, 48 years, I've been a taxpayer and an employer of many employees over that 40-year period. And my wife and I always found out the best way to accomplish that was to pay a comparable wage to the employer, to the employee. Okay? And that's all they're asking for, is a fair wage for a fair day's work. And I believe that the employees, the men and women that work for the great state, just like the ones that we're working with here this evening, need to be paid those competitive wages. And with that, please vote aye on this one.
Representative Lawley, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It struck me as I was sitting here listening to this debate that how quickly we all voted, including myself wholeheartedly, to give our own LSO staff a raise. But we struggle here. And what I think I came to as a conclusion is because we know these people. We work with them. We depend on them. And whether it's during a session or during interim, they come through for us. They answer questions when we call. They draft bills for us. They research, and we know them, and we know their value. And that's good. But the question that's left unanswered is, do we not transfer that same value to employees we don't know so personally and so well? These employees are way behind. Yeah, it's a lot of money. But they deserve to be paid not a fair wage, but also a kind of an attitude that we just begin from the point that these are good, well-meaning people and they're good employees, just like the ones we know. And I just want to ask you to think about that. Because it's really striking to me in one case, because we know them. We were eager to do that, and I'm glad we were, but we struggle here. Something to consider on and forth.
Thank you, Representative Wiley. Your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank goodness we're not talking about cookies. I'm sitting up here and I'm listening to folks and they're worried about, these pay increases, pay raises, getting it up to a fair wage is just going to go on into the future. And, just like the rest of us, I've sat here through these late nights and God knows my eyes have been half glazed over sometimes and I'm over there fighting, being tired and stuff. But I've heard over and over again, at times when we didn't have the money, it shrank. Government shrank. We lost the positions, or the pay raises never came. And these folks still go out on the highways. They still plow the roads. They still do the jobs we asked them to do. They still make sure that we can go enjoy our wild spaces. And here we are over and over again, back at this. And I've never seen something to the point to where, like, here we go. We did this. We have this chunk for you, but only for you, group. Only for you folks over here. So be happy. Take it. This should be enough. This is not about being wasteful. This is about putting people where they need to be for the services they are providing for all of us. And you heard it earlier. They are taxpayers, just like all of us in this room. And there will be checks and balances. If we don't have the funding, if we don't have the money, if there's a downturn, it will shrink. We're not growing government. We're just making sure our folks have the services at home that they deserve. And we're making sure that the folks that provide these services for us, that we tasked to do this, are given a fair wage.
Representative Larson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there's been a couple of questions that really are valid questions that I think perhaps I can respond to a little bit. The first from one of the members of the committee that says they didn't, when he used a document, said they went all of those years and didn't get a raise, and whose fault is that? Fair question. And then the good representative from the middle part of the state, not the center of the state, which is in my county, but the central part of the state, asked, why did we create more permanent funds and why didn't we give raises? It was the exact same conversations we're having right now. We tried multiple times to give wages from 2016. Was a really tough time. We was over in the Jonah building at that time. But as we started moving forward, I remember the conversations my first year. You what? There's no way we should be paying a state employee with taxpayer dollars that kind of money. You're actually paying an engineer $80,000 a year. Huh. The private sector doesn't get that. We always hear the private sector doesn't get that. And it's the same conversation we're having today. So but I think what we have to say is, what relevance does that have if we didn't give them a raise now and we're still not giving them a raise? Two wrongs don't make a right. And we have to somehow, and what we realized when we got to the raises in 2021 is that our CDL drivers who were working for our Department of Transportation were leaving the state and getting 20+% increases working for the private sector, and have stayed with the private sector in my county. We had those in that air quality division that does the air modeling that's essential for industry to stay in compliance. We lost them. We was down to, I think, one. I think we lost four. All went to the federal agency that oversees environmental issues in Denver. The other went to the state to the south of us. More than 20 more than a 20% raise that they got going to work for other states. So we were in a panic. We had vacancies in all the agencies. We could, people just wouldn't work for the state. We didn't pay enough. And you could say, yeah, but you get insurance and you have retirement. That's fine. And it is good. And it is an incentive, but they've got to have a take home pay that they can afford to live on, that is comparable to their profession in the private sector. And so we came up and we challenged the agency that oversees the employees to come up with a plan to adjust that. They came back, says we got to raise these bottom guys first. There's 3 phases: raise the bottom first, and then come up to, I think it's 2022 levels, and then the 3rd phase is bring them up to 23. We got the first 2 phases done, kind of stopped the bleeding. But then the concern was, how do we address the compression? We've not been able to get the 3rd phase through. That's increased now because we're trying to get to the 2024 level. Now, we say, well, and I'll just give you an idea in my county, when we talk about essential, we've had this conversation about essential employees in the state, and we've kind of identified those folks that keep I-80 open when it's storming or going down Beaver Rim, in the highway patrol that goes out and puts their life on the line to try to sort all of that stuff out. But we have our corrections facilities, and 24/7, we can't shut them down. We can move them to other states, and that's what we've been forced to do in some regards. We have 5 state health facilities that have to stay open 24 hours a day. We're not able to fully use the bed capacity because we can't fully staff them. One right there on the border of the Beehive State, and one in my community, one up in that Warm Springs, that Hot Springs country, and up in the area around the town named after the buffalo. But we look at them and we say, well, the concern is nurses. Nurses are the minority population of that workforce. It's the direct service providers, the ones that have to go in and take care of the hygiene problems with those people that can't take care of themselves, the CNAs that are cleaning up. In the facility in my hometown right now, if starting wage for a direct service provider is $17 an hour. $17 an hour. They can go downtown and work as a dental assistant for $25. You try to raise, and I would argue very strongly that the direct service providers are every bit as essential as the nurses and the other professional staff at these facilities. You have to have them. You have some of these residents in these facilities require one-to-one oversight, and some of them are very challenging. So, I appreciate the fact that we couldn't get it across, so who's to blame that we didn't provide them in the past? Blame Lloyd. Glad to do it, but we still have the problem. And do we want to go home and look back 3 years from now and have the same conversation and say, why didn't you guys do that? Whose fault was it that you didn't do it in 2026? Well, it's ours.
Yep.
And so I think this is a good amendment, and I think that we have to take, and it is ongoing. Geez, if you've run a business, right? You hope you can keep them, and you hope that you can provide for them moving forward. So I really encourage you to support this amendment and support our state employees, and I hope that a little bit of the history helps.
Chairman Brown for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to put a 26 to 34 odds that we all know where everybody's going to land on this amendment here. So couple things I want to point out. So I appreciate, and I am going to take complete and total advantage of the former Vice Chair of Appropriations walking away with egg on his face and admitting where he was wrong multiple times on my amendments to give state employees raises over the past 10 years. Thank you. Members, what I'll have you take a look at is if you open up your email, I had our LSO staff create one amazing little document, and it was an incredible amount of work. It took our staff about 2 weeks to compile all the data, and it'll be at the very, very top of your inbox, and it's just one graph, right? I said, I want to know, I asked for all the way back to 2000. You can even see my request in the email. I forwarded you the entire chain of everything that went through there. I said, I want to see employee raises, consumer price index, and Wyoming cost of living index. And I want to see them from 2000 to today and see what that maps out to. What does that look like? I wanted the straight facts, straight figures. That's all I wanted. No feelings, no any of that. What I found interesting on this is that your consumer price index, since 2005, we weren't able to go back any further than 2005. Since 2005 has risen 100%. In that same span of time, employee compensation, I also think it's really important to make sure that we're not talking just state employees, folks. This is also your community college employees. That's a big call out that I think we forget in this. This is all of your community colleges that would be receiving this, all 8 of them. But they are at 60% of that same amount of increase, right? Pretty cool little graph to be able to see that. So you can see that little tan line as you look at that has climbed up. Don't get me wrong. We've done some decent work. And in the past couple of years, it's made significant strides. You're right. We got 20% in 3 years. Here's my favorite statistic about that. In those 3 years, the members that were in this body that we gave those raises voted against those budgets. So we can blame all we want, but at least we got some of those raises over the finish line, even with the nay votes on the budget saying that we don't like the way that those budgets were written. I probably have more state employees in my district than I would venture to guess anybody else does. I have a very, very large contingent of public employees in general, whether it's city, county, state, or school district employees in my district. And I'll be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, it's tough to come up here, and I've been doing it for 10 years and asking for these raises. I've done it every single year. These employees go to work every single day and make sure that these lights turn on and do everything that we ask them to do. And I'll just bring back the one little piece of confirmation that I had 2 days ago or yesterday, last night, this morning. I don't remember when it was, but we gave raises to these employees and our staff. We said they're of value, but I'm going to bet 26 to 34. We don't see the same value in our state employees and our community college employees.
Chairman Knapp, for your first time.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. This is what it comes to in budgets. This is what budgeting is all about. Everything can't be a priority. Every want that you have can't be funded. I've sat on compensation committees before. You basically pay people a fair wage that's market value. You can pay people on merit, usually at 1%, 2%, or 3%. And then you start following that up with cost of living adjustments. Now, unfortunately, our cost of living adjustments do look astronomical because of the economy that we've been in for the last 6 years. 8 years, I apologize. Nobody could keep up with that inflation. But I think it's important to know that when we come up with amendments, when we go through budget, if our priority is people and our employees, which I agree that is one of our priorities, then we should take that into consideration when it comes to other votes and other wants and other needs, because government serves a purpose. And those purposes are core purposes. The more you expand government, the less you can pay your employees. It's the same in business. So I think this conversation is a good one to have. I actually have enjoyed listening to the pros and cons of it, because I've been on compensation committees before for years and years and years. And it's the same thing over and over again. Market adjustments are designed to catch up with COLA. If you haven't been paying COLA year after year after year steadily, you're going to get nailed in your market adjustment in 5 years, and there's going to be a huge increase in what's demanded to maintain market value, to even maintain hired people. And it happens in every business, in every industry, in every level of government. So this is nothing new. As I heard somebody say, this is nothing new. But in the future, I do hope that we look at that and we make our priorities match our values. And it can't be for everything across the board. All of a sudden, everything can't be a priority. So this is a good conversation to have, to keep in mind. And we do look year after year. I can remember the year we looked at our investment people. We could not keep up with market value on our investment people, so we paid them a little bit more. It happens with police officers all the time. You in your local communities, you'll see it. Police scavenge sheriff's officers scavenge highway patrol, and it's a circle of increasing wages that you cannot catch. But that's the nature of the beast, whether it's nursing, whether it's even snowplow drivers. You remember the year we had to offer retirees to come back into service? This is going to happen. So good conversation, but in an entire budget, which we'll accomplish hopefully this session, we do need to pick our priorities. And if this is one of them, we need to remember that as we go to look for other things that we need to spend on, some we want to spend on. But this is a priority. So just wanted to point that out.
Representative Sherwood, for your first time.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Temp. Body, we've heard the data, the numbers, which I love. I love being able to make decisions, make good policy based on the information in front of us. But I decided to get up because I wanted to speak from the heart on this one. I absolutely believe that this is the most important thing we could do this budget session. This is my #1 priority. The budget is a reflection of our shared values. Wyomingites, we value hard work, and we recognize an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. Our state employees demonstrate integrity, fairness, and an absolute love for what they do. They deliver essential services. They execute our mandates, the things that we decide are important. They deliver for us. And they forego much higher wages that they could receive in the private sector. And they do this because they exemplify what it truly means to be a public servant. So please, let's match their dedication and that integrity that they show us by adopting this amendment. Thank you, body.
Anyone else for their first time? Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker. We always talk about our natural resources and how we have to keep our legacy resources intact. And we do all kinds of things to make sure that that's a priority for us. Well, I'm sitting here listening to this, and I think one of the other resources that we have is our people. They're a natural resource too. And we can't function at the state level if we don't have that particular natural resource. So why not put some more money into that resource as well as our coal and our oil and our gas and all the other things that bring money back to the state? Because you know what? Those resources bring money to the state as well by the service that they provide for the state. And it seems to me it's pretty sad when you have a state employee at a state agency that I probably can't mention that is making $15, $17 an hour and trying to take care of a family on that. It's just wrong. We've got to be able to support our other major resource in the state. So vote aye.
Anyone else? Not seeing anyone move. Anyone for their second time? Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It pays to have good people that are willing to help you out when you're looking for information. And I received a quick email after I asked that question, and oh my, this was quite a list of endowments and trust funds that we've been matching and filling in dollar for dollar. And I was trying to get together a dollar amount for you, but I could just give you a few of them here. There's $10 million in ongoing appropriations. There's 6.35 that started one, 400 million that started another. One of my very favorite accounts that I'll tell you my children use was fully funded. Let me get the right date here for you. Sorry, I have too many papers. Was established in 2005, and it's had over $400 million of state appropriations, and its current market value is $811 million. I'm just astounded that there's hundreds of millions of dollars since the year 2000 that have come forward that have been put into other things and not into our employees. And so as I deal with this and take in the information, I'm going to take the opportunity to say, I'm going to vote no on this, but I'm also going to look at the amendment, see how I can improve it, and bring a third reading amendment. Thank you.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you. And I think the beauty of those trust funds that she talked there was $900 million in investments returns that help fund fund this budget this year. Surpassed severance and royalty in our general fund revenue. What does that do? Pays for state employees. Sure does. So the investment for long-term sustainability is saving and these types of things that help us. Now, I think that the good chairman of corporations really give a great analogy. My hats off to him. I thought he'd done really a nice job. And he made the comment, he says, and you have to pay for that stuff when you can. And we can. So we should support the amendment.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Just really quickly and last. As this budget came to us, this was a recommendation from the chief executive. As that budget came to the body to deliberate, there was a $250 million surplus with this line item included. I have yet to hear one member, the body that brought us this new budget, tell us that we couldn't afford it. This is because we don't want to, not because we can't.
Anyone else for their second time? Second time back to the bringer. Representative Harshman, bring us home.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And just for the members planning, I think I've got two after this that I am going to withdraw after this. So this will be our last one. Okay, so, but this is, I think some other members said, it's probably our most important thing. Budgets are people. Budgets are people. And there were several questions. I want to answer those questions. The first thing is about this pay scale and what does being at 2022 and 2024 mean and all that. Well, we started this in, I think it's 2010. It was called the Hay Study. And so and I know the good representative from Fremont County talked this, but I just want to more specifically, it is our western neighbor states, public and private employees who do the same jobs. If you're a civil engineer for the state of Wyoming, what do they pay in South Dakota, Montana, Idaho, Colorado, private and public? All that stuff, benefits, everything is worked into that. If we have better benefits, we can have a lower salary, on and on. So that's the study that we've been with now for about 16 years. Okay. We are currently on the 2022 pay scales. It's 2026. Okay, it's going to be fiscal 27 soon. And so what we're trying to do is move this to 2024. Okay, so we're clear on that deal. I think everybody understands that we're going to try to move to 2024. Can we afford this? Yes. Yes, we can afford it. So I don't know, we can afford it. So there's no reason, I think, to vote no on this. We value our people, and to get a $17 snowplow driver, it's not going to work. And so it's just not going to work. So there's that piece of it. I mentioned that 8 of the last 13 years since we've been on this, we have given 0. And those were some very hard times. And then the good representative from the center of the state said, well, what about filling up all these trust funds when he could have been putting them to employee salaries? I think the response from the representative from Fremont County is, and usually we walk around each other, but that's okay when somebody's, but what we've done with these trust funds is to pay general fund bills. I'll just say that again. So the Wildlife Natural Resources Trust Fund, 2006. It was a dream of legislators in the 70s, 80s. Then we got broke, 80s and 90s. And then Jonah Gas hit 2003, passed that in 06. Pays a lot of salaries to do a lot of work, and it's off the general fund forever. So that's before any pay raise. We were giving pay raises back then, but before the Hay Study. Cultural Trust Fund, 2008. Same thing, pays some salaries, 2008, before this Hay Study. We did military deployment after 9/11. When our Guard was being deployed, we set up an endowment to help their families. That was 2004. It's got $5 million in it. We haven't put any money in it in a long time. We should add some more money to that. That's before any of this pay raise data. The two most kind of recent ones are outdoor rec and the 988. They got like 10 million in them. And that was in 2023, the same year we gave a 7.9% pay raise. So it wasn't a this or that. As a good representative from Natrona County, I think was, at least I was thinking, yeah, that's not what we do. We did both. Short answer, we did both. And then I think that takes care. And then the other one that was kind of recent was the state fair endowment, 2018. We didn't put any money in it, but it was a dream to kind of start funding the state fair. In 2018, we didn't have any raises and we didn't put any money in the trust. Okay. Good member of Appropriations said he's here to represent the taxpayer. Aren't we all? And we are so blessed because we are the lowest tax people in the United States. Period. Minerals pay 50% of our bills. And then the other 30% is what I call legacy minerals. That's called the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. 80% is paid. Your property taxes go to your local stuff. They don't go to the state. The only tax any of you in here pay that comes to the state, sales tax. 44th out of 48 in the country that have it. Some states don't have it. So we got one of the lowest sales tax burdens in the country. So I'm here also to represent the taxpayer, mineral companies, and our trust funds. And I'm here to keep working on making our trust funds stronger so we can keep our taxes low on our people. But the bottom line is budgets are people. My first priority are people. And I know yours are too. And if we do one thing in this budget, this should be the thing we do. I don't know what you're going to say to your constituents. You don't deserve it. We're trying to negotiate with the Senate. You're lazy. Whatever it is, I don't know. But the one you can't say is.
Point of order.
I don't think I made a point here.
What's your point?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, the good speaker had talked to the body yesterday about insulting the body, using words that we probably shouldn't use or infer negativeness towards our fellow legislators. I think it's really unbecoming of the good legislator from where the wind blows, from where they have the number 1 on the license plate. Number 1 in our hearts, he says, to say that. This body's not lazy. This body works their butts off. We work hard, we're here late.
Point of order.
I'm not done, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I have 5 minutes.
This has gone on long enough, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Okay, so she does have a point, and by our rules, she has 5 minutes. Continue on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I think it'd be great if we just stay on the amendment, not for insults, not speak negativity on behalf of the body. Let's stay positive. It's 9:10. We've been here for a long time. We were here a long time last night and this morning. Some of us had committee meetings at 8 a.m. this morning. We're tired, but we're all doing the good work of the people. One fellow legislator told me last session, if you can't make your point in 2 minutes, what's your point? Let's debate the merits of these amendments. Let's stay civil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you. Representative Harshman, if you would like to continue, and I will say, please do not infer, call intent on anyone, and no one is lazy in this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I will correct that record. I never said anybody in here was lazy. That is a made up story, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I never said it. I hope everybody hears me. Now, and I also want to make a point that if you actually, us Wyomingites know that Casper is number 10 in average wind speed. behind Park County, behind Sweetwater County, and behind our lovely Laramie County. And of course, Carbon. Anyway, so all of us longtime Wyomingites know that. Okay, I never called anybody in this body lazy. I'll let you take it back. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I was just giving folks maybe some talking points when they get emails. But one you will not be able to use is we couldn't afford it. Because we can afford it. Budgets are people. I love this house. Vote for our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Appreciate the way you've handled all this good debate. Thank you.
We are now voting on second reading amendment number 115 to House Bill number 1. Chief Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Allemand. Andrew. Repeat. Angelos. Banks, excused. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Plouston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Filer. Fornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson.
No.
Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly. Excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Lean.
Excused.
Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Excused. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar.
No.
Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Wharf.
No.
Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Lean, excused to no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 28 aye, 31 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have voted not to accept second reading amendment number 115 to House Bill number 1. And is that okay? Representative Harshman, I need you to formally pull those. And just while he's going up there, I got a clarification. We had someone watch that video. As he was given a list of what are you going to tell your constituents, and he says, you can tell your constituents you're lazy. So that's what the statement that he said was. He was referring it to in his own right. So I do want to clarify that because I think it's important to understand. He didn't say we were being lazy. He referred to it in a personal sense. But at the same time, we need to keep it. We've got a lot of amendments coming up Friday. Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it tight. Let's keep it effective and try to keep it to a point where we're doing the people's work as the best way possible. Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I appreciate those words. And we are the second hardest working house in America. It's good. So keep it up. Okay, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I think that takes me to 118 and 121 that need to be withdrawn. Is that correct? I'm getting a nod from the chiefs. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Second reading done.
Did you mark those? The list of bills that he just. Okay, members. Okay. Has the question been called? House Bill number 1. House Bill number 1, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a 3rd time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Okay. Congratulations, body. I really do. I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, as tempers get short, we've been here a long time, but I am very, very proud of all of you. This is a real heavy lift, and you guys have done a wonderful job. You really have. So you've got a lot to be proud of. I mean, I know, hey, listen, we rub each other raw a little bit sometimes, but you guys have done an extremely good job, and I really appreciate that, and I pray and I trust that we will continue to have that kind of decorum in this body as we move forward this evening. So, all right, next thing we want to try to look at here is we've got a couple of rules, and then we're going to work on what we put aside today, and then we're going to work in on our second reading amendments, and we've got some amendments on them. So, good majority floor leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's get you to where these proposed rules are first. So go to your legislator website, WildLeg, just the main screen. And then on the bottom, there's categories. There's one called legislation. And under that legislation, you'll see session information, committee bills, search bills, and watch live video. Click on the session information. And then you'll see it comes up with tabs. There's the 4th tab over says rules and legislative procedures. And then you see all these come up, and there's a category called proposed House rules. Do we need to go through that one more time to get you there? Okay, go to the main screen. And then on the bottom, there's 4 categories. There's one called legislation. And under legislation, there's session information, committee bills, search bills, watch video. Everybody to that point. Click on session information. Okay, now you have tabs up there towards the top. There's a tab, the 4th tab over says rules and legislative procedures. Everybody okay? Now you see all of these proposed rules right there, proposed House rules. So the one I'm going to talk about is House Rule 003. So, Mr. Speaker, I move proposed House Rule 003, which would be House Rule 15-06. And it's called Maintaining Public Order in the House. Members of the House, this is mirrored after the rule change that the Senate just recently passed. It's identical except for it pertains to the House and those areas of the Capitol that are controlled by the Speaker of the House. Everything else is exactly the same. What it does is it makes it so we cannot knowingly solicit, offer, deliver, or accept any campaign contributions with any area under the control of the Speaker of the House. And you can read the rest of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the motion. Is there any discussion? Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Some of you might have known that there was a rule pending in there. If you'd ever looked at those tabs, I decided to not do that one because I think it makes sense for us to basically do the same thing that the Senate did. So ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Representative Yin. Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On 15-6C, I just have a question. If we're going to make sure that we're not receiving campaign contributions anywhere, this section says that it shall not apply where a campaign contribution is received by a member of the House under circumstances where the member took no affirmative act to solicit the contribution nor to receive the contribution other than discovering that the contribution was made. My question is, does this authorize people to still receive campaign contributions under the House, under the control of the Speaker?
Any other discussion? Any other questions? We'll go back to the good majority floor later here as soon as we get some of these put together.
Very good question. So there are some
Here, just-
concerns
we're
in
gonna-
the
we're
other.
gonna- Representative, we're going to do it on the second reading of rules. What we'll need to do is Representative Bear.
Thank you,
First
Mr.
time.
Speaker. Just a question to help the body understand this, just a definition of it says any area under the control of the Speaker of the House. Just appreciate a definition of that.
Okay. Representative Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was kind of my question was, I see that there were rules for us and rules for two other bodies. And does that, like, just having the definition of what does that mean for us in this proximity all around?
Representative Thayer, do you have, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do these rules mirror what the chief executive put out as in the executive order yesterday?
Any other comments or discussion, questions? Representative Harshman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just, I think you'll be able to, I think some of that with the governor and what floor you're on and all those kind of things, but I think, and I understand this is a mirror, but I really believe we should expand this. I've already requested one before we leave, but whether it's even a house rule, but I think, is there any discussion about legislative meetings? I don't think, members of the Appropriations Committee ought to be accepting campaign checks when they're doing appropriations, or members of TRW in a meeting in Du Bois accepting checks if they're at a TRW committee meeting, et cetera, et cetera. So I think I think it's bigger than just session because we're kind of a unique legislature. We have a very short session, but when you add all that interim work, it's longer than you think. So that was my question. Thank you.
Appreciate the discussion. Thank you, Representative. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Probably not a problem with this, but just a little bit of clarification looking at paragraph B. I know a lot of members like to go to various portions of this building or this chamber or something after hours, after we've gotten done, and give an update on what we accomplished during the day or maybe what we didn't accomplish. And at the end of that, you can contact me and give some contact information. Is there any way that that could be construed as soliciting campaign contributions? I just want to make sure that we could still give an update. We could use part of the building for that and have a protection. Just a concern.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Weber, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Something that reads kind of weird to me just because of the current circumstances is the word campaign contribution. Does that also include if somebody gives you a gift of some sort or food of some sort, or I'm just confused on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Discussion, further discussion. Representative Lawley. Now she's on left base, or no, she's on left downwind. Left base. She can make a turn for final. There's the approach.
Thank you.
Representative Lawley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I didn't have time to set these side by side, but does this mirror the Senate rule? Because it seems like it has some slightly different language in the last paragraph.
What I understand, the only difference is it just pertains specifically to the House, but everything else is mirror. And Representative Yen, you can please correct me if I'm not stating that correctly. Or Representative Heiner's right behind you. He can clarify as both folks that brought this amendment or this
So,
rule.
Mr. Speaker, do you want me to do a point of clarification or you want me to use my second debate time?
Excuse me, Representative Yen. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind clarifying, that would
So
be fine.
just
I
as-
appreciate it.
As a point of clarification, there's an issue because I think the Senate rule that they adopted isn't actually what's listed on that tab under proposed Senate rules. I'm actually not sure where it is because they did it through a Rules Committee meeting, and then the output of that isn't that version that's on the website. So it's different than the one on the website, but it's the same as the one that they actually passed. And that's what we asked LSO to do.
Okay. Thank you, Representative. First time, Representative Provenza, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
First for a second. Anyone else? I don't want to miss anybody. I want everybody to be able to speak to this. Potential change of rules here, we're all going to have to abide by. So anyone else? Representative Storr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the rule, I think the importance are two things. It's about honoring the space where we all work and also the period of time that the session takes place, where we have a lot of legislation in front of us. I'm just really cognizant of the fact that campaign contributions really need to be divorced from the legislative process. And I think that's what we're trying to do here and really make some clear lines. So I think this is appropriate, especially given recent events. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Storr. Any others? Please, if you have questions, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to ask them. Representative Larson, GT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So paragraph B of this, just have a question. It says no member of the House can basically receive a contribution under the control of the Speaker, but it doesn't call out a member of the Senate if they were over here. And so I don't know. I don't know if that's addressed, but I'm concerned about that.
Thank you, Representative. Any others? Representative Gugemas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for second.
First for a second. Thank you, Representative. Any others? Okay. I don't want to miss somebody. Okay, we're going to second then. Yeah, we're going to second now. Representative Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a few of us over here discussing a question that we have. What about campaign websites where they're set up to accept monetary donations and we don't have control over that? Somebody can just log on to your website and donate to it.
Okay, thank you, Representative Jarvis. I mean, just from my perspective, if I may speak that would be not something that's happening while you're in here. I mean, who knows? You might receive a check also from doing business or something like that, your mail or website. So as long as it's evidently not taking place in the area that is controlled by the Speaker of the House. And if I'm talking out of school, somebody please correct me. Representative Yen, second time.
So, Mr. Speaker, for my second time, someone asked what Part C is. So Part C actually answers what the good representative from Natrona County just asked about online contributions. So we're at a little bit of a disadvantage, right? Because they actually debated their rule very thoroughly through multiple Rules Committee meetings. Part C is specifically talking about, I can't actually physically accept it like a website campaign contribution. That shouldn't count as soliciting or knowingly delivering or accepting because website's up. I have nothing to do with it. Part A, what was the question there? What is the control of the Speaker of the House? So we don't have control over all areas. The capital itself is shared between multiple entities. And I think the good other representative, that's the coach from Natrona County, talked about that a little. Governor controls some, the chief executive controls some areas, the Senate controls some areas, and we control some areas. I don't know exactly which definition. It's definitely within where the doorman is, but I do believe it includes the lobby as well. And so it's similar on the Senate side. And then what did we have? No member of the House. So the reason, I think A keeps the speaker in charge of making sure that is enforced by any person within where we are. B makes sure that it's no member of the House because we can only control House members as the House, right? So if a senator does something somewhere during the session, we can't control the senators from doing that. What we'll probably need to do is through management council, figure out what a joint rule looks like for all of us. I think that will be pretty important. But so B basically says, during the time we're in session, we can't do those things as well, no matter where we are. Again, the coach from Natrona County was like, maybe we should expand that. I think that's something that we can talk about, but I think we need to get this baseline in there first for sure. And then things like coffee mugs, cups, whatever. I mean, those obviously aren't campaign contributions. They fit under our Ethics and Disclosure Act. So we have that ethics guide. It's probably in your desk somewhere. I keep mine in the little side drawer. It says anything under $200 doesn't count as a gift. And anything that is food and lodging, I believe, and it might be travel as well. I don't want to quote it for sure because I'm not exactly 100% on all the specifics. As long as it's within the legislative business, it doesn't count as a gift within the Ethics and Disclosure Act as well. And I think, I think something that they discussed as well was things like both of our political parties usually have events especially during our general session. That's why it's specific to legislative campaign contributions. So things like a political party group is not a direct contribution to any of our legislative campaigns. And I think I answered all of this correctly, but happy to try to feed information to our good majority floor leader if anyone has questions on the second round as well.
Thank you, Representative Young. Okay, second. Representative Provenza. Second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what's important is to remember that this is not the end of the process. This is a stopgap to put something in place so that we can begin to repair our relationship with the public and the perception of integrity of this body. I think there's probably going to be questions, but management council is going to have the opportunity to take this up and accept public comment, which I think is an important part of this process. So while I would like this rule to go much further than it does right now, I don't think we want to walk away from this just given the public's scrutiny over what we're doing here. So I would urge that we accept this rule change, that we urge our management council to do their due diligence during the interim, and that they accept robust public comment in doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Provenza. Second time, any other members on second time? We've got Representative Lean, Bear, Thayer, Harshman, Pendergraft, Weber, Lawley, Storr, Larson, JT, and Guggenmoss. Representative Harshman, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the start on this. There's a lot of loopholes through that. I thought the chief executive's executive order that on no state property, period. I mean, under control of the speaker is not the first floor or not on the east end. Actually, and I've just gone to LSO and I'm going to request a bill draft. I've requested a bill draft. What a lot of states do are they do blackouts. So like say a week before appropriation starts to a week after the session's over. you don't take any checks. And then, and certainly not at any legislative meetings. And I think this needs to be a thing we need to, and I get it's a First Amendment thing too, but so is this rule, a First Amendment thing. So I think all this is a balance, but I think, want to look at that, and we could easily pass that. We just suspend our rules, introduce the bill, and move it forward if we want. But I think this piece, we got to get this fixed. And we're in a new world, and you know, and this thing's bigger than all of us as I look up at those portraits on the wall. So thank you, and I appreciate the work, and we'll just keep moving forward. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Harshman. Anyone else? Second time. Any further questions? I'll turn this back over to the good majority floor leader. Hopefully we can remedy or answer these questions. And Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the minority floor leader. He answered many of the questions. Let me read from the Green Book. What is in control of the Speaker of the House? This is from Title 28, Chapter 4, House of Representatives. He shall, talking about the Speaker, he shall have the regulation of such parts of the Capitol and its passages and any building in which the legislature meets while displaced from the Capitol as are or may be set apart for the use of the House or its officers. So if you're in Casper during interim for a committee meeting, it's still under his control. If you're in Riverton for a committee meeting, it's still under the control of the Speaker of the House, even though he may not be there. So it encompasses our meetings outside of the Capitol as well as here within the Capitol. Question about what if a senator comes over here, can he receive a check? The first paragraph A says during the session, you can't receive a check anywhere. If you're down at Taco John's, you shouldn't be receiving checks. If you're out here on the sidewalk, you shouldn't be receiving checks during the session. So if a senator's over here, it still applies to him. This is the same that the Senate passed. And so if you're a House member and you're in the Senate chambers, you shouldn't, or in the annex, you shouldn't be receiving checks during the session or any meetings that we have in that manner. Okay? I think the other questions have been answered very well. If you have a campaign donation website, some of our caucuses have those websites, and you receive a donation in the middle of the session, like the minority floor leader said, that's out of your control. That is excluded in paragraph C. Okay? So hopefully they've had quite a robust discussion on the other side, and I appreciate the discussion on this side. And like was mentioned, this will get us by for now. We may want to join together with the other chamber and come up with something more solid. But I think it will help with this perception that we have right now that we're trying to put some rules and policies in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Okay. That will close discussion. The motion to adopt House Rule number 15-6. Pursuant to House Rule 1-3, this motion requires an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members of the House. Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear. Aye. Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, excused, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock. Repeat. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Wharf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 59 aye, 3 excused.
House Rule 15-6 has been adopted. Okay, we have one more rule. We are at that order of business of amending the House rules. Representative Lucas. Does everybody have a copy of this proposed rule? Can you see it? It should be on the website. The rule number is 15-4. House Rule number 4. Adjustments to House Rule 4 and 15-6. Representative Lean, please. Oh, yeah, we need to move. Sorry.
Lucas.
You'll need to move your rule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move introduction of House Rules.
Move the adoption.
Oh, the adoption of House Rules 15-4 and 15-6. They have the same numbers. Oh, okay. Mr. Speaker and members of the House, this rule change is about one thing: protecting the integrity of this institution. Over this past week, this body has experienced something none of us want to see repeated ever. Public controversy, investigation, and questions about whether items of value were being exchanged on the House floor. Regardless of how that investigation concludes, one thing is very clear. The appearance of influence alone is enough to damage public trust. This proposal is preventive, not punitive. It creates a bright line rule: no gifts, no food, no beverages, no sporting tickets, no items of value offered by lobbyists or those attempting to influence legislation in areas under the Speaker's control. This is reasonable. Members, look at another profession that deals with influence every day: medicine. I married a healthcare provider, and one day we suddenly couldn't take pens. I had to buy pens because he would come home with a pen in his pocket every day for years. Pharmaceutical and medical representatives used to bring branded pens, notepads, free lunches, sometimes trips. We never got trips. Promotional gifts. All to influence the use of pharmaceutical items and drugs. Federal law kicked in on that, though, and changed it for us. Public transparency rules recognize that even small items of value, a pad of Post-it notes, can influence behavior, or at a minimum, create the appearance of influence. Doctors treating patients operate under near zero gift expectations. If that standard is appropriate for prescribing medicine, it is certainly appropriate for passing laws. This rule does not silence anyone. Lobbyists may still meet with members, provide research, testify, and advocate. What they may not do inside House-controlled spaces offer items of value. This is not anti-lobbyist, this is pro-institution. A bright line is important in this regard. The events of this week show us what happens when norms are unclear. So let's make it very clear. Ambiguity leads to public suspicion, media controversy, criminal inquiry, and institutional strain. A bright line rule protects members, lobbyists, staff, and this body as a whole. Advocacy belongs here, gifts do not. Members, public confidence is fragile. We ask the public to trust that our votes are cast based on principle and policy, not perks, not access, not hospitality. This rule simply ensures that within this chamber, influence is exercised through ideas, not items of value. I respectfully ask for your support and would answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Lean. Representative Larson, first time, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Generally in support of the idea, just on paragraph B, the way I'm reading the language, and correct me if I'm wrong, the way I understand it is we have little slips out in our lobby that anybody can grab, lobbyist or citizen, and write a little message on. And I understand that that's printed with public paper. I think our staff replenishes those. So is this prohibiting the printing of those slips out there for public or lobbyist use to send us a message?
Okay. Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just a question and a clarification, as we just got a definition of anywhere that's in control of the speaker, is the speaker's control. So like we could have, say, we could have a group, an unnamed group, doesn't matter the group, that provides a breakfast for their members and then any legislators that want to pop in and say hi. So if the speaker is basically over anywhere where committees can meet or anywhere where the legislature can meet, then I would see that as being unavailable any longer. So I just kind of want to maybe, as we need to get into some details of what that looks like, what that means. Just again, because what we don't want to do is create a rule that then creates a gotcha game for lobbyists or legislators where they thought, well, we've done this forever and now all of a sudden we can't do this. So I think we just need to probably get some more clarity in those realms to make sure we fully understand what the scope of this looks like.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And also looking for some clarity as I walk down the hallway and look through most people's mailboxes that I think would currently be in violation of that. It's concerning, although I like the intent of this. Also, I wouldn't want to silence the folks that come here to Cheyenne to visit with us. So I think as we develop this discussion in the next few minutes, we should contemplate that, because I think what the good representative who just spoke was referencing, I wouldn't want a gotcha moment, and I certainly wouldn't want to get in trouble for taking a bottle of water as I walked out of a committee room that I didn't know how it got. Anyway, I like the intent, Mr. Speaker, but I'm just wondering if we should have some clarity on those few questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Provenza, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, when we're here late, and last night, and maybe every night for eternity, hopefully not. I mean, tonight we received food, right? And we can't leave. So my question is, would tonight's dinner have been something that wouldn't fit under this? I don't think that that necessarily means that we can't do this. We can think about that differently in the future, but I just want to contemplate that as I'm standing here very sleep deprived. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Chestick, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am 100% behind the intent of this. I think we need to do something, but I'm not sure, again, that there are not unintended consequences. I'm also not sure that this amendment captures the conduct that actually happened. For example, the individual who was giving out checks in this chamber was not a registered lobbyist. Was she somebody who was trying to influence legislation? That's debatable. I don't think she would admit that. That we don't know, and that's why we have a committee to investigate what was going on there. So I'm not sure that this captures the behavior that actually occurred here. So I don't have a solution. I really want to do something, And this is a start, but I'm not sure we're all the way where we need to be with this.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Singh, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is just addressing some situations that we get on the floor. It could be like someone's giving a prayer or a speech or something, and they're addressing us, and then they have a riveting, persuasive speech, and they hit it out of the park, and then they hit us with a sell that they want to see us pass a particular bill. How would that apply to, would that even apply to this type of a situation?
Thank you, Representative. Any other representative, first time? Representative Yen.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I actually do think that sometimes some of the things that we do can be a little overly fancy, as to say. So do I think maybe we could go into our Ethics and Disclosure Act and maybe do some amendments? Sure, I think that's worthwhile. I think this goes into a deeper point that that we probably should tackle. And I do think we should tackle it in Management Council, because then you have this unequal kind of playing field where it's going to be very different. This would be significantly different if the Senate did not adopt this rule, right? So you have this room that is in control of the speaker, one of these big meeting rooms where they're serving food, that senators can go in and take food, but House members cannot go in and take food. And so trying to figure out how that would work, I think because it's changing something that has been previously covered by our Ethics and Disclosure Act. I think it's something that we need to work on, maybe a bill draft in Management Council of amending what that looks like rather than doing it as this rule. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Thayer for your first time.
Thank you. I appreciate the last speaker's comments. I look around this chamber and all of us have different lapel pins on. I think there's more need to look into this. They all can mean different things. They can all mean personal things, or they could change your vote.
Representative Campbell, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have it in front of me somewhere. Well, first, thank you for bringing this and absolutely appreciate the intent and the discussion. Question about the influencing policy or legislation. And my question truly is who determines that? We get a lot of printouts, flyers in our mailboxes that I might view as informational and educational. Someone else might view as influential. And that it's there to influence our decision-making. So my genuine question is, who decides that?
Thank you, Representative Yen. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to divide the rules.
Okay.
And I apologize, body, but what I'm hearing, and I tend to agree with everything that's happening here. So, Mr. Speaker, what I would like to do is divide Section 1 and Section 2 and respectively be Division 1 and Division 2.
Clearly divisible. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't heard any consternation, any concerns, any real major issues. I think there was one about some leaflets of paper being sent across and brought, whether or not that does it. But the real discussion here, and I did speak with the bringer of the proposed rule amendment here. It seems to me that there's some language that needs to be worked in number 2, but on Division number 1, Mr. Speaker, I would vote aye and see if we can't move that one forward. I don't see or hear any consternation with that one. I think the body's in agreement with that one. And then with Division 2, maybe even give the opportunity to the bringer to remove that if she so chooses and bring it at another time.
Thank you. Any discussion? Representative Stibar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're all adults in here. We all have morals, values, and ethics. I really don't think these rules here are appropriate. All right. We all have our morals, values, and ethics. We're all adults. We know what right from wrong. I think this is taken a little too far.
Thank you, Representative. Any other discussion on Section 1, Division 1 of amendment or amendment of House Rule, proposed rule number 4. Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Divided or not, I still feel like back to the representative from Teton County's comments about we've got already some ethics rules that seem to now be in contradiction with this. And we can set up a situation where we have tied ourselves in knots. And so my recommendation is we let management council sort it out, because I think there needs to be kind of agreement with the other body. If possible, we need to give that chance and that opportunity to happen. Because right now, both of these actually have some things in them that to me kind of suggest we're taking a different turn, and maybe we should, but we should do it together. And I think it's really more the role of management council than to bring us back something. But I'm concerned about what we already have in our ethics rules and some of this. And anyway, we got to get it right.
Representative Larson, JT. This is on Division 1.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Division 1, on an against at this point right now, unless I can get my concerns cleared up, generally support the intent and echo the concern or the what's been said in the last few speakers. But if you read paragraph B, it says no person. So we're talking about a person. And that could be a person who is registered as a lobbyist with the Secretary of State, or it can be a person who is attempting to influence legislation, which could mean one of your constituents. The way this reads says, shall solicit or accept any office supplies, AKA paper that's out in the lobby trying to send you a message in here when they've traveled to Cheyenne. If we pass this, they can't use the paper that's out there that's on that desk provided by public printer, public paper. That's the way I read this, unless somebody else can correct me.
Representative Byron, for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, on the rule change, I really appreciate the intent. I appreciate the division. I appreciate the discussion. I think it's a great opportunity for leadership and management council to hash this out. Walking through the hallways and figuring out who's going to figure this out with how much work we have to do just seems burdensome. And while the intent is there, we're in the middle of session. We have great management council. Leadership is on top of this. I would just ask the body to resist all of this, punt it back to management council and leadership, and trust the system.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Larson Lloyd, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think sometimes we see in our lives when there's been kind of a serious situation happens that we can be perhaps a little overreactive. And I really like the first rule that we talked about and voted on. This just seems to be going a little too far. I take a breath and it'll be okay. And I don't know that I've ever witnessed anybody coming into we had to figure out where the lounge was. I didn't know that's what that was, but I just think that that's going a little too far.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Haroldson, first time on Division 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just the struggle that I'm having. So we all received Bibles. We couldn't have received those. I mean, there's just a lot of complications to this. I mean, the good speaker gave all of us a folder or a monogram personalized writing pad in a beautiful case. That's questionable. I just think that there's a lot of unintendeds. So I think I hear the heart behind it. I know I hear the heart behind it. I just think at this point, I would challenge as well to it's 10 o'clock at night. I believe that management council can have this conversation and would definitely love if the good representative that brought this would come before us and bring her concerns and we will have that conversation and see what we can do to make that reality. That would be my recommendation at this late hour.
Any other members for the first time? I need to go through the second time. Give them all a shot. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like us to vote on it. And then if management council, you know, if they want to bring it up again, fine, but I think we ought to just vote on it and make a decision with this.
Any other members for a second time? Seeing no one going to the microphones? Okay. This is on Division 1. Members, this is on Division 1 of House Rule number 004. Reading clerk, it is late. Chief clerk, please call the roll. That's twice.
Alamin.
Thanks for counting.
Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, excused, Ottman, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Jarvis, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Larson Lloyd? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 17 aye, 42 no, 3 excused.
Division 1 of House Rule number 004 has failed. Division 2. Call the question on Division 2. Representative Lucas, want to speak on that?
Mr. Speaker, would this be an appropriate time to withdraw Division 2?
You certainly may.
Thank you. I will work with Management Council on this.
Okay. Barring objection from the body, Division 2 has been withdrawn. Seeing none? Okay. Body, that takes care of the 2 rules that we have. Now we have another question in place that we moved from yesterday to today. Chairman Washut, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the work of the House Select Investigative Committee be held in abeyance pending a final determination of any criminal investigation or criminal proceedings in this matter.
You have heard the motion. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I'd like to understand why that is the case. At the end of the day, what we have here is a situation where people saw things, didn't know what they were, reported them, blew them out into the media. And I'd like to say that when you look at 22-1, there are ways to approach this, that we should handle this internally, and I'd like to understand why we've kicked this out. First of all, we blast this out to the media, and then all of a sudden we make accusations. Okay, and now we are not doing our own homework to find out if there's really something to see here. Okay, and I don't see that as a good thing at all. We have an obligation. We don't have an obligation to say, oh, I saw it, something, I can take advantage of it and blow it out there. We need to say, wait a minute, let's take a look and say, is there something to see and investigate? And for us to ignore this because of the way this was released into the public, I think that's a mistake for this House. And it's not the right way to do it, in my opinion.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the question is there an active investigation that's actually occurring? Because I know that there was some debate on which institution was appropriate in this. And so I guess if we're pushing it, like, is there even one that is active?
Okay, now I'm going to try to figure out how best to approach this. I would actually prefer, because of his experience, the chairman of the special committee be able to maybe be up here with the House's indulgence. I think it's going to be very important for Representative Washit, because of his experience in this, to give his perspective on the reasoning and what he understands and whatever he is able to pass on to us in the situation. It's complicated. So let's just, ladies and gentlemen, I will implore all of you, let's just work through this and be patient. And let's try to figure out what the best prognosis is and the best path forward. So Chairman Washit, if you would please illuminate on the situation as you know it, what you understand and can share as to what the reasoning behind this could potentially be.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your select committee was ready to go to work. We had organized our effort. We had prepared materials for our reference. And then came the announcement over the weekend from the Laramie County Sheriff. That significantly complicated the matter because we were dealing with both individuals who were members of the body and individuals who were not members of the body. And when you attempt to investigate a matter like this while a criminal case is pending, there is at least the potential for people implicated to want to protect themselves with a lawyer, to protect their interests in the legal sense, which may mean not being forthcoming or not participating or answering questions. And thus, if you were to compel somebody to come in and testify and their lawyer objected, and you say, well, we think you have to answer anyway, the lawyer could file a motion, and next thing you know, you're in litigation over whether you could compel the testimony of somebody. At the same time, if somebody comes into a public investigation hearing and says that on the advice of counsel, I'm not going to answer any questions, that may be the wisest thing in the legal sense, but absolutely horrible in a political sense. And so it's our thought that we don't really want to put members in that situation where you either jeopardize yourself in a legal context or perhaps jeopardize your reputation in a political context. Thus, the prudent thing appeared to the committee that we simply step back and let the sheriff do his investigation. It's also true that the sheriff may be able to access information that your committee could not. And upon conclusion of the sheriff's investigation, we could subpoena documents and work products from the sheriff that may give us insight into things that we would not have insight into otherwise. So we certainly recognize that it's not perfect, but it was a unanticipated development that we felt really compromised the mission that we had been given by this body. But your committee was ready to go until that moment. Is that satisfactory, Mr. Speaker? Responsive?
I believe so, sir. I appreciate that. Does anybody have any questions for the good chairman? Representative Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and opposed to the motion, and the good chairman does very well illustrate the issue that was brought about Saturday. I've never seen a sheriff bring up an investigation with a Facebook post on a Saturday when he hasn't had a chance to speak to anybody in his own agency till Monday. So it's clear that the sheriff has made this a political thing as well. And it puts the chairman in a very tough spot. But our rules say may. So not only does the chairman have some leeway, the body of that committee has some leeway, but this body has some leeway with the motion that was brought by one of our members. The fact that I've yet to hear what the probable cause is for a claim of bribery. Still haven't heard it, haven't seen it. So I'm inclined to think that this particular investigation should go ahead and go on parallel. You know, the first thing heard from our executive director was that it would be 2 weeks. Now it's 4 weeks that the sheriff is going to be investigating. Who knows how long he's going to spread this out? And we have no control over that. But this body needs to clear this up for its own reputation and its own good honor. So I would recommend that we move forward. I trust the committee. I especially trust the chairman to determine if there's probable cause. The rule states that if there is probable cause, they can stop at that time. So I would recommend a no vote on the motion.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Larson, please, sir, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listening to the logic behind moving forward, what I think I heard the previous speaker say is we need to do that because the motive of the sheriff is obvious political, if I understand that correct. I don't know how he knows that, similar to the claim made of the actions taken here on the floor. We don't know what the intent of passing the check was. There's just speculation. And so I think we're speculating here. That's what we're trying to get under control. And I think to move forward, contrary to the recommendation of the chairman based on speculation, is also inappropriate. I would encourage us to let the chairman, who I also trust and find with his background in investigation and understanding the law, do his due diligence and run the committee as he sees fit.
Thank you, Representative. Any other representatives like to speak to this in the discussion? I want all of you to have the chance, ladies and gentlemen. If you've got something that you want to have answered, this is an extremely good time for you to hopefully have answers to those questions. Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So I know it's late. I know we are running on a low amount of sleep. Emotions can be very high when we're running on a low amount of sleep.
Yes.
So I want to, I don't want to inflame things. I'm not even sure whether I will vote aye or no on the motion. I think that the chairman, even if we vote no on the motion of abeyance, the chairman has the ability to call his first convening of his meeting during the interim, even if we vote no, right? So like he said the other day, that without further guidance from the floor, from the chamber, that seemed to be his intent anyways, would be to wait until the investigation is over. The only thing that's going within my head is that when I brought it up in the first place, it was about a bill. The person who passed out the checks has repeatedly talked about how this is the one thing that she wanted to talk about. And so I want us to be able to dispose of all of that quickly. I mean, I think justice should be swift, and if there's nothing wrong, then there's nothing wrong. But I don't want us to get things muddled up too long, Mr. Speaker. So all that to say is, if the chairman does want to wait on the investigation by the sheriff to be completed, if the sheriff is listening to us, please complete your investigation very quickly. And that's what I would ask, Mr. Speaker.
Couldn't agree more. Any other Representative Lawling?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had several comments from members, and I just want to make something clear if it's not already. And that is, the good chairman of our committee brought forth a motion. And the purpose of that was this discussion to hear from the body. Because ultimately, that's what we need to do, is hear from you. And so for those that feel like any decision temporary to stop and then come consult the body, come with a recommendation, but it's up to this body. No one's taken that from you. No one has. And so I just want that to be clear, because I think that may have caused some frustration, and I understand that. And I just, as a member of the committee, would like to clarify that. We're here to listen to you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Brady. Discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree. I would like to see this, the investigation take place with the legislators. What do you call it? The management council?
This would be the, what would you call it? Special committee?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'd like to see it run parallel like was suggested, and because I myself would like to see what's due me any information against me, or whatever I don't know, the evidence or whatever.
Okay.
That's part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other discussion? Now, ladies and gentlemen, now just so we all don't get cross-threaded and not know what's going on here. What my intent was to have the good chairman come up and explain what the thought process and what he is understanding about timelines and where things are headed. There's a lot of variables here. We don't know how long this investigation is going to take place based on, like I said, I've heard 2 weeks, I've heard a month. If something comes back, it could be, I even heard from one legal counsel that it could be a year. I mean, legally speaking, I mean, this could be, depending on what happens. So that's why we're trying to figure out if this body is going to be able to be satisfied with that, if they want to do that, or if they want to go ahead and do their own investigation. So that's what this is about. I want to be abundantly clear. I want all of you to know and understand what's going on here, so nobody walks out of this building being clear as mud on what's going on. So that's why we're having this discussion. Then we're going to go immediately here, and I'm going to take about a couple more members if you want to speak, and then we're going to debate the motion that was brought by the chairman. And then we'll take a vote and we'll decide on where this body is at. But I don't want anybody going into that vote not having a pretty good understanding, a very good understanding actually, of what's at stake here and what we're looking at. Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a clarifying question. You bring up a great point. What if we are not in session when this comes about? Do they report to Management Council? Do we need to make that clarification?
Representative Brown and then Representative Ottman, and then we will go back to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, I helped a campaign that ran against the sheriff, and then he's held malice against me ever since that time. I think this is something the committee should know. And
Now, Representative, I don't think we want to get into that because that's part of this investigation. I appreciate what you have to share, Representative, but I don't know that should be a part of this discussion tonight. We're asking about whether or not we think that the committee should continue in its work, or if we are going to wait and allow the criminal investigation to take place and then the committee take up.
Mr. Speaker, do you think it's important information for the committee to have?
I think when the committee takes that information in, if you want to share that committee with that, then yes, I think it's going to be important. If you want to share that information, then you'll have that opportunity, I trust.
Okay.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for some clarity in my mind, and maybe you've discussed it somewhere, but is there normally, like we've had events, 3 or 4 since I've been in the legislature, 3 or 4 different things that have happened. And I thought there was procedure within the body of how to handle things. Have we determined what that procedure is supposed to be, and if it's applicable, if it's, if there's something there? Because just to jump, I mean, to have the sheriff's department all of a sudden looking at 2 people out of the body without, I mean, it's like, where's the innocent till proven guilty thing? I mean, there's a photograph, but I mean, where's the charges? I don't understand. Is there normally things that should go on within this body so that it's not so haphazard? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, well, everybody's on their first go round, and so we're still there. Representative Provenza,
First for second.
first for a second. Okay. Representative Filer.
First for a second, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. No, you have not. It is late. You didn't even
Use
remember.
between
Go ahead.
motions. First for a second, Speaker.
Okay. Anyone else? Representative Knapp.
Mr. Speaker, I personally would like to see, and that's the way I'll vote, but I would like to see the committee continue to do its work. I spoke at the beginning of this about process, and if this was any other complaint, whether it was sexual harassment, anything else, we have a process in place and rules. And we didn't follow that. I think it's important because I believe this could have been solved in an hour of our LSO getting to the facts of what actually happened, what the checks were, if there was a rule violation, if those went to committees, or if they were personal checks for cash. That could have been solved. Now we're into this process that we went from A to Z on, which I imagine is going to take time, much more time than any of us ever thought of or dreamed of. You're going to go after session. You're going to go into announcing your campaign season. So internally, which I wanted from the beginning, is to have this body investigate whether something violated rules and was against the law and should be referred. The committee could continue to do its work even if there's some investigation by law enforcement. I just believe that we owe that to ourselves for every one of us's honor. I think we owe that to ourselves. So, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dapp. Okay, Representative Wiley, first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. It's my understanding that this committee is going to continue. But now with the announcement and stuff from local law enforcement, they need to wait to determine and continue on with the collection process. We're talking about due process and stuff. You know, we're a society of law and orders. We talked about process early on in this, and now this is just another thing that's coming. So I think we need to work through it. I don't think we need to hamstring our committee because they have sharp deadlines, sharp timelines. And we're listening to the chairman of said committee that we all have a good understanding and we've worked with him. I think we all trust him. I think we should take that into advisement. And I think if my understanding's right, this is the precedent. So we should continue on through the process. Let's not let people get involved where they shouldn't, or if they need to take advisement or whatever. I'm not a lawyer. But I believe that we should wait, let the committee do its work. But I believe now, following this process, they need to continue on of the findings of the investigation first.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really concerned and upset that the very first thing that we heard was the charge of bribery. Sure, somebody saw a check passed or something passed. The first thing we hear is this is a criminal affair. That was not proper. That should be investigated too. That was purely politicking in the nth degree. And we need to look into that too. You're never going to get your innocence back after that.
Anyone else for their first time? Representative Pendergraft, you have not spoken yet, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. We were talking about process. I have serious questions about how this process was initially adhered to. When someone saw something that they felt was improper, what was the proper action by rule? How should that have been handled? I don't necessarily believe that due process was appropriately handled there. I share similar questions about a Saturday Facebook post, and it leads me to think that the longer this is not addressed, the longer that we're not actively trying to get to the bottom of this, the more time we have for conjecture, the more time we have for public conviction without any real evidence. And I think it's important, imperative, in fact, that we move on and get to the bottom of all of this and lay out the facts for everyone as quickly as possible.
Representative Harrelson, are you in the House? I trust you are. Could you please come take the chair?
Speaker Nyman, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm up to this in my eyeballs. Certainly nothing I asked for. But ladies and gentlemen, from my perspective, I want this over yesterday. I think we owe it to this House for this to be over yesterday. I've been very tight-lipped about how I was involved in this. I have tried to retain any information I had. I've been named specifically in this. And I've been waiting for my special committee, which I have great faith in and trust, to take care of this in a transparent, fair, and honest fashion. When I heard this today, or it was last night, I can't days are kind of starting to run into each other, if you might understand what I'm talking about. I don't know what day it was, but when I heard that this thing could potentially run on for a year, it made me heartsick. I don't think any of us in here want to see that happen. We owe it to this chamber to see to it that that doesn't happen. If this committee is not able to go on, and I respect the views of my good chairman, or I wouldn't have picked him. But do you think about how difficult my situation is? Now it's going to call everything into question. I took a check, evidently, according to Don Grasso, and I did. What am I going to do? Deny it? But I wanted this to be in front of my committee on YouTube, which this is right now. So maybe this is the best time just air it all. I don't know. But the idea of waiting and seeing how this all shakes out, I'm not going to wait. With all due respect, I'm not going to wait. I'm going to make it abundantly clear. I hoped and I wished it would be in front of my good chairman and the committee I put together, be able to tell him exactly where I was, exactly what the situation was when it led up to it. Because it's on my head, ladies and gentlemen. I just got done listening to where my responsibility is to this chamber. And everywhere any one of you guys are, I'm responsible. So let's just get it out in the open. I have that prerogative. The media's watching, I'm sure, with bated breath. Here's the situation. I was contacted back in early January by Ms. Bextel. She called me and she asked the question, she says, are you going to be running for office? Senate or House? Do you perceive that yourself, you're going to run? And I said, well, I've contemplated it, thought about it. I'm not sure which chamber or what we might potentially do. I'm waiting to see how that goes on. And she says, do you believe, I'm not making this stuff up, ladies and gentlemen, this is a fact. All I have is my honor. Doesn't pay to lie. So I have to explain it to him. Doesn't matter what I explain to you guys. Somebody's holding me to account. And I said, she said, do you believe that your race is going to be contested? Do you think you're going to be in a tough battle? My exact words were to her, I've heard on multiple occasions that they're planning on spending about $75,000 to make sure I don't come back to this house against my campaign. I said, so yeah, I mean, if you believe that, I would say that I'm going to be in a dogfight if I really want to come back here. She said, well, I have a donor that appreciates and supports how you vote and your history as a conservative, and he would like to help you if he could. I said, well, I think that'd be awesome. If he believes in what I stand for and he believes in supporting my campaign if I run, I'd be glad to have his support. And she said, well, how would I need to make out the check? I said, you need to make it out to the committee to elect Chip Nyman. And she said, where would I send it to? And I gave her my address. And I never thought nothing more of it. That was the end of that conversation. Weeks went by. I never even thought about it. I just figured maybe they got something else going on or whatever. The first day on the 9th of February when we met here to open session, I was in my office with my wife, and Ms. Bextel walked in and said, here's your check. And I looked at it, and it said committee to elect Chip Nyman on it, and it was written January the 20th. I handed it to Joni. I said, take that home. And I said, and put it in my campaign account. I thanked her for that, and she left. Not one time did it cross my mind that I did anything wrong, did anything illegal against any rules. It never even dawned on me. I basically forgot about it. Now there it is. That's the whole story. You got the motive, you got who did it, you got where I was standing. We were not on the floor. We were in my office. Some would say, oh, that's worse yet. Show me in the rules. Show me the law that was broken. And do you understand the difficulty I'm in? Because now I'm charged because of that motion. As speaker, I had to pick the committee to investigate me. So the next step is, if we're going to go down this road, and I'll be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, I am angry. I am angry at the fact that this got to this point, because I really do believe we missed a step. As long as I've been in leadership, if there was a complaint, it was brought to leadership, and they were asked to investigate it. We'll look into it. If there's something wrong, then we'll get onto it. It didn't go to the media first. It went to leadership. And that is clearly laid out in our rules. Now, you can say there's part B that says the legislature or the House can do whatever they want. I've never seen that done that way. We try to take care of it before things got crazy, get to the bottom of it, figure out if there's some there, and then proceed. And I've been in on several of these. But now I got people at home that are angry at me because I'm taking bribes. Listen, the horse is out of the barn. If those folks that wanted to spend $75,000 on me to make sure I don't come back, this was a good investment. Because now I got to get people that I rub shoulders with every day to believe I'm not taking bribes, because I'm not. I took a campaign check for $1,500 from a gentleman that believed in me. And he agreed with my political choices and my votes. Another part of this that I think needs to be said, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that we're trying to tie this into somehow the decision on House Bill 141, and that there was influence peddled in order to have deference to that piece of legislation. Here's that from my perspective. I was here last year and I voted in favor of that particular amendment on Senate File 40 a year ago. And then, evidently, I still supported that, and I became a co-sponsor and voted for it again. Why would I need to be bribed to do what I already did a year ago? There are so many parts of this, ladies and gentlemen, that are just, they don't fit. And this stinks. This has put us, I've heard the word stain. I saw everybody get up. A lot of folks get up here and throw words around. I got former leadership that are in tears over the decline of this house. You don't think that breaks my heart? You don't think that hurts my feelings? You don't think that brings shame on me? Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? I'll go to my grave knowing I didn't do anything wrong. Not a thing. But you can't unring that bell now. I have tried to be the fairest speaker you can possibly imagine. I've gone out of my way to make sure that I was respectful of everyone, and I believed I could be trusted to handle things correctly. But evidently, somewhere in this, folks couldn't trust me to handle this correctly. So we went around that piece and went straight to the media. A little too late now. We got a group of legislators here that are having to climb back out of a hole that they didn't dig, because not one of them did anything wrong. You want to talk optics? Yeah, it looks bad. Looks horrible. It was a mistake. It was an unforced error. But there's not a legislator in this house that did anything wrong. Because I've looked at the rules and I've looked at the law. There was no bribery. There was no effort to sway or to be swayed. We've got a donor that wanted to help support candidates that he aligned himself with because we're pro-gun, pro-life, pro-small government conservatives. And he wants to see us stay in office if we so see fit to run. And that's what happened. Those are the facts. And I've kept them to myself because I didn't want to screw up my committee, because I respected these people that I chose because I knew they would do a great job. And now they're not going to get to do their job. Because we've got a criminal investigation now that could potentially take a year. Ladies and gentlemen, this could have been handled a lot better. But that was out of my hands and out of the hands of leadership because I never had a chance to handle it better. And that's too bad. So as I'm on the YouTube, to my constituents in House District 1, I apologize for the image that has been made of me in this situation. But I say to all of you who are watching on these cameras right now, I am innocent of any wrongdoing. I feel awful for this body. This was so unnecessary. But I do believe we can fix this. I think there's a major effort to try to almost go too far. And ladies and gentlemen, I do believe the First Amendment is in question here. And if we go over the top, too fast, too far, then we can draw fire from more places than we can imagine, because we're trying so hard to respond to this because it breaks all of our hearts for what we're dealing with. And we want to do the right thing. And I believe that we will. But ladies and gentlemen, we can do better on how we treat each other and how we handle things, because there's people's lives at stake. Politics is ugly. Campaigning and things like that. I mean, this is fodder I can't even imagine. Media is just going crazy. I can just hear pens being broke and papers ripping and people's typing like crazy. But I'm going to stand on the truth. I have nothing to hide. I just feel like I feel good. All that to say this, can we do something in this body to make rules that'll prevent anything like this from ever happening again? Because I don't want this body to ever even have the appearance of wrongdoing. Let's do that. Let's do the right thing, ladies and gentlemen, and let's pass some rules that are going to stop this from happening. Poorly thought out actions are awfully hard to make rules to protect people from them. Now we can try, but I do believe this House, if we'll work together and help each other and have some grace for each other, that we can put together some really good things that'll help the people that we leave this place to be able to avoid what we've gone through and what actually, quite frankly, what we're still going to go through. This isn't over. As much as I'd like to believe the media will leave us alone, this is far from over. We're all going to feel the issues that are happening here and the long-term consequences of these decisions. But let's do something right. Let's fix this as best as we can. So when the next body comes into this beautiful chamber, and Representative Harshman, if you could give us a dissertation on the light coming through that stained glass, that they can respect this House because its members are honorable and they do and want to do the right thing for the right reasons. And I believe we are. The only stain on this house is if we don't do something about this. If we leave it undone, that's our fault. With that said, thank you for letting this get off my chest. I will be able to sleep now, which I haven't since the 9th of February when this whole thing turned into a dumpster fire inside of something else, unnecessarily. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just be honest. This was not necessary. Thank you.
Representative Wharf for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I've been struggling as to whether or not I wanted to even say anything. We just received heartfelt comments from our speaker, who I do believe has been tarnished, as have other members in this great chamber. And I sat here and listened to the debates and the discussions, and the problem that I have, Mr. Speaker, now that you're in the chair, one of the problems that I have is I look at what happened downstairs in the executive office, what happened to the chamber to our west, what's happened with the local area sheriff. And it's hard not to be mad. And I'm spitting nails. I apologize to those who've heard me use language that I'm not proud of. But I can tell you this. I'm very concerned that people in our chamber have been imbued. They've been painted with a broad brush, and to a large part, we allowed that to happen. I think back, many of members in this chamber was elected the same year I was elected the first term. You can all recall an investigation that we tried to have happen. There was some allegations and some claims brought about a member. I'm not going to mention who he is or who she was. It's irrelevant. But what I will mention is there are members in this chamber, and they know dang good and well because they were with me when we walked over and talked to the county sheriff. We weren't happy with the way the chamber dealt with the problem here. We tried to get the county sheriff to step up and take action. If you can remember, the local attorney was under investigation. Things were chaotic in this county. So I'm not saying this to say anything was wrong, but I am saying this. What happened then is not what happened now. And that's what's very troubling to me. I don't think anybody did anything wrong, and I'm tired of hearing what one chamber does and what the executive has done to basically tarnish the reputation of the members in this chamber. Members that I have an enormous amount of respect for. And I will tell you this, Mr. Speaker, I'll follow you into battle anywhere, anytime, any day.
Thank you, Representative Wharf. Would anyone else like to speak? Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the remarks you gave just a few moments ago. I appreciate you telling your story, and I think that story should have been told a lot sooner, but I appreciate you telling it now. When the first accusations were made on the floor, there were members that were quick to throw that member under the bus who made the accusations, rather than just standing up for the members who did receive checks and just admitting that it did happen and telling the story right on the spot. Now we've let a week's worth of media coverage hit, and we really haven't addressed anything. So we are where we're at. And it's not any one person's fault. It's just where we're at. So not sure where I'm gonna land on this motion, but that's kind of how I'm looking at this.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You guys just witnessed what good leadership looks like. You witnessed, he jumped on this very quickly. We unanimously voted to have a near immediate committee, which that hasn't happened in the past. In the past, you've seen closing of ranks and shutting everything down. And those of you who've been here for a while, you know exactly what I'm talking about. In my case, it happened exactly the same way that happened to the speaker, other than the fact that I actually have texts as proof, dated January 22nd. The committee does have them. They had them the first day. Again, very easily could have been solved. All you gotta do is come up and ask. You know, instead of looking for malice everywhere, maybe we say we want to take care of each other. Maybe another option would have been, hey, dude, maybe this isn't the best place to do that. Take it outside. But no. We had to send it to the press, destroy, put into question the integrity and honor of very honorable man in this house. What are we doing? This is Washington, D.C. nonsense. And frankly, we all should be ashamed of ourselves for this, not taking care of each other, no matter what our political field is. And I'm not just talking about the actions thereof. I'm talking about the run in the mouth 3-4 days after, adding fuel to the fire, but I'm supposed to stand up and say something? Because every time I say something, a complicit, culpable press spins everything completely out of control. You guys in the moderate side have no idea what it's like to have a aggressive and malice press against you. You have no clue.
Point of order. Like, can you call point of order on this? Because I believe there's a woman up there daily that does that. And not a single one of you say anything.
I
Representative
stand
McCann.
corrected. I have seen the malice against this particular representative, and it's not right. And I apologize to you for that. I do stand corrected on that, absolutely. I have seen that, and it's gross. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being an outstanding leader, and I'll echo Mr. Wharf's words.
Mr. Speaker, I've been very polite, but can we-
Representative Young.
as a point of order, can we please not have applause? And frankly, I know it's very late and we're all very tired, and this whole discussion is making it so more bills are frankly dying. So either, I'm happy to keep talking about that, and Very glad that you were able to air all of that out. So do we want to continue this discussion? And I think we should, but at the very least, do it without applause.
We can certainly do that.
Thank you.
I would encourage the members, please do not applause. We're trying to have this discussion for respect for everyone here. So I do appreciate that sentiment, Representative Yen, and I appreciate your words on that. Okay, body, unless somebody else, Representative Webb, you have something you'd like to share?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, it's inconvenient tonight. Some of us have been inconvenienced. So I'm sorry that now you're inconvenienced. But I'm just going to tell you something. I have publicly said, I welcome the investigation and my conscience is clear. My heart is pure. I did nothing wrong. Made a stupid, innocent mistake. Okay. I take responsibility for that. Mine also began January 22nd with a text. Never saw anything.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Filer.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my point of order is, I think what this has turned into is not a debate on the motion. I think it's turned into more of, I did nothing wrong. This is what happened. We don't want, I think what we need to do is let the committee do their investigation and let's not air out all the dirty laundry. Make this the committee of the investigation, Mr. Speaker.
I can appreciate that, Representative Filer. I truly can. And Representative Webb, I appreciate exactly where you're at. And I know that this needs to take place. And that was my hope in this too, Representative, is that we could have had this in that meeting. And I think that's what's brought this to a head, is the idea that this could be a prolonged, protracted process. And if you're on the receiving end of this, you've been yearning to be able to have your say and to be able to clear the air, because every day it just gets worse. It just grows. So I mean, with a little bit of grace, I mean, I can understand when people have been implicated in this. We're trying to move on. So there's several people in here, and I know we could go on for hours, and I get the bill part of it. I do. But this is, there's part of this that is just the consequences for the actions. And this is what we got to try to navigate through. So let me say this. This does need to be aired, and I trust, and that's why I said to begin with, this needs to go to that committee, and it needs to be handled. And we need our opportunity to be able out on public. Some of this here, and I don't want to deny anybody the opportunity to be able to do that, but we do have other things we've got to try to accomplish, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a motion on the floor from our good chairman that we need to act on and see what that body's going to do. So at the potential offense of some, and Joe, I know where you're at, and I appreciate what you're wanting to share, but I think we do need to get and make a vote on this and let this committee decide what they want to do and move ahead with the process, because this is going to happen. I think the cat's out of the bag, so to speak, and I think the gloves are off, and I think people are actually able to air the truth of this and let this thing actually air itself out, because sunlight is the best disinfectant. And so, but in order to get there, you're right. I do believe we need to have this acted on. So, body, with that, Representative Storr, do you want to share something, or should we go and do our motion? Or would you like to share something? Because I don't want to stop you, ma'am. Please proceed. And then let's vote on this and let's get going. We've got time, probably can get everything done yet before midnight. Let's see if we can do it. Go ahead. Representative Storr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for your comments earlier. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the comments that everyone's made here. I was on the floor of the House when the actions occurred as well. And I think the reaction that took place was really just feeling like, wow, it didn't feel right. Didn't feel right. And I'm not blaming any of my colleagues for an action that I think was more of a reaction, to be honest. And I appreciate that. But sometimes it's a little hard to be a member of the minority party here. And my colleagues stood up for something that they felt didn't look right. And I think we all can understand why they did that. They were not the first ones, did not use the word bribery, did not even suggest that, just questioned whether there were actions by someone who was not even a registered lobbyist, but was clearly.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Filer.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, I want to be fair. Again, I think we're getting into what the allegations were, what actually happened. We have a committee and there is a motion on this floor. I call for the question.
I'd like to respond. And just,
You please respond.
thank you. I don't disagree that we should get to the motion, but I just think the investigation needs to look at everyone's actions related to the events that took place the week of February 9th. That's all I'm saying. And be fair about that.
Thank you, Representative. Question being called on, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to address anything other than when I filed my motion last week to investigate possible acts on the House floor, I invoked Article 3, Section 42 and 43 of the Wyoming Constitution. At the time, I saw this as the most transparent process, a necessity to gain back public trust of the people of Wyoming. This was before criminal charges seemed possible. What I failed to see clearly through Article 3, Section 44, though, is that Section 44 allows witnesses in a bribery or corruption case to be compelled to testify. So meaning that they have to comment and they can't step away from that. They have to answer questions. They potentially can't invoke the Fifth Amendment. So it also provides that once testimony is compelled, it also cannot later be used against that witness in a criminal proceeding except for perjury. So knowing what we know now through public comments, through everything else, we have to be clear about the possible legal consequences of our actions. So a vote to compel testimony in a bribery inquiry might grant legal immunity for those required to testify, including public officials, lobbyists, or intermediaries. And that's for those matters that are disclosed in that testimony. So if our investigative committee missteps, such an action may compromise prosecutorial efforts and obstruct rather than advance justice. And so this is something to think about because Section 44 might be compelled, and that will have public perception problems, regardless of how you feel about me, regardless of how you feel about what I have done and how I decided to bring this to the public. You need to consider also what Article 3, Section 44 does and what that will do to the public's perception. So I'm asking folks today to give credence to the chairman, to do the timeline that he sees appropriate, to let the investigative committee do the work that they need to do on the timeline that makes the most sense for them. I did not think that this was going to be necessarily a criminal investigation. I thought this was going to allow opportunity for people to testify publicly and to determine what needed to be done in this body. So again, don't take it from me. Article 3, Section 44.
Thank you, Representative Provenza. Okay, body, you'll need to be on the bar. Please be here. Absent direction to the contrary from this House, the Select Investigative Committee will hold its work in abeyance pending a final determination of any criminal investigation or criminal proceedings in this matter. That is the motion. This will be a roll call. Chief Clerk, please take the roll. Yes.
Can we just have some clarification? An A vote is for what and an A vote is for what?
Absolutely, Representative Tarver. If you vote yes or aye, the committee will be in abeyance, subject to the criminal investigation that is purportedly being conducted by the sheriff's office. If you vote no, then that will allow the committee to continue on with this, plan and what it had set forth. Termination of the body. That was the motion that was made by the good chairman, looking for direction from the body. Aye means that you will, basically the select chair of the select committee will wait for the sheriff's department to conduct their criminal investigation and then have to make that determination of what they're going to do then after that determination is made by the sheriff's investigation. A no vote will allow the committee to continue to go through their steps of investigation in an effort to do their work on this and get to the bottom of it is the hope. So we clear as mud? Okay. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, McCann, Nicholas, excused, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Lawley, aye. To no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 21 aye, 37 no, 4 excused.
Your vote, you have chosen not to adopt the motion of the good chairman to wait for the findings of the criminal investigation from the sheriff's department.
Mr. Speaker, privilege of the floor.
Representative Yin, please.
Mr. Speaker, members, it's past 11 p.m., but I think it's important to talk about, frankly, everything. And I'm glad that we were able to give you the grace to talk about what you needed to talk about, and I appreciate that. So members, I mean, it's very clear to everyone that there are definitely people who will not speak to me on this floor anymore, right? There are consequences to what I did. There are absolutely consequences to what I did. Sorry, again, it's late. We're all under a lot of sleep. But I want to also make it clear that some of those consequences was, one, I was accused of defaming someone, which is basically defamation because I didn't defame anyone. Two, you should see the malice that I get as the minority party leader. I get a lot of it. Don't feel alone by getting malice. We're politicians. We should have thick skins. I know the speaker has a thick skin. I definitely have a thick skin. It happens. Three, I really do wish that the sheriff had never opened an investigation. I think that created a real problem for everyone involved. We could have had a swift committee, moved very swiftly, and I know that the chairman of the committee really wanted to move swiftly. I'm not sure what he does now. Again, the speaker has put his trust in him. I also put my absolute trust in the chairman of the committee. Four, I think that it's tough to keep having this debate over and over on the House floor. So I guess what I would ask of all the members is that we make this the last time that we do the airing of grievances as you might do in a Festivus. And three, I wish I had the charm of you, Mr. Speaker. I think being able to speak eloquently on 4.5 hours of sleep after 2 days is really important, but I do wish all of this could have been avoided. I do wish it all could have been avoided. And frankly, I think that campaign politics and legislative politics shouldn't mix, and I'm glad that we did enact a rule to deal with that. And hopefully, it makes it very clear what the bright line looks like in the future. I do think that we need to continue working on this in Management Council because I don't want this to ever happen again. And with that, because it's 11:15, I'm going to cut it short right there.
That I have any ill will. Please.
Sure. So I don't want any applause. Please do not applaud. We should not, again, we're on the House floor. We're in the middle of the session. And I think it's really important to not, everything we do on this floor is political. Everything, every single thing that has happened on this floor is political. And the question is, do we want that to mix with campaign politics? We're going to work on that. We're going to work on that. But let's let the committee do their work. Let's let the committee do their work, and let's keep this off the House floor from now on. That's what I would ask, Mr. Speaker.
Agreed. Thank you, Representative. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Representative Filer, and then we'll close out here.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, can I have a quick privilege?
Representative Filer, yes.
Okay. Folks, with the minority party leader, with what he just said, and with what I heard prior to that, there's a representative right up front that said, doesn't matter what we all think about her. Well, I can tell you, Representative Provenza, every one of us looks up to you. There is something about you that makes all of us always want to gravitate towards you for answers of how this body works, for your knowledge, for understanding different programs, agencies within this state. So don't ever think that anybody thinks of you any less because you're in a minority party. You're part of this family. That's the party you belong to. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely, Representative Filer. Okay, body, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. we've had a nice moment, kind of emotional. I just want to bring things back into perspective, how this all really got started. And yes, some people did do some things that we regret that they did. But this got started and became a big issue because we were debating a bill. And it was emotional for the minority floor leader. But he brought something that was a complete surprise, certainly to me, I think to the whole body, except for those people who were on the floor that night and saw it. And that's not how we do it. We don't bring those kind of political things or air our dirty laundry while we're trying to debate a bill. There's a right place for that kind of
Representative
thing.
Larson, what's your point, sir? Mr. Speaker?
Can we just tuck it away and get back? If we got second reading amendments, let's get the dang things done. Get on about doing the people's work.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I appreciate what the minority floor leader said, because things are political here. And it's unfortunate. I try every day to divide between policy and politics, and we should all work towards that. And prior to last year, when I brought an amendment to SF 40, I had a great relationship, I felt, with the minority floor leader. And he was very upset, I think, that I brought that. And it's been a little cold since then. He mentioned that. I'd like that to change. But we cannot keep applying motives to our work here. We need to stay focused on policy. And with that, I'd appreciate that we all make that our number one effort from here on out through this session.
Thank you, Representative Bear. Appreciate those sentiment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here. Okay, we are at budget cleared up, Senate files on first reading. Reading clerk.
Senate File 4, sponsored by Labor.
First reading of the bill.
Medicaid rate increase, EMS services.
Do I have my list? Oh my goodness. Thank you. Senate File 4, Medicaid rate increase EMS services will be assigned to Committee Number 10, Labor. Next bill for our consideration, Senate File Number 5.
Senate File 5, sponsored by Labor.
First reading of the bill.
Hospital bankruptcy proceedings.
Hospital bankruptcy proceedings, Senate File Number 5 will be assigned to Committee Number 10, Labor. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File Number 6.
Senate File 6, sponsored by Labor.
First reading of the bill.
Eligibility for Medicaid criteria.
Senate File Number 6 will be assigned to Committee Number 10, Labor as well. Next Senate File for our consideration, Senate File 8.
Senate File 8, sponsored by Judiciary.
First reading of the bill.
Absconding for criminal purposes, criminal offense.
Senate File 8 will be assigned to Committee Number 1, Judiciary. Next Senate File for our consideration, Senate File 9. First reading of the bill.
Senate File 9, sponsored by Judiciary.
First reading of the bill.
Fentanyl to minors, enhanced penalty.
Senate File Number 9 will be assigned to Number 1, Judiciary. Next Senate File for our consideration, Senate File 12.
Senate File 12, sponsored by Transportation.
First reading of the bill.
Wyoming National Guard Reenlistment Bonus Program.
Senate File 12 will be assigned Number 8, Transportation. Next Senate File 13.
Senate File 13, sponsored by Transportation.
First reading of the bill.
Wyoming National Guard member referral amendments.
Senate File 13 will be assigned to Committee Number 8, Transportation. Next Senate File for our consideration, Senate File 14.
Senate File 14, sponsored by Education.
First reading of the bill.
Literacy position for K through 3 reading program.
Senate File 14 will be assigned to Committee Number 4, Education. Next Senate File for our consideration is Senate File 17.
Senate File 17, sponsored by Select Federal Natural Resource Management.
First reading of the bill.
Good Neighbor Authority amendments.
Senate File 17 will be assigned to Committee Number 5, Agriculture. Next Senate File for our consideration, Senate File 28.
Senate File 28, sponsored by Corporations.
First reading of the bill.
Elections, voting machine, and voting system tests.
Senate File 28 will be assigned to Committee Number 7, Corporations. Next Senate File for our consideration, Senate File 36.
Senate File 36, sponsored by Education.
First reading of the bill.
Hathaway Lump Sum Merit Scholarship.
Senate File 36 will be assigned to Committee Number 4, Education. Next Senate file for our consideration, Senate File 45.
Senate File 45, sponsored by Management Council.
First reading of the bill.
Local approval for simulcasting.
Senate File 45 will be assigned to number 9, Minerals. Next Senate file for our consideration, Senate File 47.
Senate File 47, sponsored by Education.
First reading of the bill.
Increase of Hathaway Scholarships Awards.
Senate File 47 will be assigned to Committee Number 4, Education. Next Senate file for our consideration, Senate File 52.
Senate File 52, sponsored by Select Federal Natural Resource Management.
First reading of the bill.
2026 Large Project Funding.
Senate File 52 will be assigned to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Next Senate file for our consideration, Senate File 58.
Senate File 58, sponsored by Tribal Relations.
First reading of the bill.
Wyoming Indian Child Welfare Act Sunset Repeal.
Senate File 58 will be assigned to Committee Number 8, Transportation. Next Senate file for our consideration, Senate File 68.
Senate File 68, sponsored by Water.
First reading of the bill.
Water Districts Funds for Maintenance Projects.
Senate File 68 will be assigned to Committee Number 5, Agriculture. Next Senate file for our consideration, Senate File 70.
Senate File 70, sponsored by Water.
First reading of the bill.
Omnibus Water Bill Construction.
Senate File 70 will be assigned to Committee Number 5, Agriculture. Next Senate file for our consideration, Senate File 79.
Senate File 79, sponsored by Revenue.
First reading of the bill.
Sales and Use Tax Reorganization.
Senate File 79 will be assigned to Committee Number 3, Revenue. Next Senate file for our consideration, Senate File 82.
Senate File 82, sponsored by Senator Crago.
First reading of the bill.
Duties of Registered Agents Amendments.
Senate File 82 will be assigned to Committee Number 7, Corporations. Next Senate Joint Resolution for our considerations, Senate Joint Resolution Number 1.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 1, sponsored by Select Federal Natural Resource Management.
First reading of the bill.
State Management Federal Mineral Leases.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 1 will be assigned to Committee Number 9, Minerals. Okay, next thing, ladies and gentlemen. Committee announcements, or not committee announcements, standing committee reports. Huh? Oh, we're doing second reading. God bless America. We have to stop at midnight, ladies and gentlemen, so we got to move the two back. Which two was it?
10 and 11.
Okay. 10 and 11.
Mr. Speaker.
So we got House Bill 19 and House Bill 23.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Majority Leader.
Pursuant to House Rule 7-3, Mr. Speaker, I move to lay back House Bill 111 and House Bill 10 one day.
Is there any objection from the body? Seeing no objection, it is so ordered. Laid back one day. Okay. Bills on second reading for our consideration. First bill for our consideration is House Bill 19. Reading clerk.
House Bill 19, sponsored by Travel. Corner crossing clarification and act relating to crimes and offenses.
House Bill 19 having been read two separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Seeing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 23.
House Bill 23, sponsored by Education, participation in 6 through 12 activities and act relating to public school co-curricular and extracurricular activities.
House Bill 23 having been read two separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Okay, there's both those, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker.
Leader, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the following third reading consent list consisting of the following bills. House Bill 2, House Bill 17, excuse me. Let me start over. House Bill 2, House Bill 17, House Bill 22, House Bill 24, House Bill 87, House Bill 122, and Senate File 2.
I have House Bill 2, 17, 22, 24, 87, 122, and number 2. We are at that order of business of bills on third reading and final passage. Mr. Majority Floor Leader has given a list of bills. Would anyone like any of these bills removed from the consent list? Number 17 will be held. Any bills? So it's fine. It's fine. We're good. It's been removed. $17. Stand at ease, ladies and gentlemen. We're working this out. Thank you, Assistant. Are we ready to go? Okay, reading clerk.
House Bill 2, sponsored by Representative Filer. Fast Track Permits Act, an act relating to city, county, state, and local powers being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 22, sponsored by Representative Heiner. Recall of elected municipal officers, an act relating to cities and towns being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 24, sponsored by Education. Review of charter school applications, an act relating to review of charter school applications being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 87, sponsored by Water, Omnibus Water Bill Planning, an act relating to water development projects being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 122, sponsored by Appropriations, Wyoming Rural Health Transformation Program, an act relating to the federal Rural Health Transformation Program funds being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. Senate File 2, sponsored by Management Council, Legislative Budget, an act relating to appropriations for the legislature, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Okay. We are at that order of business of bills on third reading and final passage. We've gone through that. Reading clerk, read the bills. Having been read 3 separate times, question is, shall these bills pass the House? Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks excused. Bear.
Aye.
Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa, excused. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Filer. Fornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly, excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas, excused. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Wharf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 57 aye, 5 excused. As for House Bill 2, are there any changes? Webb. Aye to no. Further changes? Smith. Aye to no. Johnson. Aye to no. Brown, Gary, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 53 aye, 4 no, 5 excused. As for House Bill 17, are there any changes? As for House Bill 22, are there any changes?
We're on House Bill 22. There was a discrepancy. There was some confusion. We thought the bill had been removed, but then there was a mention that it was, forget it, leave it back on. The chief clerk put it back on. This is in regards to House Bill 22. So if you're thinking it's 17, we're trying to work through the differences. Patience, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a little confusion here, so we're trying to work through that. We're on House Bill 22. Chief clerk.
As for House Bill 22, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 57 aye, 5 excused. As for House Bill 24, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 57 aye, 5 excused. As for House Bill 87, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 57 aye, 5 excused. As for House Bill 122, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 57 aye, 5 excused. As for Senate File 2, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Williams, aye to no. Brown, Landon, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 55 aye, 2 no, 5 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 2, House Bill 22, House Bill 24, House Bill 87, House Bill 122, and Senate File 2 have passed the House. Now we can go on to bills on regular third reading consent. We have 17. We are at that order of business of bills on third reading and final passage. The first bill for consideration is House Bill 17. Reading clerk.
House Bill 17, sponsored by Blockchain. Select Committee on Blockchain and Emerging Technologies, an act relating to the legislature, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
House Bill 17 having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, call the roll, please.
Allemand? Andrew? Angelos? Banks excused. Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa excused. Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Davis? Erickson? Filer? Bornstrom? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Repeat. Jarvis? Excused. Johnson? Kelly? Excused. Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Excused. Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins? Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Wharf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Riggins, aye. To no further changes. Heft, aye. To no further changes. Storer, aye. To no further changes. Storer, aye. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 20 aye, 37 no, 5 excused.
House Bill 17 having failed to receive the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 17 has failed to pass the House. Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, I was going to just bring this up tomorrow, but I thought I'd just do a refresher for our new members in the body from this year. When we have a third reading consent list, if there's not an amendment on the bill, you're more than welcome to bring one. If you don't like the bill and you want to talk about it, you can bring a delete the enacting clause amendment, and that's how you would discuss that. So yeah, just wanted to remind everybody, just a good refresher. If not, then you just leave it on the consent list and vote your conscience on whatever bill it comes up on the consent list. So just wanted to remind the body of that. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Okay, messages from the Senate. Reading clerk, please.
Message 117, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 4, Medicaid rate increase EMS services. Ayes 29, noes 1, excused 1. Message 118, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 9, fentanyl to minors, enhanced penalty. Ayes 30, excused 1. Message 119, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 12, Wyoming National Guard Reenlistment Bonus Program. Ayes 26, noes 4, excused 1. Message 120, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 13, Wyoming National Guard Member Re-referral Amendments. Ayes 22, noes 8, excused 1. Message 121, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 36, Hathaway Lump Sum Merit Scholarship. Ayes 28, noes 2, excused 1. Message 122, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 45, Local Approval for Simulcasting. Ayes 28, noes 2, excused 1. Message 123, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 47, Increase of Hathaway Scholarship Awards. Ayes 26, noes 4, excused 1. Message 124, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 52, 2026 Large Project Funding. Ayes 27, noes 3, excused 1. Message 125, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 58, Wyoming Indian Child Welfare Act Sunset Repeal. Ayes 29, noes 1, excused 1. Message 126, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 79, Sales and Use Tax Reorganization. Ayes 30, excused 1. Mr. Speaker, message number 127. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 14, Literacy Position for K through 3 Reading Program. Ayes 28, noes 2, excused 1. Message 128. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 70, Omnibus Water Bill Construction. Ayes 26, noes 4, excused 1. Message 129. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 82, Duties of Registered Agents Amendments. Ayes 23, noes 8. Message 130. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 68, Water Districts Funds for Maintenance Projects. Ayes 30, noes 1. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Yes, thank you, Reading Clerk. Okay, reports from standing committees.
House Bill 39, sponsored by Representative Washit. Firearms Rights Restoration Amendments, an act relating to crimes and offenses. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 39, Firearms Rights Restoration Amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Filer, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Excused, Representative Kelly. Representative Singh, Vice Chairman. House Bill 70, sponsored by Representative Singh, Wyoming Granite Act, an act relating to civil procedure. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 70, Wyoming Granite Act, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Filer, Lean, Singh, Webb. Noes, Representatives Chestick, Washit. Excused, Representative Kelly. Representative Washit, Chairman. House Bill 91, sponsored by Representative Yin, ban on government social scoring with AI, an act relating to the administration of government. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 91, ban on governmental social scoring with AI, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Filer, Lean, Singh, Washit. Noes, Representative Webb. Excused, Representative Kelly. Representative Washit, Chairman. House Bill 108, sponsored by Representative Bratton. Department of Audit reports, website posting, and act relating to the administration of government. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 108. Department of Audit reports, website posting, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Filer, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Excused, Representative Kelly. Representative Washit, Chairman. House Bill 120, sponsored by Representative Campbell. Energy Product Reclassification and Sovereignty Act, an act relating to the administration of government. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred House Bill 120, Energy Product Reclassification and Sovereignty Act, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation to do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Riggins, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Excused, Representative Lawley. Representative Heiner, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 120, Energy Product Reclassification and Sovereignty Act. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation to do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Smith, Vice Chairman. House Bill 128, sponsored by Representative Tarver, Enhanced Oil Recovery Severance Tax Exemption, an act relating to taxation and revenue. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred House Bill 128, Enhanced Oil Recovery Severance Tax Exemption. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Riggins, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Representative Heiner, Chairman. House Bill 129, sponsored by Representative Wasserberger, expanding Physicians Access Act, an act relating to physicians and surgeons. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 129, expanding Physicians Access Act. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Klauston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez Williams, Thayer, Wasserberger, Yin. Representative Rodriguez Williams, Chairman. House Bill 143, sponsored by Representative Ottman, Free Speech for Healthcare Providers, an act relating to healthcare providers. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 143, Free Speech for Healthcare Providers. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Klauston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez Williams, Thayer, Wasserberger. Noes, Representative Yin. Representative Rodriguez Williams, Chairman. House Bill 157, sponsored by Representative McCann, Protection of Parental Rights, Cause of Action, an act relating to parental rights. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 157, Protection of Parental Rights, Cause of Action. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Lawley, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Excused, Representative Kelly. Representative Andrew, Chairman. House Bill 159, sponsored by Representative Lean, Safeguarding Personal Expression at K-12 Schools, an act relating to education. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 159, Safeguarding Personal Expression at K-12 Schools. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Guggenmoss, Lawley, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Noes, Representative Erickson. Excused, Representative Kelly. Representative Andrew, Chairman. House Bill 178, sponsored by Representative Williams, Public Unions, Transparency, and Dues Withdrawal Limitations, an act relating to labor and employment. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 178, Public Unions, Transparency, and Dues Withdrawal Limitations. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation to do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Guggenmoss, Strzok. Noes, Representatives Erickson, Lawley, Singh. Representative Kelly, excused. Representative Williams, conflict. Representative Andrew, Chairman. Senate File 30, sponsored by Corporations, Elections, Voter Registration Revisions, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 30. Election voter registration revisions, respectful reports, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber. Excused, Representative Yin. Representative Knapp, Chairman. Senate File 31, sponsored by Corporations. Uniform Mortgage Modification Act, an act relating to mortgages. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 31 engrossed. Uniform Mortgage Modification Act, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representative Brown, excuse me, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber. Excused, Representative Yin. Representative Knapp, Chairman.
I got to do this before we go any farther. Reading clerk. Awesome. Just awesome. Good job. Okay, now, one thing I want to remind everybody that 10 a.m. tomorrow, Thursday, is the deadline for your numbering and approving of your third reading amendments to the budget, third reading. So please do not forget that. One other reminder, I was just told, roads are slicker and slick. It is a winter wonderland outside for those of you that don't notice. Kid you not, yeah, it's for serious. It's real winter outside, ladies and gentlemen. So be careful on the roads. They are very wickedly slick. Okay, then now, and we have one re-referral. Representative Chairman Rodriguez Williams, number 10, Labor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to re-refer House Bill 129 to committee number 2,
Yep.
appropriations.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Perfect. Tomorrow's the last day for bills coming out of committee. So that's something else we got to remember. Committee announcements. Representative Haroldson, committee number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So your committee number 2 appropriations will meet tomorrow, Thursday, February 19th, 2026 upon noon recess in State Capitol Room E301 and online, and we will do re-referrals as assigned.
Chairman Byron.
Mr. Speaker,
I don't know what
the
to get
Travel
into.
Committee will meet tomorrow, February 19th upon noon recess, Capitol Extension Room E005 and online to hear Senate File 0024, lottery tickets, acceptance of debit card payments upon noon recess. If I forgot
Thank
to
you,
say.
Chairman. Appreciate that. Representative Winter, Chairman Winter, Ag.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Agriculture Committee will meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. At the Capitol Extension Room number 3. We will be discussing Senate File number 16.
Thank you, Chairman. Any other committee announcements? Is that it? Oh. Revenue. Thank you, Chairman Locke. Please, Chairman Locke.
Yes, I should turn on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your committee number 3 revenue meet tomorrow morning at 7:30. We have 3 bills. We have we'll be in room number 5. And we have House Bill. Oh man, I got the wrong one here. 109. 62 and House Bill 101.
Very good.
And thank you, Vice Chair Stivar. Thank you.
Community effort. Very good. Thank you, gentlemen. Any other announcements? If not, Chief Clerk, that clears the deck. Good majority floor leader, please.
All right, finally.
Yep.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn until tomorrow, 10 a.m., February 19th.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow. 19. Thank you. We are adjourned. Why? What's gonna happen? What?
This is irritating to me.
Well, it should be. What do I do with this?